Welcome to the Show Your Mouth Lounge, episode number 284. Pink,
Wait, we're recording?
Addie, Pink,
Hey.
Addie, Pink,
How's it going?
Addie, Pink,
Salutations.
Alex, Addie. So, Pink, you got anything coming out on your channel this week?
Of course I've got something out. Yeah, there's currently stuff out on my channel right now, right this very instant. Go, click on my channel link in the description. Go find my channel. Go watch all the content. It's there. It's waiting. It's waiting specifically for you.
You know, I was gonna say that we don't actually have your channel linked. Then I remembered, oh yeah, I set it as like the default thing. You have all of our channels linked, so it is.
Right. My default thing still has the old channel name in the description though, and I need to update that because every now and again I'll forget to delete the old name and put the new name in.
It took me about a month to update my YouTube default settings, yeah.
But as for stuff that is coming out in the future and not currently already on my channel, I'm gonna have a lot of Dead by Daylight episodes coming out that co-star Mike, but not. I'm gonna have a lot of 2K20. I was about to say 2K23 content coming out as well. What else? I know there's something else. Oh yeah. I'm gonna have more Gladius episodes coming out the next week as well.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, like you know, for those Mike videos, you should put in the description that you could afford to have him cameo, but you couldn't pay him in a speaking role.
Addie.
Well, I recorded the audio for the next review, and it's all right. So, raw review narration is twice the size, or twice the length rather. It's twice the length of the actual like finished narration. Keep that in mind while I tell you that the narration that I recorded for this next video is nearly an hour.
Hoof.
What?
Yeah, the video is or whatever the narration for the video is 48 minutes long, and that is with like bad takes and stuff like that. So I'm gonna have to cut around those, but even then it should be somewhere around 20 minutes, and that's just the narration. That's not counting the cut-ins. So the video will be somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes long.
Oh man.
Foreseeably, anyway.
You're digging in.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's Assassin's Creed 4.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't even go on a lot of rants, only 2. But, you know, because I switched the way I do reviews to now be more of a play-by-play, the story takes up most of the video, and a 20-hour game takes a lot longer to talk about the story of, just hit up the movements than a 6-hour game like Gunvolt.
Yeah.
And that's basically most of the runtime, but I am enjoying this more because I enjoy other people when they do things like this. I've always wanted to at least try my hand at trying to do the play-by-play sort of review style, which I know people hate because it's oversaturated, but you know, fuck it. I like it.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
But also, I'm enjoying it more because it means that I don't have to actually like keep in mind, okay, here's the way that the review should be structured. Okay, the gameplay elements go here. Every gameplay element that ever existed in this game, it needs to be hit up right now.
Nah.
And then after that, I need to go and hit up the graphics and the sound and do all of that. But most of the time, like 90% of the time, I genuinely have no opinions on the graphics or the sound of a game, because as long as it's fine and it doesn't seem out of place, I'm okay with it. But yeah, whatever. With this version of writing the scripts for reviews, I can just go, okay, so I'm gonna hit up this part here because that's when it ties into the experience of playing the game for the first time. Like, you know, when you boot the game up, this is the order that you're introduced to these mechanics. So this is when I should relay them to you. This is when I should hit this up because that's when I did it. If it's something that I can choose to do earlier or later, and stuff like that, which makes a different flow than having to just, you know, be like, okay, so this is the block where we talk about gameplay mechanics. In this next, like, 10 minutes, there's nothing but gameplay mechanics and whatever the fuck I could remember about them.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's been cool. I did have some glitches happen to me in Psychonauts and Sakuna, so I will have to upload those in the coming weeks to my YouTube, and then let's see anything else coming out. I wanted to do some pre-recorded gameplay videos or maybe stream Last of Us because I still haven't downloaded. I still haven't finished it. But also there's things coming up that I will hit up during my week, I guess, that may make it not possible for the next couple of weeks at least. Like video production. I really wanted to start working on the next video because I want to switch over to a monthly schedule because I should be able to hit that. Actually, no. The first month that I wanted to do that, actually, genuinely no. But this month is just gone. June is not a month that in which I will be able to do that. Like this will. Yeah, the next month will, like, the next video will have to wait another 2 months at least.
Okay.
Well, June is a terrible month anyway.
But yeah, that's it for my channel. For my channels, I guess.
Well, let's see. For my channel, it's going to be quite a lot of videos this coming week, I suspect. There's still some Gladius with Pink recordings that are going to go up. Parts 3 and 4, I believe. We record about 4 hours. So, yeah, parts 3 and 4. I may get back to doing Gladius, my single-player playthrough of Mechanicus, the Adeptus Mechanicus, but honestly, probably going to be a lot of fucking Street Fighter 6 coming up in the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Nice.
I was kind of thinking of not doing World Tour because so much World Tour is dialogue boxes, but at the end of the day, I just made a compromise of, well, you can tell I recorded a lot yesterday because I'm a bit tongue-tied here. I'm also not got my sleep schedule's off. I'm wavering back and forth. I've been waking up earlier lately, but today I wound up sleeping in, and now my brain's all frazzled. So, yeah, World Tour, lots of dialogue boxes. I was kind of thinking like, I hate dialogue boxes because I don't like doing the thing where I say out what the character is saying. That's not very interesting commentary-wise, and besides, I don't have good voices for 90% of the characters. So I ultimately decided, you know what, I'm just going to read through at the speed I read through, and I'm just going to mash through the dialogue boxes otherwise. And if you don't like it, deal with it. It's my YouTube channel. There you go.
Yeah.
You're going to have to do quite a bit of grinding off screen, though, because it did occur to me like, okay, I'm stopping to fight every Chun-Li imitator I see to build up Chun-Li experience. That's not going to make for a very good YouTube series.
No.
See, like I'm on the opposite end. I enjoy doing voice acting, even though I have 3 voices. Like you can quantifiably watch my Songbird Symphony playthrough, and I prove to you and me during the playthrough that I only have 3 voices.
Yeah.
But I still enjoy doing voice acting because it's I guess it's just another creative endeavor where you can try to, you know, act, I guess.
Yeah, but it's always awkward in games where the character has an actual voice actor who voices still like about 10% of the character's dialogue.
I
right?
mean, sometimes that can be funny though, like Danganronpa. I did the generic like shonen anime protagonist voice that I usually do. I did that for the main character, and then the guy, the paid voice actor starts talking, and it actually is that voice.
Yeah.
Genuinely that voice, and I just lose my shit. Like sometimes, you know, it leads for good moments like that, but I also understand why you don't like it. Yeah.
Yeah, the stuff I do on my own channel is a lot less funny.
I mean, that's true for 2/3 of us, I'd say, because like I don't know if I'd call my reviews funny. I try to make them entertaining, but entertaining doesn't necessarily equal funny, you know?
Yeah. Like when I do try to be humorous, it's generally just being a smart ass, but that's about it, you know?
Yeah, I mean the best joke that I've made, well, the best joke in the sense that I actually had someone who watched the video repeat the joke back to me, which is something that people do in YouTube comment sections. Like the best joke that I've ever made, apparently, is one that I didn't even intend. So, like it was just an observation for about the game for me, and then they were like, "I lost my shit." So yeah, you know. But then there's also, like different things to that, because like I try to make my script writing like I do the summaries that I do on these podcasts, because like one of the reasons that I stopped doing reviews as much is because all of the way that I used to do reviews is just me summarizing the games for y'all on this podcast. Like if you want the lost Eddie's reviews episodes, just watch like 4 years worth of Shut Your Mouth Lounge. And you will get all of them. Weekly. Weekly. Wow. Anyway, Dovya, your channel, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, right, yeah. So what I've already come out with was, like I said, part 1 of World Tour. Part 2, I think, also dropped this morning. And I also yesterday dropped an hour and probably like an hour and a half of going online with Zangief. It was weird because we've been playing so many fighting games lately that don't use the SPD motion or just outright don't have a grappler altogether, that I realized just how rusty I had got with the SPD motion of my borderline instant SPDs. And I had to, like, the first couple of matches, I was not getting any SPDs at all. So I just went to training and just grinded out SPDs for about 10 minutes. And I was like, and it's funny because it went from, like, okay, Geef's he's definitely still good, but I'm feeling a bit rough here. And then I had the SPD, and it was suddenly, I am now feared again. The terror has returned.
Oh, did you have the weird experience I had playing fighting games online against randos, where it's like, well, where we don't know how the other people play like we do against the three of us.
Yes.
So it's like, so it's just like, okay, so I'm gonna do this dumb thing that I couldn't do against the other guys. Oh shit, it hits.
Yeah. We're, I think, all three pretty used to the way we play. So as a result, I will have matches where it's a guy who is keeping mid-screen or full-screen distance and zoning me out. And I'll be like, oh, I'm not used to this at all because the overwhelming majority of my fighting game history is playing against rush down, in-your-face pressure guys. Or rather, rush down, in-your-face pressure guy, singular.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm not equipped for this.
I mean, technically, I could play zoning with you, but the problem with that is that, like, because I used to play zoning and now I play rush down.
Yeah,
I play zoning rush down too. Like, like I use zoning as a tool to get in and as a tool to get out safely nowadays. So like technically I could do traditional zoning, but at the same time, then it just feels a bit too predictable.
Yeah,
to me.
And they're like, it definitely, like, there are some things where there's just wildly different skills, certainly, because I don't think either of us are super aggressive with our anti-airs.
Yeah, no.
I think both of us are generally pretty spooked by the prospect of a Shoryuken leaving us wide open, but at the same time, neither of us are big normal anti-airs.
Yeah.
The only game I can think of where I'm a big anti-airer is Guilty Gear, and that's just because, holy shit, you have to be, right?
I mean, like the thing with anti-airs, I guess, is that like usually if I anti-air, it's off of read. Like if I see you going for the same jump in 3 times in a match, the third time I will do an anti-air if I'm in range.
Yeah.
Because but usually no. Like I don't try to bait for anti-airs because you'll get it. Like one of us will advance close enough for me to be in my element eventually.
Yeah. Well, it always takes us a few sets before we can even get used to the game. But nonetheless, yeah, I thought it was really weird playing against a Ken on modern controls. Because if my feet so much as left the ground anywhere on the screen, it was a guaranteed Shoryuken. And it's like, okay, yeah, instant Shoryukens. Jumping is not a privilege I can get.
Yeah, no. It's time to credit card. It's time to credit card.
What did you say?
Credit card.
Credit card?
Yeah. Does Geef not have it in this game?
The credit card swipe does not have the overhead hitbox that it used to. So it's not quite the brutal anti-air that it used to be. However, I did eventually figure out how to start punking him out by deliberately going for the anti-air SPD, the air-to-air SPD, which Zangief freezes in the air when he does it. So if I do that, then it would cause him to shore you emptily. So that was nice. Nonetheless, there was only one thing I wanted to say, because Lord knows we got plenty to talk about on Fighting Games R.
Yeah.
But one thing that I just distinctively remember from playing Zangief yesterday was going, oh, yep, Siberian Express, good old running bear grab. That's a Zangief classic. It's still Garbo, but, whatever. And, when you go through the little tutorial thing, which I did for Geef, it said, hey, use this to catch people off guard. And it's kind of like, yeah, that's not going to happen as often as you say, game. It's just kind of always been like a little bit of an odd, useless move in Geef's moveset. And then I accidentally got it to come out against the opponent. And they naturally stuck out a, heavy kick to stuff it, because that's always the answer to bear grab. There's any number of things that can stuff it. It can be beaten by loads of buttons. And Geef just takes an armor hit and then throws the guy anyways.
See, that's also that however would be a change that wouldn't really affect me, because I didn't even know that you can stuff bear grab. I always assumed it had armor, so my default defensive maneuver against bear grab is just jump.
In prior games, only the EX variant had armor. Now all variants do. And when that happened, grappler brain. I started jumping up and down on either leg, beating my chest. Woo, 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 woo.
all of the glue in a 5-state radius evaporated, all in your mouth immediately.
Like the Kirby suck, but it's my nostrils instead of my mouth.
Yeah. Aren't grappler mates supposed to eat glue though?
They're either that or gorillas, which you'd think the Blanca mains would be gorillas, but whatever.
Yeah.
But nonetheless,
everyone is gorillas if I don't like how they play. Only my playstyle is honest.
That is true. But man, when I saw that armor and then the grab connected, the inside of my brain, it should have shown an X-ray to the inside of my brain. And it's the opening to 2001: A Space Odyssey, where it's the monkeys around the obelisk and they're smashing bones.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, everybody on Street Fighter 6 Online is used to old bear grab that you can stuff. So they all need to learn. I was making sure to educate them.
That's what you do.
They will learn. They will learn to jump. Yeah. But until then, they're going to keep eating bear grabs. And and bear grab does a lot of damage.
Yeah. I mean, I figure. So it is a fairly long move with a lot of startups. So
yeah.
Once again, bear grab gives you 4 chances to jump over it. You should really just jump over it.
Oh, they did make it where at short range, Geef does not. At short range, of course. At close range, he goes for the double suplex instead of bear grab. So it's an instant command grab like the SPD.
Yeah.
Which has the double suplex always caused you to swap places with the opponent? Because it does now.
I think so.
Okay, so that's the reason why you would use it instead of the SPD if you're in the corner or something. Okay. And at long range, Geef does the classic bear grab thing where he first sticks his hands up and goes roar and then runs at you, right?
Yeah.
At mid range, he doesn't stick his hands up anymore. He just starts running.
Oh no, that is scary.
And let me tell you, light SPD, it feels like it's at Street Fighter 2 ranges again.
Ah.
And I have seen, like, in the tutorial alone, they show Geef pulling off some ridiculous instances of grabbing the limb. But holy shit. I mean, Geef, oof. He's a little bit different. That much is certain. Oh, heavy punch, by the way. That charged heavy punch where it gets a hit armor. I didn't appreciate it in 5. But in 6, it's really good.
Does he still have the super kick?
No, he lost that.
I figured.
He did, but it doesn't matter because he can still get a wall bounce off of the charge drop kick. Oh, he now
I guess
also,
I did. Yeah.
he now also has a standing drop kick that beats all sweeps. And crouching low kicks. And since most of the roster's best footsie moves are crouching low kicks, you can win a lot of footsie exchanges as Geef just by going with the drop kick.
Yeah.
Like, Geef feels like he is at his most prime position of scare them. Oh, I forgot to mention, he also has a new... right. He now has a new normal forward heavy kick. It's a edge-style wheel kick. It is very fast. I believe it's somewhat safe. It has long range, and it hits overhead. Oh, and because he's jumping, it's also low invincible.
Yeah, I figured that.
So Geef, in terms of Footsie's capability and pressure capability, is at his spookiest in a long time. And for Bear Grab to now be so much faster and SPD to have such a tremendously long range as it does now, Geef is very solidly in the use footsies to spook the opponent into just blocking and then grab him territory.
Yeah, Geef is in the process of installing magnets into his muscles and changing his into Iron Taker.
And like 5, I was obviously never anywhere near good with Geef in 5. I was never really good with anyone in 5. 5 was, of course, about counter footsies. That was the main gimmick. But in 5, with those stubby buttons, Geef did not feel like he could get much of a pressure or footsie game going.
Yeah,
like, Geef was at his stubbiest in 5 easily. The credit card swipe was like the only normal that really felt good with Geef in that game.
That's why that's why I like the super kick for Geef in 5, just because it was a pretty good footsies button. It also gave you a hit of armor.
Yeah. But like the SPD in 5 really felt like it wasn't there for when you've scared the opponent and you can get a throw. The SPD in 5 really felt like it was just your reversal, just your get off me button, you know?
Yeah.
So that was a bit odd. But that's the extent of what I got to say about Street Fighter 6, because Lord knows I'll have plenty more to say about it on Fighting Games R.
Yeah.
So, what's coming out on the group channel, Addy?
Well, on the group channel, we have Fire Pro World Part 11.
Oh, lordy.
Then, CVS 2, for the first time.
And certainly not the last.
No. Then on
What is CVS?
Capcom vs SNK 2. Not the store chain yet.
Okay. Fair enough.
We'll save that video for when I'm visiting America.
Sounds good.
we just do the Stone Cold Booker T match in the CVS.
We got a milk spill in here.
Yeah. Then on Friday, we answer our important question in Katawa Namasi Riddle. Do twins have Espanol?
Ah.
Do they, though?
Well, only Pink knows the answer. And he won't tell, I guess.
Nope, it's classified. Very classified.
Classified twin information. Classified twin information, I guess you could say.
Indeed.
All right. mean, actually, I might be wrong. Katamari might be coming out next week. Oh well. Well, no. I mean the week after. Oh well.
Eh.
We'll figure it out.
Someday, just not on the day we previously thought.
Yeah. Unless, wait a second, what the fuck is this? There might be a special video, and I might just be not reading the calendar right.
What?
No, okay, that is the week after the next. So yeah. Oh yeah, also fighting games are, I guess.
Yes. Fighting games very are.
What could that be?
How could that are?
Dan, Pig,
Yeah.
your week.
My week? Well, that's a good question. And I was having a bit of a brain freeze earlier. So was the wrestling event this week or last week?
Night of Champions was in fact this week, so we actually have a
so we'll
lot
touch
to
up
talk
on that
about.
later. I couldn't remember because it felt like we talked about it, but then I was like, wait, did we? I guess we might have mentioned it in passing at some other point when we were doing the what was it, the quiz thing on Sunday.
I think so. Yes.
That would make sense. But did you watch the NXT event Battleground?
No, I did not feel like watching it right after Night of Champions, and I did not feel like I could get my parents or, well, yeah, I didn't feel like I could get my family to watch it.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't blame you. It was a pretty terrible show.
That is what I have heard, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I watched Battleground. I thought it was terribly average. It had one great match, then it had a new champion crowned, and then it had other stuff, I'm sure. But I was only there for Dijak and Ilya. And that match ruled. It was great. It was just 15 minutes of pure chaos. And I loved every second of it.
That is probably what I would expect out of those two.
Absolutely. Ilya is going to die in the ring. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be great. The crowd will pop big for it when it happens. And Dijak lost again. So NXT still doesn't know how to book him. What gives? Couldn't get him over with Triple H, and now Shawn Michaels is in charge and he's still not winning any matches. What gives? What gives?
Shawn Michaels needs to hire 50 people and send them all to catering. It is the true way.
Something.
See, the thing at Pink, I know you've been running that whole universe mode thing of our GM mode stuff. But you know it's not accurate because there's actually enough space on the card for everybody to have a match.
Yeah.
True. But I did set the universe to book only 5 matches on every show for accuracy.
Ah.
I don't know if I can actually set it to 4 though. I'll have to double check. I think 5 was the minimum.
The GM mode, I forget. Was it 4 or was it 3?
It's 4 because you have your opener, 2 mids, and then your closer. And yeah, I'm pretty sure the lowest amount of matches you can have on the card is 5 for your major promotions, and if you wanted to run a minor show, you could have like as little as 2, I think. But unfortunately, that would remove your ability to have titles and whatnot, so that doesn't quite work out. Anyway, I'll run through the Battleground card real quick and discuss my thoughts and opines on all of that. Hello, Wikipedia. Always reliable. Good old reliable. Let's see. It opens up with Wes Lee defeating Tyler Bate and Joe Gacy via pinfall to retain his North American Championship. He's still president of the North Americas. And
okay. This one sounds like it should have been all right, but then I've never seen a Tyler Bate match.
I like this match. It wasn't as good as the previous match they had at the previous NXT event where Wesley fought like 15 other guys.
Oh yeah, that clusterfuck.
Yeah.
They've been having a lot of clusterfucks around the North American belt lately.
Yeah. That's Wesley's gimmick. He's a fighting champion. He'll take on all comers at the same time.
Well, I think it also helps that NXT very clearly has a lot of guys who are like solid mid-card guys in the future, but very few big actual talents.
Yeah, that's a fact. I like Wesley. He's he's solid, very entertaining. I don't think he has what it takes to be a main eventer, obviously, but maybe with time, you never know. Anything could happen. And Tyler Bate is all right. I'm not super fond of him. He's got some cool moves in his repertoire, but he's also British, so that's a major point against him. And Joe Gacy just sucks. I hate him. He looks stupid.
The one Joe Gacy match I've seen was the crazy tournament. What? Not the tournament. What was it? That stupid way too many rules clusterfuck match.
Heritage Cup match.
It was that match. It was the match with like the penalty box and shit.
Oh yeah. I don't remember what it was called. Iron Survivor or whatever it was.
It was stupid, but nonetheless, I remember distinctly Joe Gacy coming in and me going, "Oh no, this guy's not got the physique of a good wrestler." And no, despite the considerable pudge and spindly little arms and legs, this guy can move.
He's somewhat athletic. I'll give him that. Leagues ahead of Bray Wyatt.
Oh God. Well, I'm gonna be honest. There's probably a difference there, not in terms of physique, but in terms of just Bray figured out he can get away with not doing anything. Joe hasn't figured that out yet.
Right. That is a fact.
Like, Joe needs to be told, as long as you keep making up some hypothetical mystery, you don't ever have to actually do anything good at your work.
Right? It's that simple. All right. What? I didn't really have anything else to say about this match. It was quick. It was painless. It was everyone did their spots well, but I thought it was uneventful, and I don't really have anything else to say about that. Wesley has done better. Tyler Bate has probably done better. Joe Gacy probably also done better, but I wouldn't know. Second match sucked. It was the Heritage Cup rules for the Heritage Cup, obviously. Noam Dar defending against Dragon Lee.
It should be noted that you have a gimmick of hating the Heritage Cup, regardless of actual circumstance.
This is true, and I will give the devil its due. The first, 5, 6, 7 minutes of this match, that was really great. They had a lot of good mat wrestling going on. It was like an old school Kurt Angle match, and it was really fun to watch. But I hate it so much because of the stupid Heritage Cup rules, where it's like, okay, these guys get to wrestle for 2 minutes, then they take a 30-second break, and then they wrestle for 2 more minutes, then they take another 30-second break. So it's like, you don't really have time to pace a match in the proper way. And this match goes on for 15 minutes, by the way, as does just about every other match on the card on this night. So, it could have been so much better if it didn't have, 27 rules and stipulations. If I want to watch a Karate Kid match, I'll just watch the Karate Kid. I don't care to see multiple rounds of multiple pinfalls and whatnot.
Is it not supposed to be heel heat on Noam Dar for being the only wrestler that needs to take a break?
I don't know. I don't get it. I don't like it. I hate their guts and everything this Heritage Cup stands for. I hope it dies.
Sean has some weird booking ideas, dude.
Yes, he does. Thing is, the Heritage Cup actually precedes Shawn Michaels. I don't know why he bothered to bring it back from NXT UK, though. That show flopped for a reason.
Who the hell booked NXT UK?
I don't have a clue.
I feel like it must be some English wrestling old head like Robbie Brookside or somebody, right?
Right. I mean, Robbie Brookside was definitely training a lot of those guys and helping out in NXT. I don't know if he was the booker though, but maybe he probably did have input anyway. So we'll just write that off as a Robbie Brookside thing.
Yeah.
Blame him. But yeah, the first 5 minutes, great wrestling. Great wrestling. Rest of the match, I walked out on it. I went and made popcorn. And that's not an exaggeration. That's not a joke. That is factual. I made popcorn. I missed the end of the match, which apparently saw a Lash legend and some other babe interfere in the match for reasons, question mark. I don't know. I don't keep up with the product. I don't watch NXT. I'm not a goober.
When is Sean getting Commander?
Never. Hopefully. If he knows what's good for him and doesn't want me to hunt him down.
We've already got our obligate. Yeah. Well, I can't speak. We've already got our obligatory luchador for the 3 years signed.
But Dragon Lee allegedly doesn't suck. I've seen Commander in a match.
We need one of the luchadors that does suck, Alex.
Yeah, we need
this Chikara replacement.
Well, I mean, for how many years there was Lucha House Party? Did any of Lucha House Party suck?
No!
Yes,
great!
Kalisto.
You're wrong! You're wrong! You're silly in the face!
Kalisto was a famously shit promo, but that doesn't mean he's bad in the ring.
Yeah, Kalisto was better than Sin Cara, but that's like saying, oh yeah, a broom.
Kalisto is awesome. You're just a hater. Unbelievable. Can't believe I share this podcast with you. Addy is not down with the good lucha things.
Yeah.
No, because he didn't do them.
You're a liar.
He only wanted to do the good lucha things, but he never did, and then he got fired.
Kalisto was awesome. I loved all three of those guys.
And then he died.
I mean, I just thought like 90% of Kalisto's actual like unique moves were stinky, just very boring.
How dare!
You're right. I love the sliced bread.
Exactly.
It's the most unique move.
How can you not love sliced bread?
The only move I love more than the sliced bread is the Spanish fly. Wow, such unique offense.
I don't know that Kalisto actually did the Spanish fly, but maybe.
I feel like I remember him doing the Spanish fly, but then they're giving for a while when Sin Cara was also around.
Yes, and definitely did do the Spanish fly.
Yeah, if memory serves, they're giving for a bit. Their gimmick for a bit was just like doing Spanish flies on a guy, just taking turns.
That's television.
Did Kalisto not do a hammerlock version of the sliced bread?
Trying to remember.
Strange that sounds.
It's maybe kind of.
He did like some wacky setups to the sliced bread. I definitely remember seeing at least a few of those.
Yeah.
Oh, and there was also the Listo kick where I will do just a takedown and then I will kick you while I'm on the ground. Very innovative, very realistic offense.
Did that not?
You're just a nonsensical hater.
Did the Listo kick not start a whole trend of guys doing stuff from a schoolboy?
Yeah. Everybody was doing it.
I thought the Listo kick led to Roman doing the
it directly impacted Roman Reigns' entire career. He would not be the head of the table without Listo.
No, he doesn't. Just
you're
because
just a hater.
Fucking like.
You dislike these individuals for no good reasons.
I dislike these individuals because they're boring to watch.
You are a liar. This is unbelievable.
Was boring back then, but he is not now.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe this.
Like, I have no strong opinions on Kalisto, but I'll defend Roman. Where is Kalisto?
In jail.
He's not Del Rio.
No, not real jail. No, not real jail. Vince sent him to the WWE jail. He's not allowed to actually like live outside of the WWE, but they also don't want to employ him.
They left him behind in Titan Towers.
Yeah, he's locked in.
Because I'm confused.
He can't leave.
Because Grand Metalik is in New Japan. Lince Dorado, I think, is an MLW or somewhere shit like that.
Lince Dorado's everywhere. Everywhere.
I don't know where Kalisto is. I wound up in Fire Pro just putting him in the Legends section, I think, because I didn't know where the hell he went.
Yeah.
Well, I can see if
I think
Wikipedia knows.
Callisto had like a match in AEW and then just dropped off the face of the earth, and I don't blame him. I would have been embarrassed too if I had fallen that low.
Oh, he's not called right. He wouldn't be called Kalisto anymore. He'd be called Samurai del Sol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think he went down to either AAA or CMLL.
No.
Though they do have a guy in CMLL now called Ray Samurai, which confused me at first.
Apparently, he debuted for DDT this year.
Oh no!
He lost to Yuki Ueno.
Imagine splitting with a stable. One of you decides to stay in the States, just work for smaller indie companies. But you and the other guy both agree, let's go to Japan. The other guy goes to New Japan. You go to DDT.
Yeah. Also, apparently Kalisto was Octagon Jr. at a point.
He was Octagon. He was Octagon Jr. for a little bit. Only like a couple months before he quit and went off to WWE to become Kalisto, so they made a new Octagon Jr. So for all intents and purposes, Octagon Jr. 2.
Yeah.
Which does remind me of something stupid regarding luchador names I wanted to bring up to you guys, because it does make our lives a lot simpler, but it's also really stupid. I found out LA Park. Do you know what LA Park has said the actual pronunciation of LA Park is?
Los Angeles Park.
La Parka.
You see, LA Park chooses to use the Japanese pronunciation.
Yes, actually, like he brought up some fucking obscure grammatical thing where you can add an to the end of the K noise, and says that's it. I'm La Parka.
I think if you want to like stretch it really far, genuinely think in Japanese you might pronounce LA Park as La Parka, as long as you actually leave out the dots in the LA, because then it might be La Paruka.
But he's never wrestled in Japan.
No, at least as far as I know.
I don't believe he has.
He's just a big beep.
You know, maybe DDT. I would not be shocked if he went to DDT. But I could not see that. Notoriously rowdy and difficult to get along with La Parka going to New Japan. No, I don't see it happening.
Probably not.
And I'm gonna check if LA Park has worked in any wrestling companies that I'm aware of.
He has had stints in AAA, CMLL, and WCW off the top of my head, and MLW.
No, as far as I can see, he has not wrestled in any Japanese companies.
Yeah.
Okay. New headcanon. They need to make actual canon. La Parka is a very big Veeb. His entire persona is based off of Joshi Liger.
There we go.
Or something, I don't know.
I think Liger...
Isn't anime really big down in Mexico anyway?
Liger, I think, has had quite a bit of success in Mexico, yes. Now, Liger's not as much of a god in Mexico as Ultimo Dragon, but...
No, I didn't say Liger, I said anime, just anime in general. Or manga, whatever it's called.
Well, no, anime is big in Mexico. Yeah, Dragon Ball. I mean, there was... I heard stories of allegedly there were strip clubs where they were showing the final episodes of Dragon Ball Super, and if Goku won, then people would get a free dance.
Yeah, I heard about that. I love that in particular because it's Dragon Ball. Everybody knows Goku's gonna win.
Yeah.
But what if he doesn't?
Is there only one arc in the entirety of Dragon Ball where Goku loses and that's just it? There's no rematch?
Well, I mean, doesn't he technically lose to Super Cancer?
Well, I don't think that's cancer. I think that's heart disease, but nonetheless. Medicine beats heart disease, I guess.
Yeah.
But against an actual individual and not a physical illness, I want to say the only person who's just cleanly beat Goku, no rematch, is Beerus, isn't it?
Yeah.
Did he ever actually fight Jiren, or was that
He
just
fought.
17?
No, he did fight. He did fight Jiren. He beat Jiren at the end too. Like this was the fight against Jiren. That people were like, all right, if Goku wins, then free lap dances.
Oh. Yeah, but didn't he
But
need 17 to do most of the work or something like that?
I don't know, because I stopped watching around that part because I fucking hated Jiren. I couldn't stand him. It made, like, honestly, I went into Dragon Ball Super not having watched a lot of Dragon Ball, going, all right, this is gonna be my Dragon Ball experience, and Jiren has made me hate Dragon Ball. Jiren is the sole reason that I am so salty about Dragon Ball. A lot of the times. Because like I liked a lot of the new characters. I liked Beerus. I liked Hit. I didn't like the Broly stand-in that they had. But as much as everybody else, I just thought they were annoying. When they were apart and when they were together, they were just Broly. And then Jiren appeared, and Jiren was just like, okay, Jesus +1.
Well, joke's on him, because Goku is Jesus +2.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
It also didn't help that I really like 17. And Jiren single-handedly kills 17 with like a look. So
okay, I've not been paying much attention to Super at all, but isn't part of the gimmick with the Jiren fight that 17 winds up getting all the credit for beating Jiren and becomes like a globally beloved superhero?
once again, I don't know the actual ending, how that happens, but what I remember is that like Jiren kills 17, and then if memory serves, then I read that the 17, like there was some rules loophole, and 17 actually didn't die. The god of everything just brought him back from death or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. 17 walks it off, then working with Goku, and I think Frieza whoops Jiren's ass, and 17 winds up getting all the credit.
Yeah.
And
then like all 70 wanted, like this is a tournament where you can wish for anything in the universe and it will be granted to you. 17's wish, a boat. I want a boat to fish on.
You know, well, I think they did a pretty good job in the past of establishing that 17 was the less intelligent of the siblings.
Yeah.
I don't like that they make 17 the stronger one, but that's just because I think 18 is cool, and I think it's weird that she's the only female character of note. I mean,
Yeah.
Chi-Chi and Bulma are there, but they don't fight.
I mean, Chi-Chi fights Goku and beats him, but I think that's also because Goku wouldn't dare.
Also, they were kids.
Yeah. But yeah, I did like how during that arc when Vegeta and Frieza both had their like I'm evil but not really, but still really, or at least in Frieza's case. Moments like, you know, I liked how they spent an entire episode setting up that Frieza is gonna kill 17 during the fight. He's just gonna kill his own teammate because he's evil. And then Frieza shoots towards 17 and shoots the guy behind him. And he's like, you're welcome.
Yeah, Frieza.
And that was great.
Frieza's running around again. That's just bizarre.
Goku went to hell. Goku had to kidnap Frieza out of hell.
I mean, Frieza's an asshole, but when you compare him to the two guys that followed him, he's really not so bad. No, wait, Frieza genocided several people. I take that back.
Yeah.
But he doesn't eat people, which makes him better than Sailor Boo. I guess.
I don't know. Boo, with Boo, it depends on which version of Boo, I guess, but like normal Fat Boo.
Oh,
he's too dumb.
Fat Boo is great.
Like, Fat Boo, I think, only got into no, Fat Boo didn't get into the tournament because he fell asleep during the written test.
That does sound like him, yes.
And Goku went through all of the trouble of paying him off by going like, all right, you'll get candy if you come and save the universe. Because if you don't, there will be no candy. Because there will be no universe.
Hang on a second.
And then he just yeah.
Skinny Boo genocided the human race. Okay, I can say Frieza is better than Boo unambiguously.
But yeah, I don't remember Skinny Boo or Kid Boo too well.
It might have been Kid Boo that did it. I don't know. I'm also
Although
confused because you'd think Kid Boo would be weaker than Super Boo, but no, actually, Kid Boo is stronger than Super Boo, which means the Super
Yeah.
title means nothing.
I mean, that series is just a whole lot of like inconsistencies. Like Dragon Ball, the original had anthropomorphic animal people for some reason. Then Z didn't.
No, they're
And then
still there.
they-
See, they're just regular civilians walking the streets.
I don't remember seeing them.
Yeah, you sometimes just see like cat people or bear people walking around.
Because when I played Kakarot, I was like, what do you mean there are animal people in this continuity? Because like I remember that the original Dragon Ball had them, but that original Dragon Ball that was a lot more like whimsy and a lot less fighting.
I believe they were always there among the civilians in Z. Which I mean, even just like for named characters, who were Yajirobe had that friend that was the cat person, and was there not also a pig person that hung out with Yajirobe?
Well, I think the guy that hung out with Yajirobe was a remnant of original Dragon Ball. He wished for panties.
Oh no, yeah, the pig lives on the island with Master Roshi and Launch.
Yeah.
And
Whenever launch exists.
yeah, I'm pretty sure Toriyama can remember the pig better than he can remember Launch.
Yes, definitely.
But is it really?
I mean, I think Toriyama had an update like a couple of months ago, on his Twitter or something, where he was just like, "Shit, I forgot. Shit, I just remembered lunch."
Yeah. Once every 2 years, somebody shows him a picture of Lunch, and he's like, "That's a cool character design. I should add it." You already have. Shit.
Yeah. I mean, the reason that Broly is in Super is because someone showed him Broly and he went, "Okay, that's cool."
Yeah.
and then he wrote a new story for Broly.
Yeah, and this time it wasn't that he was angry because Goku cried too much as a baby.
Yeah.
Shockingly, literally anything is a better villain motivation than that.
I wish that he kept more of the original design though, because I don't like normal Broly. I like Broly when he's like I like Broly when he's in the Super Saiyan form because he's
When he's the Incredible fucking Hulk.
yeah.
Yeah.
I like that better because it sets him apart.
Well, because otherwise he's just another Saiyan, and Goku's killed like 7 of those down the years.
Yeah. And then you just have normal Super Broly, and Super Broly is just guy. he's just dude with bling.
Hang on, I just had a stupid memory because I was thinking of the 7 or 8 other Saiyans that Goku's killed down the years. Have they still not explained why Turles is identical to Goku?
Turles is Goku's dad.
No, he isn't. That's Bardock.
Oh, you're right. Was Turles... Okay, who the fuck was Turles?
Turles was the dude that was all like, yo, this life-giving tree, though.
I didn't watch the movies. This guy,
But
yes.
I did play Budokai Tenkaichi, which features all the movie dudes.
Who... First question when you search up Turles DBZ. Who is Turles in relation to Goku? Goku's older brother.
What? Goku killed 2 of his siblings?
Yes, both of them, as far as we know. I like this guy's name. I don't know who this is, but there's a guy called Turble.
Well, of course.
A table made of tar. I love it.
Shout out to Bardock. No, shout out to Raditz working for Frieza, even though Frieza killed his dad.
I sent him to kill his brother.
Yeah. And he was like, yeah, I'm cool with that. It's been pointed out a million times. Like, only Dragon Ball fucking Z would start with a confrontation between Goku and his long-lost brother. And it has nothing to do with anything, has no emotional resonance for Goku. It's just like, oh, you're my brother. How about that shit? Kamehameha. Dead.
Yeah.
It means nothing.
I mean, to be fair, Goku dies with his brother.
That is true. It's not Goku that kills Raditz. Well, Goku tells Piccolo to kill Raditz, but yeah.
Yeah, Goku is is whatchamacallit, is he's a tool of assistance to manslaughter or whatever the actual like legal wording is.
Yeah. An assisted murder suicide.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And then he's just like he's just and then he's just like, all right, son, I'll be back in 2 months.
Yep.
And he actually is.
Get used to this, son. It's gonna become a pattern.
Yeah. But I don't remember if this was in the actual show or if it was just in Kakarot. But in that game, they actually have Goku say, they have Goku look at Krillin and go, "Yo, Krillin, this dying shit sucks," and then he dies.
Well, depending on the point in the series, Krillin would also know from experience.
Yeah.
Krillin gets killed twice. Cell never kills Krillin, does he?
I don't think so.
Because Frieza and Boo both kill Krillin.
Ah.
Cell kills Future Trunks in 16. Right. Both of whom never come back, which makes Cell easily the most successful Dragon Ball villain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what was the next match for NXT Battleground? Pink, let's move past the Heritage Cup. So I think you've got your feelings across about on that one. You were
Fair
so
enough.
pissed about it, you were willing to let a 20-minute Dragon Ball ensue instead.
Indeed.
That actually, before we move on, sorry for cutting in, but I just looked at back at La Parka, I guess now, and that actually is a mist or whatever. There is an explanation for why it's LA Park, La Authentica Park.
Yes.
I will keep calling him Los Angeles Park though, because that's funnier.
Yes, because it is definitely funnier.
All right, we continue with NXT.
After the terrible Heritage Rules Cup match, we had the highlight, the main event, the only match that mattered in this entire PLE. Ilya Dragunov defeats Dijak in a last man standing match that lasted 15 minutes and 54 seconds. Match starts, Dijak comes out, he tells his wife and kids, go to the back, you don't need to see this. Then he proceeds to brutalize Ilya Dragunov for the next 15 minutes. And then Ilya pulls out a victory in the final 54 seconds. That was great. Very, very good match. Dijak just murdered Ilya, and he still came back and beat him in the end. It was crazy. I had tears in my eyes from how great it was. And that Dijak lost.
And then it became the worst match ever.
It was the worst match ever. It had so much going for it, and then it screwed up at the very end there. Unbelievable. But yeah, that match ruled. I loved it. After that barn burner, we then got Gallus and the Creed brothers, who, oh boy, I love both these tag teams. They're just great. I don't remember who won. I don't remember who's champion. All I know is that Julius Creed needs to ditch the dead weight and become a single star. Man's too talented to be held back by his brother. It's sad.
It is honestly crazy. The NXT men's tag division is just so fucking sad.
Mm-hmm. Like, who do they even have? You've got Gallus and the Creeds, and then, like, Pretty Deadly's gone. Is there anybody else? I guess you've got the Joe Gacy stable.
No, you don't. They're about to quit and go to AEW.
They won't quit. They never quit. They're not a bunch of losers. Or are they?
They are proactively trying.
That'll never happen. I'll believe it when I see it, and I won't see it because I won't watch AEW. So, the joke is on them.
Like, everyone who was on it, almost everyone who is on NXT right now strikes me as the kind of talentless chodes who, if they are at least mildly aware, are then aware of the fact that there is no space for them on the main roster. And also that if they were to leave NXT, Tony Khan would consider them a great steal because Tony Khan considers everybody a great steal.
Right.
So why the hell should they continue working in NXT, doing nothing, putting on shit matches that they will certainly always blame their opponent for, when they can go over to AEW and get paid $100,000 to sit at home because Tony forgot about him after he hired him?
Yeah.
Like, a few of these guys, like Tyler Bate especially strikes me as the type of, like, why are you still with WWE? You could go over to AEW right now and be treated like you're some fucking unappreciated god.
Yeah.
Because he is 100% the type.
Yeah.
And he's never going to have anything done with him on the main roster. Because Triple H is certainly a lot more... Triple H isn't as much of a physique fiend as Vince, certainly. But Tyler Bates' physique is just about embarrassing, you know?
Is it? He's a skinny little lad.
Maybe he's gotten bigger in the years since, but I remember him looking scarily skinny.
No, he doesn't look terrible nowadays, but yeah, he's still on the small side. He's a small boy.
Yeah. And it's confounding because he wrestles a power... It looked like he mostly wrestled a power-based style from the...
Yeah, he does. Yep.
And it's like, dude, you're tiny.
Uh-huh.
Like, his tag partner, at least, like, the fat guy's hitting lariats. That's kind of a tradition, you know?
Yeah. They do it all the time.
Yeah. Regardless of whether or not they're wrestlers. Ask
right?
Ted.
Exactly.
Nonetheless, what was the next match on the card?
After the Creed brothers and the other tag team, it was the semi-main event, crowning a new NXT Women's Champion. Speaking of dead, not tag divisions, but dead divisions in general, we got Tiffany Stratton taking on Lyra Valkyria.
We have two great women in this division. They both are having nothing to do with the rest of the division because they're hyper-focused on a feud with each other.
Yeah. Oh, man. It's just sad. It's sad.
Like, it really should be Gigi or JC just killing the rest of the division. But no, they're too busy killing each other.
Yeah, it's like... Why? Gigi and JC could have easily, 100%, without any hesitation on my part, I firmly believe that they could have wrestled a match for the vacant tag is on the brain, for the vacant women's championship, and it would make their program so much better. I mean, Sean and the other guy, they wrestled for the Intercontinental Championship, and it was great. And this breakup has purposely mirrored that breakup so much. Why would they not also give them an accessory to fight over? But no.
Not only that, it's like, okay, we can't acknowledge Mandy Rose now because the porns. She does the pornos or whatever. I don't care. Gigi and JC, like, still, without ever invoking Mandy Rose's name or even directly linking to her, still, Gigi and JC fighting over the belt that had to be vacated because of, it didn't get vacated. It was abruptly jobbed off of Mandy. Like, there's an additional narrative element there of which of the two lesser members, supposed lesser members of Toxic Attraction, succeeds Mandy, right?
Right.
In her legacy. But I guess the way Shawn Michaels books, he figures he can have two women's feuds running at the same time, and the belt will put over women that can't get over on their own, which is not how it works. But Shawn...
This isn't my GM. What are you talking about?
Shawn's been booking for what, a year?
Maybe more. I think he actually took over when AEW went over to USA Network.
So Shawn is still kind of a booking noob, and he's showing a lot of the booking noob mistakes, like thinking that a belt puts people over and not the other way around.
Right.
Which, the thing I will say, if Gigi and JC are abruptly removed here because they, for whatever reason, decided their feud should be divorced from the belt, considering the candidates we've got left here, we have Cora Jade, who is a shit wrestler with a shit look. We have Roxanne Perez, who is a shit wrestler with a shit look.
But she's the prodigy, Alex.
Ava Rain, who is not ready. And
I don't know if she's wrestled a match this far.
Thea Hale, who, good lord, no. Nikita Lyons, who does have a great look, but she can't do anything.
What are you talking
And then
about? She's great, but she's injured at the moment.
And then Tiffany Stratton, who has a great look, has no ring psychology whatsoever, but she can at least choreograph some spots. So I can't blame them for picking Tiffany.
I think Tiffany won by default.
Like,
Nope,
as
nobody
if it
else
was
could show
Laura
up.
Roxanne, I would have been really upset.
I don't care if Nikita Lyons is benched for the next year and a half. Put the belt on her anyway. It'll be fine.
As a matter of fact, if she was benched for the next year and a half and they put the belt on her, that'd be probably the right thing to do. Just put it in fucking ice storage until we can get a better women's division.
I mean, if they put the women's title on Nikita Lyons while she's benched, then it would still raise her popularity like 5 points. So
Yeah.
Well, it'd raise it every week, so she'd come off the bench at 100 pop.
Yeah.
Which would make her a bigger star than The Rock.
Right. It's just logical booking, guys. I don't see why this is so hard for NXT to get a handle on.
And if Shawn Michaels makes sure to burn as much money on random bullshit while that all goes on, then in the meantime, during the time she's benched, Triple H will call Shawn up and be like, hey, Nikita needs to do a movie appearance. We'll pay you $8 million.
Exactly.
Raise all your popularity.
We just don't understand that NXT needs to book 4 Hell in a Cell matches every week.
Yeah.
Every single week.
Well, depending on what shakeup cards they get, what Hunter gives them.
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait. This month, Hunter has given NXT all matches between men will cause 50 more stamina damage.
Well, that's not great.
Hunter.
Now we really got to invest in the women's division.
Good thing
Only for this week.
Here. The man's now just a slab of ground hamburger, but he is nonetheless getting in the ring. Good Lord. Yeah, that's a sad situation there.
It's abysmal. The NXT women's division is in such a state, and I don't know how to properly describe it without breaking into tears.
Well, it's like, okay. So Cora and Roxanne in particular, I always go back to them because I despise them. Okay? I despise them. But nonetheless, let's say that both of them do get really great in the next year. And they pull it out, and they're both shockingly like amazing psychologists and storytellers and technicians. Even if that were to happen, they still would not make any sense to pump up to the main roster. Because do we need them and Liv Morgan?
No, we've got plenty of plucky baby faces on the main roster as is.
And Zelina
We're
Vega.
actually oversaturated with them right now.
And Yoshirai.
Uh-huh.
Like, to be honest, as long as Yoshirai is around, they probably should just fire all 4 of the other women.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lie. Every time you talk about Yoshirai, I think you're just gonna call her Yoshi. My favorite wrestler, Yoshi.
But there's already been 2 wrestlers named Yoshi.
True.
3 if you're calling Tajiri Yoshi for short.
Yoshi Tajiri.
Nonetheless, yeah, that's sad. And then the main event, to my understanding, was a massive disappointment.
It was, yeah. I mean, I know Braun Breaker sucks and all, but Carmelo Hayes is very competent in his own right. Braun Breaker, when he's got the right opponent to carry him through a match, very competent in his own right. So it's like all the elements are there, but this just gave me flashbacks to Randy Orton versus Roman Reigns at SummerSlam 2015. Where on paper, that should be a good match. But then they went out there, and the match was just middling at best. It's like, what's happening here? Where's the chemistry? There is none.
And yeah, and the last time Braun and Carmelo went against each other, when Carmelo got the belt, that match was also just kind of lame.
Uh-huh.
Like, Braun and Carmelo, I've seen lots of Braun matches I've liked. I've seen a fair few Carmelo matches I've liked. For whatever reason, it's just Coca-Cola and Mentos.
Uh-huh. Those two just can't get a good match out of each other.
No,
It's absurd.
and like you'd think Carmelo, like you'd think it would be a natural match. Carmelo
Right?
spends most of the match getting worked over by heel Braun, who is a powerhouse and he's dominant. And then at the end, Carmelo starts his comeback and he hits all the cool, crazy cruiserweight moves. Like that should be a simple match to build that would nonetheless work.
Yeah.
You see, the problem here is that Carmelo might be a cruiserweight, but Braun Breaker has been set to a bruiser.
Oh, right. That's right. We should have sent him into a giant. Oh, we messed up there.
Yep. And the last time it was face versus face too.
Oh, that's true. No wonder these matches have sucked.
It was at least we did pay the $3,000 to turn Braun heel in the meantime, but Jesus.
Right.
What were we thinking?
We didn't plan this out well at all.
And maybe we should with how low Carmelo's popularity is, we should have been having a championship match on every week of NXT for the last month just to keep the ratings high for a little bit.
You're not wrong there.
I mean, it would genuinely be funny though if NXT just started getting booked like the Attitude Era for no reason.
You know, I think that see the thing about the Attitude Era is that it covered for a lot of really shit talents. So there are a lot of guys that actually sucked, but people think of as classics because they were in the Attitude Era, right?
Yeah,
sure.
Like if it weren't for the Attitude Era, what would we think of Road Dogg?
I mean, I didn't even.
I don't like Road Dogg at all. But pretending I were an Attitude Era mark, yeah.
I didn't even go that high a card. I just thought about, hey, technically I like Al Snow. Al Snow.
Oh no!
and like Al Snow, I can't even tell you why I like Al Snow. Like the funny thing, I guess the thing is that I like Al Snow because he got punished, and the gimmicks he were punished were funny. But regardless, like Al Snow was at the height of his career in ECW, where he was in a company that was 90% jobbers, and Rob Van Dam, who is a mid-card superstar.
RVD is I think RVD has certainly worked as a main event guy. It's just that he's too much trouble.
Right. I'd go to bat for RVD, but not for very long.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, that also depends on the time, because, like, current day RVD is too much trouble. He also genuinely cannot be cleared, allegedly. All the RVD, when they stripped him of the title, allegedly, that's actually Sabu's. that was Sabu's bad. Allegedly, what happened there is that Van Dam wasn't actually high, but Sabu was, and when they stopped the car, Van Dam claimed that the VD in the car was his instead of Sabu's.
What an idiot!
So yeah, that's one of those things where like he went to bat for his friend, and that's but they also got him into the shit pits.
Don't RVD and Sabu hate each other now?
I don't know.
No, Sabu and Taz hate each other. Right. Taz seems like he didn't get along with anybody back then.
I mean, Taz's whole gimmick was, I don't speak, I show up, I beat people, and then I leave. So, and considering how much of our ECW seemed to just be, I'm gonna act like the way I want to act on the street.
I was listening to a shoot interview with Raven the other day. It was about 2 hours, and Raven was at one point saying, yeah, Taz had an idea for an angle where we'd hire a bunch of MMA guys and just have them come out and have Taz beat the shit out of them. And we didn't really get it, but Taz just wanted to do it. Like, he explicitly said Taz has Napoleon complex, which is kind of funny.
Yeah. I'm still thinking about making that video for April Fools where I list Taz's top 10 best moves, and the last one is just switching to commentary.
Yeah.
Because like genuinely, like I haven't seen an ECW Taz match. I've seen him in WWE, not in ECW. But from the stuff that I have seen, I have enjoyed Taz as a commentary person infinitely a lot more than I have enjoyed him as an actual wrestler. Like Taz, you can actually pair Taz with anyone. I think anyone that he has been paired with before, and I enjoy him as a commentator, even though he's not really good at his job usually. He's gotten better recently.
Job that makes him entertaining.
Yeah, but like I liked him with Cole because Cole actually knew what the fuck was going up, and Tez didn't,
Yeah.
and that was enjoyable. Tez and Joey Styles is a classic pairing. I liked I liked, well, it's the same getup, but with a slightly different feel to it because Joey Styles is also from ECW, so you know.
And plus, you throw in
And-
Taz as Mr. Napoleon Complex, who thinks he's a shoot badass, but isn't. Joey Styles, evidently, despite being a commentator, is at least something of an actual shoot badass.
Oh, we see. I didn't hear about that.
He punched somebody out, maybe JBL. Then again, lots of people punched out JBL. Right, he punched out JBL.
Everybody punched out JBL.
In a row, they all lined up.
Good old Jibble.
Yeah, but yeah, like, yeah, despite whatever comments he made, because I don't actually know the comments he made, I enjoyed Joey Styles on commentary. And then with Excalibur, I mean, he's been going to a renaissance.
Oh my god. Taz and Excalibur is one of my favorite commentary teams ever. I don't want them commentating any good matches, but if I have to pick a commentary team to commentate a bad match, they're at the top. The only one I would say about equal in terms of commentary teams that I would love to see commentate a bad match is Bobby the Brain Heenan and Dusty Rhodes and Tony Schiavone.
Yeah.
For just sheer japes, right?
Yeah. I mean, I would honestly watch a pay-per-view where the commentary team is just Excalibur, Taz, and Cole.
Well, poor fucking Cole would have to work around the other two.
Yeah, and that's what would make it better, especially if Cole is also heel.
The thing that would be really troublesome is that every now and then Cole will get a move name wrong. And like Corey Graves or Pat McAfee would very subtly correct Cole. You know Excalibur would not be able to do that. He would just immediately go, that was the code red, Cole.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I'm pretty sure that like about 5 minutes in, they would start actually like hating each other.
Oh, God.
Team, but it would be very entertaining to listen to. Like I would watch an entire pay-per-view just commentated by those three because Cole is trying to keep the wheels going, but Excalibur and Taz are just barely there.
Oh my god. The clips I have seen of NXT, it half the time sounds like, what's his name? Is his name Vic Mackey?
Vic Joseph. And
half the time it sounds like Vic Joseph is about to turn around in his chair and start strangling Booker.
I wish he would. You can hear in his voice him calling out Booker on his on the fact that he freaking sucks. But yeah, Vic Joseph is basically doing one-man commentary on NXT every week, and then he'll kind of pry Booker to get like a sentence out of him, and it's never a good sentence, by the way, because Booker sucks.
Doesn't pay attention to the match. He's
not on his phone all
Booker,
the time.
He's on his fucking phone.
Like you're saying Booker doesn't pay attention to the match. No, Booker doesn't pay attention to the show. Like I saw a clip of Booker's commentary recently, and the other guy was talking about like Booker's protege who was on screen, and Booker just calls her a different name.
It's like there are so many clips going around of Booker. Like Vic tries to remind Booker to commentate the match, and Vic's like, "Well, Booker, what do you think about the capability of so and such to participate in this match in this particular matchup between these archetypes of the high flying and the powerhouse?" And Booker just goes, yeah, well, Vic, it's about spirit and it's about heart and it's about willpower to do something shucky ducky. Oh shit! They forgot the forks on my delivery. Damn it!
I thought you were gonna say that the guy does that whole like 5 minute setup to get this one opinion out of Booker, and Booker just goes 5 times.
You 5 free five. Like Booker's moronic commentary 10 years ago on SmackDown makes infinitely more sense now that we have caught him not paying attention to the show several times. Booker just repeats catchphrases, not because he thinks that's good commentary. Booker repeats catchphrases because he's not paying attention, and that's his way of trying to cover it up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the clip that I saw where Booker was on commentary and he paid attention was in TNA.
Oh,
where he was trying to put over the Black Rain gimmick, I think.
Oh, good lord!
And then that's when he paid the most attention to the show, because then he was trying to put himself over and not the match still.
Yeah. The only good Booker commentary spot I've ever seen was the match that he was wrestling in and commentating at the same time, holding a mic in his hands.
Nah.
Yeah.
Okay, TNA. I am sick of TNA already 10 years ago, hearing everybody say it was better than WWE. There are a few TNA matches I've seen that I've really liked, but all the best stuff I have liked out of TNA has been the japes of Booker commentating his own match, Kevin Nash in the X Division.
That was great.
Yeah, like you do know it's once again, like I think I say this every time. Like those sorts of japes are the things that I'm missing out of the Attitude Era. Because like I understand that people want an actually respectable show out of wrestling, but the stuff that has been presented to me that way has all been boring to me. And all of the japes,
a lot of those X Division guys.
a lot of those japes were just very funny because, like, you know, I bring up this match a lot because it's the one that stuck to me the most. But there was a match I saw from the Attitude Era from a random episode of Raw where Al Snow and Road Dogg fought in a hardcore match. The match sucked.
I believe it.
Like the match was shit. But I remember that they went to the back and they threw like plant pots at each other and shit like that. And I don't know why there were plant pots in backstage at a wrestling event, but you know they were there for some reason.
What would have been great is if they threw the plant pots at each other, and in the background you could hear Dixie going, "God, all my plants!"
This wasn't even TNA.
Oh,
This is WWE.
oh,
Yeah,
I missed that.
and like, yeah, this was back in the Attitude Era.
Okay, replace Dixie with Linda.
Yeah. But yeah, like, you know, the match was shit. It was wasted airtime. Like, I'm not argue about that because it was. I didn't enjoy the actual match parts of the match, but it did stick with me. Like, it was. I was like, what are they doing and why?
How many times did Al drop Road Dogg on his head?
At least 5.
Yeah, that sounds like Al. Al missed his calling. He should have been in Japan. Oh, no, wait, he was in Japan. He got dropped on his head and he broke his fucking neck.
Oh, yeah.
So he decided to go to America and where he could drop people on their heads and they wouldn't drop him on his head in return.
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord. I got to mention this every time Al Snow comes up. There was a shoot interview I've seen with Al Snow, and I got to mention, if you like Al Snow, never watch a shoot interview with Al Snow because that'll make you dislike Al Snow. He is a bitter, grumpy old bastard. But nonetheless, at one point he says, the best match on the card, the only way to judge a match's quality is how much it draws. The best match on WrestleMania 3 was not Ricky Steamboat versus Randy Savage. It wasn't even in the top 10 best matches on WrestleMania 3. The very best match of WrestleMania 3 was Andre the Giant versus Hulk Hogan. And the interviewer says, well, no. Then they bring in a fan question. The fan question says, well, Al, by those same means, would you then say you've never had a good match in your life? And
That's
you can see Al freeze like a deer in the headlights for like a couple seconds. And then he like tries to laugh it off and go, no. I was a serious draw when I had the head gimmick. And he wasn't being sarcastic.
I mean, I was gonna say like when he freezes, just superimpose the head sounds from his entrance theme.
Yeah. No, I was thinking superimpose the help me spray paint on his head.
Yeah. Do both.
Oh, boy. Nonetheless, yeah, that was Battleground.
That it was. It sucked.
Shall we hit Night of Champions?
If you want to hit Night of Champions, I don't know how long we'll take that. We'll take for that, but yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, we'll take a little bit of a break from wrestling. What did you do for the rest of your week, Pink?
I don't know. I mean, I played video games with you and Mike. And then I don't think I did anything else of note. Just the wrestlings, just the video games.
All right. Eddie, your
All right.
week?
Well, let's see. I guess I'll get the big one out of the way. Literally, like just before we started this podcast, I watched Across the Spider-Verse.
Really?
Nice.
Yes, I didn't see the first one, but my niece got 2 free tickets to the movie theater for Christmas, and they were about to expire. So it was like, okay, let's go watch a movie. I guess.
Hey.
Yeah. And she wanted to watch Spider-Verse. Well, no, she wanted to watch Spider-Man. She hasn't seen the first one either, which we found out after. Because like she actually goes to the movies. Like she actually watches movies in the theater. I figured she must have seen the other one if she wants to watch this one. No.
Eh.
But yeah.
You assume too much of little kids, I think.
Maybe. But yeah, we watched Across the Spider-Verse. I'm gonna assume that y'all did that.
I did not.
I do not think I will have watched it until it comes out on streaming services.
Same.
My mom is still deathly afraid of COVID.
All right. I will try to keep it mostly spoiler free. Then, are we counting stuff in the trailer as spoilers?
Let's say no.
I'm conflicted because I haven't seen each other, so technically yes, but no. And if you do spoil anything, I don't really care because I'm not.
I mean, really,
I'm not worried about
sensitive.
spoilers either. And my understanding is I already know the main theme, what the main gist of the story is about, which gives me a pretty good indication of where the story's going.
I had a pretty good understanding of the main theme of the movie going in, and then I was vindicated. So
yeah, this does not seem like the kind of movie to throw a Russo swerve at you.
there is a sort of Russo swerve, but mostly if you're not familiar with the original product, you know.
Well, seeing the trailers, I know that the villain of the movie, at least for a little bit, is supposed to be 2099. So
yes, I had a problem with how they wrote Miguel because he comes off as Batman. And
I mean, is Spider-Man 2099 not the most Batman of the Spider-Mans?
technically, like he's a bit more serious than the other Spider-Man, but not by much. These are not the versions that I read. Think.
I would say he would definitely be the more Batman of the Spider-Man. That is a fact. The original 2099 run was how do I put this?
Well, 2099 in general was a very grimdark line.
Yeah, it didn't have the whimsical nature or the more whimsical nature of the earlier Marvel period, and it was also obviously a product of the 90s. So
wait, was it 2099 where Punisher had a gun that he goes and like brings it into some thug's face and he says, "This gun doesn't just kill you; it also annihilates your soul, so that you never go anywhere after you die." And the thug goes, "No, wait, that can't be true, can it?" And Punisher just goes, "I don't know," then pulls the trigger.
I don't know. I've not seen that comic panel. But yeah, 2099, the Marvel 2099 imprint was a product of the 90s, made in 1994, I want to say. And so that wasn't very comic booky in the old traditional sense. It was very it had the edge, the 90s edge.
Yeah.
It had a lot of a quote unquote mature themes that didn't age well. It had a lot of ideas that ultimately I feel did not translate well at all. Because I guess Marvel in the early 90s just didn't have a good grasp of how technology would advance or linguistics and all that.
Yeah.
So
Well,
yeah,
it's always the gimmick with those sorts of sci-fi things is that they come up with all kinds of crazy ideas for future tech, but almost all of them fail to account for the invention of cell phones.
yeah. So those the old Spider-Man 2099 stories are kind of a pain to read nowadays. I thought they were good. I thought that was the only good 2099 imprint, but yeah, they don't hold up today, and I don't think they even were really all that good back in the 1994. Well, who knows? I could be crazy.
Was 2099 not the universe where the ending is that Doom wins and he instills world peace?
Yes, that is in fact correct. And he and Miguel rule the universe with the power of Mjolnir at the end.
Sweet Jesus.
Nice.
Yes.
So not only does Doom win, he gets his universe's Spider-Man to be like, actually, Doom, you're a pretty cool guy.
Yes.
There's almost something likable about that being an alternate universe where I choose to believe that would... Hang on. Is Miguel a vital part to Doom winning?
Not really. I don't think there was anybody that was a vital part to Doom winning outside of Doom himself, which is appropriate.
Yeah, that's Doom for you. Though that would be a neat idea, like the idea that it only takes one hero deciding that that Doom actually has it right.
Doom
That's
nuke
all
him.
Doom. He wins.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Miguel was very much Batman, but at the same time, with the stuff that goes on in the movie and the way that they explain some stuff, the way it happens, I kind of just had it to be like post Shadow Dimensions, post whatever the follow up game to that one, Miguel. Where like I could see that Miguel becoming this much Batman, yes. Like this Miguel isn't just Batman. This Miguel also has a large stick up his ass. But if I had it to be the game's Miguel, where he's already been through multiversal bullshit multiple times. Yeah, I can see how he'd get tired of this. Yes.
Did Shattered Dimensions have a follow-up?
Yes. Yes, it was only Miguel and Peter.
Fair enough. Those are the only two that matter.
Yeah.
One had standard Peter, Miguel, Ultimate Peter, and Noir.
That's Shadow Dimensions.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it just had regular Miguel.
No, the follow up did.
Oh. Well, that's kind of lame.
Yeah.
Disagree.
Especially
Do you
because
really
Ultimate
care about
Peter's a
Spider-Man
lot-
Noir? Do you really care about Ultimate Spider-Man? He probably would have been dead at that point.
I mean, he was definitely dead by that point, but still, like, Ultimate Peter is a lot of people's favorite Peter.
Disgusting. I am disgusted.
Noir Peter's just the pick of the people who are, what's the word? Eccentric? No, I'm trying to think of like a very mocking, mean-spirited word. Quirky. Yeah, there you go. Spider-Man Noir is the favorite Peter of people who are quirky.
I see.
I've never actually read Spider-Man Noir, but I'm comfortable throwing out these insults anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Spider-Man Noir, but I like Spider-Man Noir's drip, and I like the idea that he doesn't actually have web shooters, because it's a funny idea.
It's a cool design, but it's like, how's he Spider-Man then? He's just a dude with a gun.
Yeah. I forgot that he has a gun.
Guns? What are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure that's his only power is that he's got a gun. And the Vulture is just a circus freak that ate Uncle Ben.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, the entire Marvel Noir imprint gimmick was that nobody has any powers, and it was dumb.
Ah.
I imagine all of the stories boiled down to, what if Iron Man was just a dude in a trench coat and somebody killed his loved one, so he went out and killed them?
Right?
What if the
Wait, that's
Incredible
his
Hulk
Punisher.
wasn't a superhero? He was just a dude in a trench coat who someone killed his loved one, so he went out and killed them.
What if Reed Richards in the 1930s just practiced yoga?
Dude, the fact that we have never got a Marvel vs. Capcom game that features both Dhalsim and Mr. Fantastic is so bizarre.
Yeah. But yeah, speaking of yoga and in India and stuff, they introduced to me a new Spider-Man who is from India. I didn't like his design. Well, I didn't like that his hair shows through the mask. Otherwise, he's fine.
Hang on, wasn't the House of M Spider-Man Indian?
I don't know. I didn't read a House of M.
That's a thing from the comics. There is one of the alternate universe Spider-Man is Hindu instead of American.
Do they have hair that goes over the mask?
I do not recall that, but I feel like I do recall him having a skirt.
I don't believe this guy had a skirt.
Well, redesigns are somewhat expected.
Yeah, I didn't like the guy's design because of the hair mainly.
We need a Spider-Man Scotland who runs around or swings around in a kilt. That'd be badass.
But no pants.
Well, why are you gonna wear a kilt with pants? That's just silly.
No, I mean like he wears kilts traditionally. He has no undergarments.
Exactly. Like I was saying, why would you wear a kilt any differently?
And then we get another Batcock fiasco.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Anyway. So yeah. Let's see what can I say about Across the Spider-Verse without spoiling. One of the funniest scenes, not the best ones, the funniest ones. Scenes well, actually both of the funniest scenes in the movie or in the trailer.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I have seen the signature. I have seen the meme scene.
Yes, then after the mean scene, there's also the scene with the psychologist.
Spider-Man as a psychologist?
Yes, there's a scene where Spider-Man is talking to a psychologist. The psychologist is also Spider-Man. And the Spider-Man and the psychologist Spider-Man is saying, and then I looked at my uncle, and the psychologist calls him off and goes, and let me guess, he was dead. And that's one of the best jokes in the movie.
So all the Spider-Mans have dead uncles.
Yes.
Isn't the major plot point of Into the Spider-Verse where Miles isn't allowed to be Spider-Man because he doesn't have a dead Uncle Ben because his uncle is named Aaron?
So he has to beat Uncle Aaron to death with his bare hands.
Right?
So yeah, they do that scene that I like that. The sheer amount of weird ass Spider-Man that where like I'm sure they made up half of them. I recognize most Spider-Man, but not a couple that were prominently featured, like Spider-Cat.
Okay, there's been Spider-Pig. Was Spider-Pig in the
first one, yeah.
No, I know Spider-Pig was in the first one, but was Spider-Pig in the League of Pets with Thor Frog?
I actually don't think he was. I don't think that was the case. Because I want to say those guys are technically part of 616, whereas Peter Porker is his own thing.
Right. Has there been a Spider-Cat? I can't recall a Spider-Cat.
I don't recall.
That sounds like it would be a thing at some point.
It had to have been.
Okay, but weirder one, because Spider-Cat is shown 3 times actually, I think. Spider-Cat is shown three times on screen, and you know that's more than most Spider-Man. Like the Amazing Spider-Man from the movies shows up once.
Amazing.
What?
They could only pay Andrew Garfield by the words.
Yeah. But then there's also during your chase. There's for approximately 3 seconds. There's a spider wolf. Why?
Well,
You
Captain
know
America
why.
was a werewolf once. I don't see why Spider-Man couldn't be one.
Who was a wolf once? Pig.
Captain America.
Ah. But yeah, the Spider Wolf shows up for approximately 3 seconds, where they show up to do a lunge and they get like immediately back the fuck off. And that's it. That's the contribution to the movie. Then there was also weird like time stuff that I didn't understand, because some of these Spider-Man designs that I'm seeing, where I'm pretty sure all 616 Peter. Like,
I mean, they can just take him from different points in the timeline.
true, but it's also like it would be weird for them to do, because the whole thing with the movie is just that, oh, we're all different Spider-Man. Like, technically the same Spider-Man, but we're all different Spider-Man, which is, you know, kind of just the whole Spider-Man multiverse gimmick, but still. uh let's see, they actually took the Spider-Punk outfit from Spider-Man PS4. They redesigned it a bit, so it's not just Spider-Man in the normal black and blue, or whatever, black and blue. Yeah, that's Spider-Man's normal color scheme. I'm correct. Yeah, he's red and blue, not in the West. It's
Yeah.
it's actually an actual like Spider-Man outfit featuring the West still, and they made Spider-Punk an actual character. I like that. I didn't like Spider-Punk's character, like how Spider-Punk's character was written a whole lot, because it like it, you know, it's one of those things where like it felt like they were like Spider-Punk was written very stereotypically, like what you would write a stereotypical punk to be. But I remember that your sister exists.
Yes, she does.
And like, you know, it's one of those things where like technically I share some ideas, not to this point though. Like, you know, there's a hard cut off where I go, okay, that's just dumb. That doesn't actually get you anywhere. And like you know, when it's when punks are showed us, like, you know, just literally just being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian, I go, nobody's like this. But I remember that you have a sister. But yeah, I did like how I did like Spider-Punk's character overall, because they did in the end, like, not during any actual part where Spider-Punk is on screen, but they did show off that Spider-Punk is actually like a hero, and isn't just a contrarian asshole here to fill the quota. Then Peter was very cool. I liked him. I had no context for all of any of his scenes, but I liked him.
Peter B. Parker, right?
I'm not sure. It's normal Peter with Mary Jane and a kid.
That is Peter B. Parker.
Okay, then yeah. I don't.
Peter, who in the last movie was supposed to be kind of like a schlubby failure Peter, whereas the Peter that was formerly the Peter of Miles' world was like a hero, cool guy. The gimmick kind of being that Peter B. Parker is what inevitably happens whenever Peter entirely focuses on being Spider-Man, to the complete detriment of Peter.
I thought that was just to show that, hey, if Peter gets with Mary Jane, he becomes a slob.
No. MJ leaves Peter before Spider-Verse, whatever, the original Spider-Verse, which I can't remember the name of. And that was part of a several step downfall, including the death of his Aunt May as well. That led to that version of Peter just increasingly becoming less and less Peter and more, I am just Spider-Man, and other than that, a fat slob who eats sushi. Or not sushi, eats ramen every night.
Yeah, like it went into a downfall where we slowly play that one comic strip of people getting a hold of the lasso of truth and telling their real identities. And Superman goes Clark Kent, and Wonder Woman goes Diana, and Batman goes Batman.
Yeah.
And I don't know why, but I love the characterization of Batman. It's so dumb.
Well,
That's probably why.
I mean, Batman, at a certain point, you figure out, is a guy stuck as a man-child. He never developed past the point where he saw his parents get shot. The rest of his life is just in a freeze frame of that moment. Which explains why he's such a fucking weirdo.
Yeah. But yeah. Oh, let's see. What else can I really say about Spider-Verse without spoiling stuff? The animation was really nice. Not even like not even
wasn't.
the whole trying to imitate hand-drawn styles isn't new anymore. Even to me, because I've watched 2 movies that used it. that were both ripping off Spider-Verse, but I digress. But I did like how they utilized the separate art styles to really represent what these characters are. Like, Miles looks like Miles. Gwen Stacy looks like Miles.
Yeah.
but actually no, the new guy. The new guy also kind of looks like Miles art style wise. He doesn't really have
Every
his
character
own
in this cast is Spider-Man. We could take forever doing this.
But Spider-Punk, for whatever reason, gets his own pop art style.
Yeah.
Like he gets his own thing. Vulture, Renaissance Vulture shows up, and he's a sketchbook.
Yeah.
He
is the thing that should not be.
Yeah, like half of the fight, because Renaissance Vulture doesn't even show up for Miles. Renaissance Vulture shows up for another Spider-Man, and that Spider-Man, just for half of that fight, is just going, "Your paper." Then let's see what else. Like, what else did they do with the art style? Like, it's one of those things where, like, technically they switched out the art style a bit and for the characters and all that, but a lot of them kind of blend together when they didn't go like out of their way to make them special. Because Gwen, the new guy, like 2099 Spider-Man, Miles all kind of look similar in art style wise. Spider-Punk looks different because because he gets the cutouts around him where it's just white, and he changes color frame by frame for some reason. Like those things were neat.
It's off the fucking car alarm.
I liked how the movie used music, because there were multiple times during the movie where the music, by the way, wasn't anything special, in my opinion, but the way that the music utilized music was really nice. Because sometimes I didn't even notice that the music changed between the last background music and the next one. But here's the reason why that's good. This meant that we went from this scene is about Miles, so we're gonna put like a chill hip hop beat or whatever in the background. Okay, Spider-Punk appears, metal,
Yeah.
just loud pop punk.
I specifically remember from the first Spider-Verse movie being a really big fan of the Prowler's theme.
Yeah.
Then again, Prowler was just generally the coolest part of the first Spider-Verse movie.
Yeah.
And like once again, like it's not just the teams fitting the characters and all that. The fact that we could switch between the two without me noticing until like Spider-Punk actually appeared on screen that we're now listening to metal or whatever, like like it shredding on guitar.
Yeah.
And my only issue is that they only use that gag once. Like they didn't just have a thing where Spider-Punk just appears for no fucking reason and then just shredding guitar.
Yeah.
But whatever. Yeah, and I overall liked the movie. I'd say there were some parts that I didn't understand because I didn't watch the first movie, I'm gonna assume, and the ending leaves things to be desired. is the best way I can put it without spoiling stuff. But the movie was fine. The experience of going with two people who aren't like fluent in comic keys at this point was good too, because I went with my niece and my mom, and then I had to explain how there's 8 Spider-Man at the same time, and how they're from different universes, and why are they from different universes? What do you mean that the spider? What do you mean that the spider is in every universe? Why is everyone named Peter Parker destined to become Spider-Man?
Excuse you, it's not all people destined to. It's not all people Peter Parker, but there is a extremely high amount of them who have alliterative first letters of their names.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I want to point out there's a character who shows up, who we all know who is also Spider-Man, and they're not a traditional like they wouldn't be written like the way they are in the movie. Normally, I don't think. Well, they would be, but it wouldn't be played for jokes. There's a character who is Spider-Man who is played for jokes, and it works very well.
Yeah.
I guess one last one. That's not even a real, like, I don't think this is a spoiler because it's literally just the name of a character that shows up at one point. But I liked when we meet different Spider-Man across the multiverse, and there's just one named Peter Parked Car.
I hope it honks in response.
It does.
Oh my god. So
yeah,
in Cars universe, there's a Spider-Man.
Yes.
Does he shoot webs out of like his like the rims of his tires?
I don't know.
Is he like web swinging over a New York of cars?
Yes.
I was about to joke, does he drive up walls? Then I remembered Spider-Man in the comics actually did have a car that drove up walls at one point.
Yeah.
Which there is no way that even half the buildings in New York are built to support that.
Absolutely not.
But yeah. I hope I could keep it spoiler free. I don't think I spoiled anything big aside from like I spoiled cameos of characters that are brought up once during the introduction. So
yeah,
you've ruined this film for me. I'll never see it ever again.
I'm glad.
I like that you said "never again" for a movie you've never seen to begin with.
Yeah.
What else, Eddie?
Then I finished Sakura of Rise and Ruin.
Did you get some rice? Or did you get some ruin?
I got rice, and the final boss got ruin. They actually named dropped the game in the final cutscene.
Nice. Does rice defeat the ruin?
Yes.
I'm imagining you just throw like a handful of rice at the boss, and the boss is like, "No!" and disappears.
I wish that would have been funny.
Like he blinks out of existence like an old school boss in like on the NES.
Yeah.
Maybe he like sets fire and starts exploding while he blinks out of existence.
Yeah. So I enjoyed the game. It's like half of this game is grinding, which not for everyone. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed cultivating rice. Yeah.
I said that's a farming game for you.
Yeah. Oh, it's not even just the farming, because like the farming, as you progress through the story, the farming gets a lot more automated. No, the grinding part is going to a level, looking at your chore list that it brings up on the top right, and being like, okay, so I need to kill 3 people with a grab. Or no, not even 3. I need to kill 23 people with a grab. But it needs to hit a wall, and also I can only do this at night. And enemies are harder at night.
Seems reasonable.
And just doing this for every level of being like, okay, so I have four things to do on this level. I need to find this treasure that's hidden somewhere. I need to reach the exit in this amount of time. I need to kill this many people, and then I need to also, like, I don't know, collect 4 clay. But there's only 2 reserves on the level, and our reserve only gives you like 8 clay. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of going back to levels and just like a lot of padding, even outside of the padding that the game innately has because it's about farming.
Yeah.
Which is like, like I will not complain about the padding when it comes to farming because that's farming. But I will complain about the padding that's in the level design because there were times where it felt like the game was holding me back from actually progressing, and it wasn't true because I was shitting into the rice, which would probably make it better. No,
That's what we call fertilizer.
yeah. But yeah, no, like because I was shitty at cultivating rice. Like if that's what get me down, I would understand that I would just spend a couple of years farming rice, and that I would be strong enough because rice means power. But no. Either which way, I actually grew to like Sakura. The voice direction, like not even the voice acting. The voice acting is good. The voice direction was bad.
Oh boy.
Cause like, for Sakura at least, like the voice direction was good, genuinely good. Otherwise, for every character, I'd say, but Sakura, the voice actress that they or voice actor, whatever. I generally use actor because I don't actually give a shit. Whatever. The voice actor they brought in for Sakura was good at their job, but the job was also to mimic the original Japanese voice actor, I'm gonna assume, and that meant that Sakura speaks in a very like generic, like pompous anime girl voice, and like that like Sakura is flipping between being the pompous anime girl that she's probably written to be originally, and a wally girl. And either which way, it makes it so I don't want to listen to her talk, which is a problem because she's the protagonist.
Yeah, that does seem like that would be a problem, yes.
And this is genuinely not a fault of the, like, it's not a fault of the voice actor. It's not a fault of the voice direction as much. It still is technically a fault of the voice direction, but it's really mostly a fault of the voice characterization, or whatever the voice characterization, no, the characterization of the character, which is kind of above what they can change, I guess.
Yeah.
That much. Otherwise, it was good. I grew to like Sakura because even though she starts off like, it's a classic story of Papa's rich asshole actually has to work. It becomes less of an asshole after a couple of years of working. And it worked for that.
Yeah.
It was reminiscent of like the classic hero story, and also the classic Japanese like folk tales, which I think was the intent behind the game. So, or whatever, the writing for the game. So overall, I liked it.
Yeah.
Then I played Rain World. It is a game. It is I guess, puzzle platformer technically, where you must find butterflies to eat and then hibernate, and that's how you get to new levels. It felt like it would like the game felt like I would really love it if I were into Metroidvanias and survival games. I'm not. I spent 20 minutes on it and then I went, okay, this game isn't for me, and I deleted it.
All right.
Because a lot of the game seemed to hinge on or you enjoying finding the new screens and solving the puzzles of how to get to new screens, and I don't have the time for this. I feel my life was slipping away. But good for those who do. Then, let's see. Well, I was gonna be in a third strike tournament technically. Was gonna, didn't end up being. The story of that is that there was an event at my school, and the organizers, namely my mom, because she's the event organizer for some reason at the school now. was like, hey, what's something that we can throw together easily? And I went, hey, I have Fightcade. I know how to run Fightcade offline. We can do a video game. And then she went, okay, why don't we have a fighting game tournament? And then you just show up like a Kuma to find the winner.
Yeah. This
So
sounds
yeah,
unfortunately brutal to these small children.
I mean, it's technically they're not small children; they are teenagers.
They need to learn that life is not fair.
They need to learn that if you want true power, you must succumb to the Satsui no Hano.
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, originally her idea was that I would actually like be in the tournament, and I went no. Like fighting the kids would be unfair to them because I actually play fighting games. But so then she came up with the idea that the whoever wins gets to have a go against me, and then they win regardless. It's just it's a victory lap where they don't win, pretty much.
Yeah.
That didn't end up happening because the principal scheduled something before this that made the kids not just straight up not come to the event. So because he scheduled a like a play before it, I think. It was like an actual actor dude
Play or plague?
play.
Oh.
Like it's big because as I've told you, the principal at my school is an actual very renowned poet and stuff like that. Like he knows real people who are in like theater and stuff like that. So he actually got a theater guy to come in and do a play for the kids. At the same time, it's still a play for teenagers. So like the kids just decided not to come.
Yeah.
And like, you know, bless his heart, he tried because like he actually he agreed to have the guy do a play that would actually make like have some interesting stuff for the kids and also be about stuff they might care about. But once again, it's just a thing of like, of like, you know, how many kids do you know between the age of like, I want to say 15 and 18, probably leaning towards 18, who are gonna go, yeah, you know what, that play, that sounds nice, I'm gonna watch that.
Depending on whether or not someone I was friends with was in it, I might have attended.
Oh no, it was a monodrama. It was just a guy
Oh,
doing a play.
okay. Even as a teenager, I would have went. That sounds like bullshit.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the reason that it wasn't technically the tournament because the kids just didn't come to attend the tournament because it was scheduled after the play.
All right.
And like yeah. Then big news, I guess. Well, multiple big news. For one, I will be unavailable after the 15th for 2 weeks, I believe.
Okay.
Because once again, I am dragged to vacation.
Okay.
That's fun. Then, despite me telling her it's a bad idea and all that, my mom went ahead and got a stuff for credit, and who knows what the fuck that will boil down to. Either which way, I'm gonna try to get a retail job just to be safe.
Okay. Fair enough. Can't blame you for that.
Yeah. But also, this might mean, because of how the loan stuff works, I might be getting Street Fighter 6 at a reasonable time. As in, like, in a couple of days, maybe.
That would be cool.
Yeah. Like, the stuff that, like, this stuff settled on Friday that she actually got the loan. And I'm not the most happy about it because I'm just worried about the future.
I understand.
At the same at the same time, she did tell me that the last time that we had a bad go around with these people, like this company, it was because of outside circumstances, not beholden to them. So like it wasn't a thing of like, oh, they were assholes and were like charging exorbitant amounts and whatever. It was that my dad didn't used to work on during winter, I want to say, because he used to work in construction.
Yeah.
So that's immediately a problem with paying a loan. And then also my grandma ate up a lot of money because of medicine. Medicine costs a lot.
Yes, it does.
And like my dad has a semi-stable job at the moment. Like the he keeps telling us that that it's a thing of like, well, the company might go under at any time. At the same time, my dad is also known to be a bullshitter. So
Okay.
I mean, like, we'd be a lot more we'd be a lot more recipient to what he's saying if he hadn't lied before to get out of this exact job that he then get to he then had to beg to get back.
Okay then.
Yeah. Like that's why last time it came up, I was like, no, this company is fine because they didn't they weren't assholes to him when he came back like 2 months after quitting and being like, hey, can I get my job back? But yeah, anyway. So yeah, because of that, I might be getting Street Fighter 6, uh, the drawing software, so I can actually save it with it again,
All right.
and a year of PS Plus,
Oh,
which is great benefits to me. At the same time, well, the PS Plus partially because it's actually on sale right now. It's like half off or something like that.
yeah.
But yeah, which is great benefit to me. But once again, once we come back from vacation, I'm gonna try to get a retail job or something because I would like to not die of starvation. And credit is good for doing stuff right now, but I don't want to I don't want to feel it,
Yeah, yeah.
And then also like while I'm at that, if I can actually keep up with the retail job or whatever, then maybe I'll just put money away to like buy a PS5, and then if I can buy a PS5, then I'll buy a PC because holy shit. Like I looked into getting a laptop that would be all right. It's half a mil.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Comparatively, a PS5 is 230. Okay. So like I can get a PS5 a lot faster than I can get uh a new PC or laptop or whatever.
But,
So basically, yeah.
and I hate to be the guy who goes saving money is better, because everybody hears that. Obviously, it's been said a million times, but which would be more painful to go without, right? Considering that you do take this YouTube stuff pretty seriously and this drawing stuff pretty seriously, the PS5 won't really help with that so much.
I mean, it won't, but I spend a lot more time playing video games than I do either. Honestly. That also,
I'll be honest. I also have like a ulterior motive there in terms of I can't gift you games on PlayStation, but I can on Steam.
I mean, even with that, there's a big asterisk though. Of like, well, you can gift me money, but like maybe one in 10 games you can actually gift me.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing.
It is, but yeah. I mean, the thing is, even if I
Which
got
is an ulterior motive, because it will be, sometimes like at Christmas, I'll be like, okay, well, I'm gonna give Addie a Christmas gift, but it's just money, and like, does Addie want anything on PC?
I mean, I used the money you gave me last time fairly like efficiently. I'd say, because I got zero escape, and I like that stuff.
Yeah.
So that works out. I got three visual novels for the price of $2. Yeah, it's a series, which is why it was bundled together for $2. But still, I have no idea if these visual novels are good, mind you. But either which way, $2.
Yeah.
And then I also bought Max Payne, and that should run on my PC. Like the most recently, the only thing that I have bought that shouldn't run on my PC, well, should run on my PC at an acceptable rate, is Prototype, and that runs bad on everyone's PC, is what you say. So
yes, it does. Notoriously, and Sequel 1 runs even worse.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. But yeah, like that's another thing. Like, I don't think I could switch over to just being a PC gamer ever, because there's a lot of mental load that being on console takes off of me, because I don't have to be like, okay, so is my graphics card good enough? Is the graphics, or are the graphics drivers updated right now? If not, where do I check? Stuff that I'm not aware of, because I've never been in access to the technology of that caliber.
Well, nowadays, graphics drivers, generally speaking, all you gotta do is check. Usually nowadays, your computer will come with an app that will be run by the graphics card publisher or developer, whatever, the guy that made it. And the app will let you know when the drivers are ready to be updated. In terms of whether or not your computer can run a given thing, generally speaking, I mean, you can kind of eyeball it just based off of the graphics and what people say. If there's a game that is particularly well known for running well on systems that it shouldn't, like Fallout New Vegas, it tends to develop a reputation like that, like Fallout New Vegas, which can be run on a potato. And conversely, if a game is known to run very poorly on anything but a god system, then it also tends to develop a reputation for that. Thankfully, Steam reviews makes that process a lot simpler than it used to be. Beyond that, in terms of really, I tend to just eyeball it in terms of lowering graphics settings until until my eyeballs can detect the right frame rate.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, some of the one of the things that does take a little bit of getting used to, but it's not really a pain in the ass, it's just a fine tuning thing, is getting used to which graphics options tend to have the strongest effects. Obviously, resolution is very high up there. Anything that's very particle effect heavy is going to be have a strong effect on how well it runs, and so on.
Yeah.
And of course, there's the difference between GPU and CPU, because the GPU is better at is of course used for stuff like the resolution and the particle effects, while CPU, for instance, would instead be used for very process-heavy running numbers, like an RPG or lots of NPCs, which is not ordinarily a problem in a lot of games, but considering that I play a lot of Dead Rising and Total War, both series that are well known for the gimmick of having shitloads of things on screen at the same time, CPU does start to be a problem where it wouldn't be for other games.
And there's also I also have other reasons for preferring console myself, because this is a weird one, I admit, but one of the things is that my PC was never up to par with what is the par generally.
Yeah.
But on consoles, you can't be under par. Well, you couldn't be under par until recently, and so it was just a thing of well, I can't really record this game on my PC because I need to lower it into fucking 144p. But if I buy it on Xbox or PlayStation, then it will be running at the base settings that people would be using anyway. I cannot present the game as looking worse than it can, or what it usually does, because I don't have graphics settings.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing, is that unless you are paying ludicrous amounts of money to have your PC upgraded every year, then you are going to have several years that you play and you know that you are not running the game at the absolute hypothetical best it could. And if FOMO is a very serious thing, then yeah, PC gaming can be very brutal on that.
Yeah, and then also just like speaking of upgrading stuff, like I tried to understand how upgrading things works, and something like I understand it somewhat. Like I understand what some basic like I understand some basic names for components that are good. At the same time, I can't be like I don't know what sort of resources I need to look at or whatever to figure out what the fuck's compatible, and I don't want to like pay. I don't want to like whatever. Let's say I build a mid tier PC for like 300,000. It's like $1,000, I think. Like, I don't want to build a PC for that much, and then find out while I'm assembling it that actually the motherboard and this RAM isn't compatible. It will not read it. Like there's some bits where it's obvious. Like I can read that the stuff that goes into it. Like I can read that the connector for the RAM is like PCI Express or SATA or whatever. I can read that. I can read if the motherboard has that. But like from experience from older PCs, I know that regardless, there are some times where you can physically plug a RAM in and it will just not be read because it's not compatible.
I don't believe that is so common nowadays, but of course, I'm not an expert.
And then like do this for everything, like that, like because like I have heard things of like, oh, the the PSU is just not compatible with this motherboard. Okay, why? Like it's one of those things where like if PCs weren't 5 million components, I could wrap my head around it, but because PCs are 5 million components, where 3 of them are very important and the other stuff is just things that make those 3 work. It's like I don't want to once again pay all of that money and then just find out while I'm assembling that this one little bit that doesn't actually matter all that much. Oh, that's incompatible, and that makes it so this thing doesn't run, and that just makes it so the entire system doesn't run.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I've literally never heard of PC parts being incompatible, but at the same time, I don't see why that would be something that couldn't happen. It would make sense. It's just never been something I've heard about, so I can't say anything.
Yeah, I mean that's the biggest thing that's keeping me away from learning how to build PCs, because like physically building PCs is fucking easy. You plug the you either plug the thing into the thing that it seems like it fits in, or you look up a YouTube video where someone explains what goes into this slot. That's not hard.
Yeah.
Then you can figure that out very easily. But figuring out which components to actually get is a lot harder, because it's like, well, okay, I can buy this PSU for that's validated for like, I don't know, like $60, or I can buy this one for $200. But is it $200 what actually worth $200 more, or are they just saying that it is? Yeah.
I mean, that is definitely one thing, because some brands will charge higher than others, and sometimes they charge higher for quality, and sometimes they just charge higher for
brand. Yeah. And I could go with a pre-built, but we get to the same problem with a pre-built of like, well, I will need to upgrade it sometime. If it's a standing PC, if it's a laptop, then I'm just straight fucked. And like, if I have to upgrade a laptop, I am buying a new laptop. That is the upgrade.
I don't know anything about laptops.
Technically, you can upgrade laptops the same way you do standing PCs, but you need to find specific like low profile components that are weaker than their normal versions, because they're smaller.
Yeah.
And then that's not even counting for things being integrated or things being proprietary, which they tend to be a lot more in laptops. Like I am technically well versed in how PCs work in and out. It's not the part that actually matters to building them, you know. But yeah, because like the laptop that I was looking at for $500,000, that has like a 3050 graphics card and like 60 gigs of RAM and whatever stuff like that. On 11th generation i7 processor, which all sounds very cool, sounds very new. I'm pretty sure we have a 3080 now, and that's supposed to be the good one. And the 3050 might actually be like worse than the 2080, from what I remember. But whatever, that's still leaps and bounds better than what I have right now. I don't actually have a graphics card, and then my processor, disguises itself as a graphics card too whenever anything asks for it.
I mean, considering the risk of the possibility of your computer crapping out within a year or two, like, I think going for a cheap PC that is still, relatively new and thus healthier, and just up to like 2015 or 2016 standards, I think it'd be.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Those don't exist. I looked for them. They don't exist. There's only top of the line, whatever the fuck, for billions, or literally the same PC that I have in a different case for $20. I don't know it's 60, but whatever. Still, like everywhere I've looked that actually sells PCs. If it's a pre-built, which I'm probably gonna go with a pre-built just because, once again, I don't know how the fuck you build a PC. But like, even with that, your choices are either close to top of the line to top of the line stuff, or just refurbished office supplies like the PC that I'm using for $60.
I have a stupid question.
Yeah.
Since you're in the EU, could you not go over to Germany and buy a computer there?
I would probably have to pay import and stuff like that, and that would also, like, a lot of these companies are already buying stuff from Germany and importing them and selling them over here. So this PC that I'm using right now came from Poland.
Right.
So,
and would it not be better to get it directly from Germany or Poland yourself? You'd probably have more options.
I mean, that would imply that I could actually look for options in Germany or Poland, which is the hard part. Because, like, the problem with stuff like this is that the electronic outlets, the actual, like, stuff that sells electronics, sell the stuff that you're talking about, I guess, but also at a price that's, well, no, actually, they sell somewhere between the PC that I have right now and the stuff that you're talking about, but at the price point of the top of the line stuff at the same places. Because you're here, you might as well get this, I guess, for that much.
It sounds like the EU isn't as great as I've been told.
No.
That it, in fact, used to boil down to just Germany fucking everyone else in the ass.
Kind of. Like, the electronics outlets are overpriced, so you have to go to, like, either specialized PC shops, or just, whatever the fuck, like video game shops or whatever, whoever else would take on to carry stuff. We also have a version of Amazon. Technically, it's not actually Amazon, because then I would actually be able to buy stuff from Amazon, but it's not. Yeah. It's just something trying to be Amazon. I digress. These random companies can throw shit up there, and it once again, it works like Amazon. Companies can just be like, hey, I sell this thing, and then it pops up. Okay, looking even through that, either, once again, you pay premium price for a middle of the line PC at an actual electronics discount, or you pay $60 for a PC of the caliber that I have right now, which I don't need, or I pay premium for an actual premium like laptop or whatever. But even then, it's like, well, okay. So this will last me another like year or two.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically, I'm shit out of luck, which is why once again I'm thinking about going with a PS5 earlier, because it's like, doing the numbers. Even if I get the retail job, or a retail job, I will probably get paid minimum wage. Minimum wage is 130,000 last time I checked. Might have gone up or down since then. I'm not sure. Actually, I'm gonna check. But yeah, going by the assumption that it's 130,000, it would take me 2 months to get a PS5. It would take me half a year to buy a PC. So like, and then that's assuming that I'm also not putting money into like food or whatever. That's just I spend literally all of the money that I earn into that one thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Allegedly, the minimum wage actually went up to $2.30. So
Don't worry, the prices will go up to match.
oh, they already have. They
Yeah.
they not only did they go up to match, they went up to match before they raised the minimum wage. And that's some.
Like, generally speaking, minimum wage is not actually like really ever an improvement. Usually, when they increase minimum wage, that just causes the prices of things to go up.
Yeah, and I'm aware. Like whenever my dad, because my dad, I don't know if y'all know this type. My dad is one of those people who reads something on Facebook and goes, "This is true and real," and he gets everything off of Facebook. Like I try not to shit talk my dad too much because he has his issues, but I still love him. Like he's still a good dad, or at least he tries, and he's better than the other dads in quotation marks that I have seen. Like he's still the best dad that I have seen thus far personally. Like whatever. My dad is still one of those people who reads like, okay, we need better more minimum wage because that means we'll have more money on Facebook, and just accepts that as truth, and he will spout it.
If we print more money, we'll have more money.
Yeah, and every time he does, I go, we need to keep inflation down. We don't need to keep minimum wage up. We don't need to put minimum wage up. We need to keep inflation down, and then money will actually be worth something.
Yeah.
But you see, the problem is that the parliament is run by inflation fetishists, and
well, because if the government wants more money to spend on projects, they can either get that money by printing it or by taxing it. And if you're the politician that raised taxes, you're not getting voted for next election, pal.
Yeah.
So inflation is bound to just be monstrous just because it's easier to print money than to raise taxes.
That's the thing, though. They do both.
Oh, well, see, that's the wonderful system where then they just have it going both ways.
Yeah, like you know how I complain about not just like the prospect of not being able to have enough money to get the fuck out of here. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why, because it genuinely feels like I have nowhere to turn to actually get a foothold in anything that would make it so I'm not just a cog in the machine. And like it's I'll serve a machine that I care for. I don't care for this one. Fuck this one. Let it rust.
This will go on for a little bit. People will get sick of it. The government will be overthrown, and the new governor will
do the same thing.
Himself wanting to spend more money on programs than he has, and he will start doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, there is never as much money to do everything you want to do when you're in power.
Yeah. And like once again, like last time I think we talked about economy, I got really angry, but I got more angry at 10. because I kept remembering him saying not every kid gets to go to Disneyland, and that's fine. I want to be in the car park, but I'm being shooed away. Like that's my thing. Like I don't want to be rich. I have made peace with the fact that I will never be rich, unless like by some fucking weird ass reason. So some like I don't know, famous actor or whatever just randomly signs me into their will like seconds before they die. Like I will never be rich, but I just want to have a middle class life. I want to not have to be like, hey, can we actually pay off this loan so that we made so we can change out the windows on the house because they're growing mold. Black mold. Normal problems. Like I just wanted out of this. I want to be among the American people where their biggest problem is that they misspelled wrong on their Starbucks order, and the plight of other races when they're not of that race.
Yeah.
Like I just want that. I don't need more money than just being able to do that.
Okay, this is a joke. I am saying this. I am predicating this by saying this is a joke. Have you considered arson?
Technically, no.
There we go.
That depends. Are we talking about in Minecraft or normally?
No, I mean your own house, not somebody else's.
Oh.
Not for fun. No, arson for business, not arson for pleasure.
No, I was thinking about about the parliament in Minecraft because they made it in Minecraft. I'm pretty sure.
Talk it out with your landlord. You might work it out where it benefits everyone.
We don't have a landlord. We own this house.
I thought you lived in the tenements.
No. No, I live in a flat, but we own this house.
What?
Yeah, you can do that over here because not like flats aren't bought up by landlords.
So it's a big building and you own part of the building?
Yes, we own we own everything inside of the door, like the main entranceway. Yes. We can do whatever the fuck we want over here because it's our house. We legally own this house. Yes.
Hank, do we have anything like that here in the States?
I don't have a clue.
You own the apartment instead of rent it? It must happen somewhere here in the States, but I've never heard of it.
Oh.
But yeah, like you know, it makes things easier because we don't have to wait for our landlord to fix shit because when shit is broken, we know why we know that it's on us to fix it. But it also means that there isn't this thing of like, hey, I want to hang a picture. All right, I'm gonna wait for 3 months for my landlord to reply if I can hang a picture on this wall.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is an issue.
And then there's also like it's also a thing of like, you know, if we ever get to like move out to America, then it's already been decided that the first thing we do is sell this house and use the money we get because these houses right now, not like even outside of the recession that we're in, actually go for a good bit because they're in vogue. People want to live in depression. They need it.
The brutalist architecture is really in vogue.
Yeah. But yeah, so like even with the money going back to that, like, you know, let's say I get that job and whatever. And there's already an idea my mom had of saving up for just visiting out there, but that's also like $1 million, genuinely
Right.
$1 million. How like that's for one person. I cannot leave the house without a chaperone. What do you think I could go to America alone? Like,
Well, you do speak English, so you have that advantage over the rest of your family.
yeah. But yeah, the idea would be that you know, like I don't actually know if it would be me and both of my parents or just my mom. But either which way, it's okay. So that's 2 mil if it's just me and my mom, like 2.5 mil, something like that. And that's not like high class or whatever. That's just the I don't actually know what they call the low class seats over there. Oh, over here they call them wooden seats.
Yeah.
But
No, we call that passenger here.
ah,
Or what do we call it? Is it commercial?
Coach.
Coach, yes, thank you. I've never been on a plane. Hank, I have to assume you've been on a plane. You've moved to all 3 corners of the fucking United States.
I've been on a few planes every now and again. Yep.
Okay, there we go.
But yeah, like that's just riding coach. That's not anything fancy. It's just riding coach. That's $1 million or something like that. Or no, 2 million actually for two tickets for 2 people. That would be like, I don't know, like 3 years of just saving up.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, even ignoring currency exchange rates, like everything is just more expensive in Hungary.
Yeah, like when I was little, we used to have a 5 forint. That has been discontinued by now. There used to be a 1 forint, and there used to be a 5 forint, and those have been been discontinued. And I think 500 also nearly got discontinued. Oh no, there used to be 250, but that also got discontinued. But it was too little value.
Over here in the States, we're weirded out by the possibility of canceling the penny.
Yeah. And like the thing is, this is just historically repeating itself, because we used to have a currency, which his name escapes me. My mom is in the room. I'm just gonna ask her. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy. That is probably what we're looking at in the future.
All right.
True.
So there used to be a form of currency called pengő, which I'm gonna translate because that's actually a term in Hungarian. Forint is not, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, translate. Google Translate figured that I was trying to write blade. It's not, but it's basically it's an onomatopoeia for money, more or less.
Okay.
Either which way, there used to be the pengő, and then that used to be our form of currency. Back in the, I wanna say, mid-80s or so, a bit later, I think. They just lost all of its value, and there's still pictures. Yeah, because you know, communism. And that's why the forint exists nowadays, because you know that, and it used to be a thing. Like, we don't have a decimal for paying, because our money doesn't pay enough for that to be decimals. Like, technically, there used to be back when they made the switch, because the 1 forint was like 1 million pengős, and it was like, okay, so you pay like, I don't know, a forint, and oh no, actually I remember my parents telling me stories of my dad having a really good pay at 3 forints. 3. When they came in with the forint as a currency system. Comparatively, stuff like ice cream was like 500 pengős or whatever, something like that.
Yeah. In the U.S., similarly, it's been a joke for a long time that grandma gives you gives you 50 cents and thinks that's a big gift.
Yeah. And then, you know, compare that with stuff where, like, you know, it's both a problem of the currency being shit, just in general, but also just a thing to show that I'm being priced out of video games at the current with the current get up, because, like, you know, indie games used to be 3,000 forints. Now they're somewhere between 6 and 9. And I see people online going, hey, that makes sense. That's fine.
I believe that is what is frequently termed by economists as runaway inflation. The money is sprinting off into the distance, and people are vaguely trying to catch it.
Yeah. Not to mention that because of assholes, regional pricing is a thing of the past. And you know, it's like you know, I don't know how much y'all make theoretically, because I don't know how much Pink makes at all. I don't know how much W would make theoretically, which I can only talk about how much I would make theoretically. Yeah. So, but, like, you know, I don't know how much of a hit $60 to $70 is for. Well, no, actually, now it's $60 to $80, I guess, because of tax. I don't know how much that there's a hit for y'all. But, like, once again, compare this. Minimum wage was 130,000 until this year, I believe. So 130,000. A video game, a AAA video game releasing, it used to be 20,000 for the base game, or the base version, to 30,000 for the Ultra Deluxe. Now, a AAA game is somewhere between 23 to 30,000, and the Ultra Deluxe version is 130,000.
130,000 annual minimum wage?
Yeah. No, it's monthly.
Monthly. Okay, that's different. I was about to say if I saw because over here in the States what is it? Is 20K annually the minimum wage, I think? No, it isn't. Fuck. What is it? I'm forgetting what minimum wage is. I can remember what it is hourly or daily.
Yeah, I remember the hourly. I don't remember what the annual salary or wage is.
Because it also minimum wage, if you're getting paid hourly, they're going to shunt you out of work as soon as possible. So the hours are going to be different depending on the day and where you work.
Apparently, it's $1,160 monthly. At least as of 2022.
U.S. minimum wage monthly?
Yeah.
That's probably a good average to go for. In which case, yeah, that would probably wind up in the space of, let's say, 13K annually. So, nonetheless, yeah, it should be mentioned that the deluxe versions of most games generally are going to run you somewhere in the space of 150, maybe 250 if it comes with a lot of really crazy goodies. Not 1,000.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a special edition of a game costing $1,000?
No.
I mean, I can actually tell you which games I'm talking about, because, it's one of those things where, technically, I'm not complaining about the quality, the sort of quality that they bring, because I don't actually know. I didn't look at at least one of these. I looked at the other one, and with that one, I actually wanted to buy it, but I couldn't afford it in years. Because yeah, Street Fighter 6, the Ultra Deluxe version, the physical one, costs 130,000. The other one that was bad was, I think, Ghost of Tsushima had a collector's edition, also physical, which was, I think, 200K.
Ow.
And I love Street Fighter. I loved Ghost of Tsushima. I literally bought a PS4 so I could play Ghost of Tsushima. I cannot, even if I wanted to, I cannot afford to pay 200, pay 2 months, two and I guess a quarter worth of salary on one game,
Yeah, it's really weird how this stuff does go down. It sounds like everything in Hungary though is really expensive. Like, what's the cost of a can of soup?
They don't really sell canned soups. It's usually, if they do, it's not actually in a can. It's in the jars that you keep. Whatchamacallit? Like, it's either instant soups or the jars you put the whatchamacallit,
mason jar
gems in. Yeah, I think so.
Well, see, there's added value there because no one ever keeps a tin can, but a mason jar, that's worth keeping.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I actually don't know. I don't think the overall, the stuff that I would know the price for is chips, which no, that's technically a lie. I know what chips were when I used to eat them, but I haven't eaten chips in 3 years or 4. So I can tell you what a candy bar is.
Well, shit, nowadays a candy bar would run you $2 No, wait, we've got the expert here. Hang on.
Yeah. Candyman.
Candyman. Yeah, I want to say the what is it? I want to say the full-size candy bars nowadays, like your Snickers or Kit Kat king-size bars, those are $1.99 nowadays at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, over here I want to say, depending on the brand, which seems because over here we don't have king size or whatever. We have small. Okay, some brands
over there, but it's called American size.
Nah.
Over here we have small, medium, and large, but that is only some brands, because most brands are just large.
Yeah.
And that's it.
just about the same over here. It's pretty rare to see a store actually, like outside of Halloween. And Halloween, of course, all the brands will be selling smaller versions, so you can hand them out to the kids. But otherwise, year round, most stores do not carry small variants or even medium variants of most candy bars.
Yep.
But yeah, like take medium, because I think medium is the usual size around there. I think candy bars cost somewhere between $2 and $3. Yeah.
If even food is more expensive, well, I guess if you account for currency conversion and yet everything is still more expensive, well, that's usually just considered the sign of an unhealthy economy, I suppose. Like I was trying to it's also noticeable. Like, okay, that's a 50%. If we assume the candy bar is $3, then that is a 50% price increase.
Right.
Whereas what you said with video games, collector's editions, going from let's say $150 to $1,000, that is a what? That is 150. 150 times 6 would be 900. So probably 150 times 6 point. I don't know if I were at 6.75, I guess. So rather than a times 1.5. Okay. So it's a factor of the candy bar comparing our price to yours. It's a multiplication of take the price of the American candy bar, multiply it by 1.5. But then for the games, it's a multiplication by the factor of 6.5. Which, generally speaking, luxury items do have more trouble with that kind of thing in lots of countries. But that's pretty absurd.
Yeah, but that's even keeping in mind, because I was like, okay, let's be fair though. There is a 27% tax on video games. Then I remembered, oh yeah, that's not a thing that the companies have to pay. That's a thing that the consumers have to pay when they buy the thing.
Though there still often is pretty heavy luxury taxes like that, and pretty heavy taxes on foreign companies, especially under a regime like Orban's, where it's talking about how great Hungarians are and how the foreigners are all weak and or evil and or scheming to get.
Oh, that's not even Orban. That's just every fucking ruler we've had while I've been alive. Which honestly is just two of them, and one of them is Orban. But still.
Yeah, well, because they always run on the same gimmick. Hungary is great, Hungarians strong, foreigners weak and evil and cowardly. They're
not even that. It's not even that.
Businesses.
It's not even foreigners are weak and evil and cowardly. It's foreigners are trying to lead us into another coup. Foreigners are trying to have another tyranny. Hungary stays strong.
Yeah. Exactly.
Thoughts and prayers. Hashtag thoughts and prayers.
Yeah. The foreigners are conspiring against us, which in America we certainly are not strangers to, and it's been getting worse with each passing decade. But in America, we still have some vague idea of at least half the populace probably thinking, okay, tariffs aren't going to actually help anything. The other half is all going off about Mexicans and Chinese stealing our jobs, and those guys think tariffs are the cure-all to all fucking economic ills. But yeah, that's one that always gets me. That always bugs the shit out of me is opposition to international trade. It's just, it's so.
I mean, like the only thing I can raise up against international trade is look at what China is doing to the environment. That's it. That's the one point.
That's about it. Yeah. And if we stop ordering Chinese products, they're still going to keep the factories running.
Yeah.
China was going to do it regardless of whether or not we bought what came out of those factories.
But yeah, like, you know, explaining it like this, I think it explains. I guess I don't know another word to use here. Why I get so built or whatever. So like, so angry about economic stuff, because like you know, on one hand, what you're saying about economic stuff makes sense. At the same time, I am living in the embodiment of economics failing me, and
You're living in the embodiment of every single incorrect economics choice possible being made.
yeah, and so like. You know, I can't, like, sadly I cannot be like, okay, well, whatever, I don't care about this thing or that thing when it comes to stuff like that, because like I have to care about finding a job where I will actually get paid money so I can leave, because I don't want to be here.
I mean, it's like,
you know,
the international trade one is always what I end up going back to in terms of just it just makes me mad, because it is expressly like an isolationist nativist point of view in economics. It's not even a capitalist versus socialist thing. Because if you're a big capitalist, international trade is good. Other countries can produce things more efficiently than you can, and other countries want things that you make. Great. Socialism. International trade is great. Other countries can produce things more efficiently than you can, which hypothetically should reduce the amount of exploitation. And you can probably produce things more efficiently than they can, which reduces the amount of exploitation there. This is great. It is only the stance of the fucking isolationists who believe that that your country is better off divided from everybody else, or the nativists who believe that your country is better than everybody else's.
yeah.
Pink, you're shutting the fuck up about this.
I'm not. I don't have the intellect to speak on such matters.
Pink is hiding all of his Orba memorabilia.
I was thinking either that or Pink sitting there thinking, but Americans are better at making things than everybody else. But the Mexicans are stealing my gerb.
I know this. I'm part Mexican. Part of me is stealing my job.
The Mexican
every day I go to every day I go to work. I steal my own job. It is a feat that only I can achieve.
You've heard of people being in competitions with themselves. Have you ever heard someone be in a job dispute with themselves?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So yeah, like, you know, once again, like this is the reason that I get angry, because everything costs more or money is worth less. The leadership is corrupt regardless of who's actually steering the wheel. So I want out of here, but I can't because they set it up this way.
Ugh.
Like we need to airdrop, like, I don't know, fucking Ted in, and then
oh my god,
he'll just steal me and my family out in a caravan.
I feel like I would trust Ted in the plane overseeing it. I'm not sure he's the one I'd send in as the field agent. I'm not sure Ted is the one Ted would send in as the field agent.
I mean, I figured both of you would be too like preoccupied with life, and then I was like, okay, so who does that leave? Mike will not leave the house. Soon is about to be married. G-Man, Ted.
You know, we send Mike's got to be part of the team because he's the most dedicated to getting back to his house.
You sent him out as a field agent. All right, motherfucker. The only way to get back into your house is to rescue Addie.
Yeah, we've made Addie swallow the key.
Yeah,
Addie is now the key. We put a digital lock on it, and Addie is the key.
But instead of actually typing out key, we're also sending him the Greek letter. Just to make it more confusing.
Hang on, if we're putting together a fucking Mission Impossible team at this point. All right, Mike's got the most experience with piracy and cracking things. He's our hacker. Okay. Pink, you're the I was about to say femme fatale, but not femme. Fatale.
The best fatale. Yeah. The best fatale.
Yeah, that's it. Don't worry, your special power is we've got a gun.
Oh. Yeah. What a relief.
It's your neutral special.
Come to think, hang on. Come to think of it, I probably own the most weapons out of us.
I mean, if it's a number larger than 0, yes. There was a time when my mom wanted me to start collecting katanas, but just as like decorations, but they cost a lot of money, and I also didn't trust the store, and I also didn't particularly like the way the katanas looked in the pictures. I just went nah.
I have at least 10 knives, a sword, and 2 bows around here somewhere. Technically, I don't own the bows, but I can borrow them. We only have like 10 arrows, so choose your shots carefully.
But those 10 arrows are all gimmicked. They were given to you by Green Arrow himself.
Well, one of the arrows did explode as my dad shot it. That one was amusing. He wound up with wood chunks embedded in his arm, and he had to pull them out. It sucked.
Oh.
Yeah, big splinters. They nearly got me, but I think luckily I was wearing denim jeans and they just bounced off my jeans. But you better believe I was checking myself like, oh fuck, did one
right.
in? I don't have any scars, but I may have just absorbed one of them.
Yeah. They give you wood powers. You become a treant. The full moon.
I think I've mentioned this to you guys before, but at one point my dad bought a ninja rope, right?
A ninja
what do you mean a ninja rope?
Like with the thing on the end that's for like catching onto walls and stuff.
And the hook rope, yeah.
And we were messing around with that, and I was doing the thing that you're supposed to do of swinging it around in your arm to get the momentum going before you throw, right?
Yeah.
So, fun fact, you're supposed to do that with gloves. Because the rope...
because rope.
Rope. Because it burned the skin off one side of my thumb, and that stung for several weeks.
Yeah, I imagine it would.
I hope they just used gloves, or else they were some hardcore, calloused hand motherfuckers.
I mean, the ninjas didn't use the ninja rope all that much, as far as I know. But then, like, it's once again, it's the thing of like, well, it's people argue, academics argue whether ninjas actually existed or not. So, which means that they were really good at their job.
I was about to say, I've never seen a ninja.
But yeah, I liked video I saw where people were like, all right, let's talk about how bullshit the katana is. You can't even climb a wall with it, because how do you hit through the stone? Completely disregarding that, like contemporary castle building to the katana would have left big fucking like holes next to the stones, because mortar wasn't good. You can just shove it into the hole next to the mortar.
Oh hell, there weren't even really that many castles in Japan back then.
Yeah. That too, but also the ones that were built, like the actual castles were fine. They were built good but they were, as far as I know, mostly built out of wood, and like very good fitting. Which, props to them, very nice looking, very well made. Not the most like not the most like damage bearing when it comes to like earthquakes and shit. But what you gonna do? You have wood and not much else.
Building material.
But the actual like. Yeah.
Building material varies so much by the soil in the local region, even to the modern day.
Yeah.
Because I grew up in Indiana. Indiana, big limestone region. Lots and lots of very good limestone deposits. Limestone, nice, cheap to transport, cheap to build stuff out of. And here's another thing, cell signals can go through limestone. It's pretty cool. However, out here on the East Coast, not really much limestone to speak of. Everything's built out of concrete instead. Cell signals can't go through concrete. So lots of buildings, when you go inside them out here, you don't get a cell signal, which I've been used to, because back in Indiana, you did.
Yeah. But yeah, like, and then comparatively to the actual castles, which were wood, the walls were generally stone, because you can't really set stone on fire.
Yeah.
You can, but it won't be as effective as wood.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is that if you build most housing out of wood, then you have experience in building housing and structures out of wood. You don't have experience in building structures out of stone. So when you had to stick the stones together, they had to figure out mortar, and but it worked fine. Like it held. It stood the test of time. There were also big fuck off like holes once again in the mortar because we don't have enough stones to make this wall seamless. We have to work with what we have.
Yeah.
And like, you know, it's one of those things where like I'm not gonna defend the honor of the katana as a sword because who gives a fuck? It's a sword. I like how it looks. Swords are useless nowadays, so that's the only thing that I care about. Do I like how it looks? Yes or no? But if you're gonna talk shit about something's function, at least do enough research to make sure that it actually can function that way.
Yeah.
Which, like, you know, once again, can you climb a castle wall, a contemporary castle wall with just katanas? Probably not, because I don't think it would have enough leverage in the holds. But they're saying that it would not have enough leverage next to the mortar, instead of saying, well, it can't pierce stones, so obviously they can't climb walls with it.
I'm not sure how many swords could pierce stone. I see.
Or like my favorite one,
damage the sword.
Yeah. Or like my favorite one was, well, the katana sucks because it can't actually cut through a car. Ah, yes, the contemporary contemporary mode of transportation to the katana, car.
Well, there's that. Also, like, you know, I'm not a medieval warfare expert. I'm pretty far from it. But what fucking sword could? Like those claymores that were built for actual people with gigantism.
Yeah, or the well, no, the odachi can't because it's Japanese. No, but genuinely, the odachi is I guess the closest to the claymore that was built to be used off of horse. Like it was just built with horse in mind. That you will just have horse.
Yeah.
And like I guess if you hit it like with enough strength and speed from the horse, maybe it could dent a corridor, but like I doubt it. Like which sword could genuinely cut through an entire like car, engine and all? Because that's what they were trying to refute. That not just that it can go through the car's armor, quote unquote.
Well, the body.
Which like, yeah.
Cutting through a body nowadays is a little bit different because so much of the body nowadays is plastic. But cutting through the frame or the engine block, good fucking lord.
Yeah. And like I also liked once again.
At that point, hang on, if you got a sword and you got to fight a car, wouldn't you go for the tires?
Yes, probably.
Which, well, I mean, of course, we're assuming the car is standing still for some reason, which it wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, like the clip that they were using.
The car has the maneuverability advantage.
Probably.
I think you know, sword to car combat, the car has pretty much every advantage aside from cutting power.
Yeah.
And even that's only on a technicality. So
the car may lack cutting power, but it certainly has the impact advantage.
Yeah.
Gonna take you to the impact.
That's the thing. Like the car does not have cutting power. The car 100% does have shearing power, though.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, and like the clip that they were using to be like, you know, the Japanese, or not the Japanese, but the Weeaboos claim that a katana can cut through an actual like the car, the engine block and all, was from the fucking Matrix. Ah yes, my favorite anime.
I mean, the Wachowskis are super fucking weebs.
I don't know. I've never seen The Matrix, and at this point, I don't think I ever will. I just out of spite. Not like weirdly enough, even though my aesthetic is just like early 2000s cybernetic stuff of like, you know, what they thought cyberspace would be like or all that. Like I like that aesthetic. I don't like the Matrix. It looks boring to me. And I like both anime and that aesthetic, and the Matrix is just that, but with real people.
You would not. You may not like the Matrix, but you might want to look into the Animatrix at some point.
Maybe.
But
yeah,
here?
I forget.
Oh, we were talking about you were going to be busy after the 15th, and excuse me.
Yeah, and the credit.
Yes.
Just one less note I want to hit about the whole sword stuff. I also liked how they once again like the they were like, well, the katana had to cut through armor allegedly, so let's put that to the test. All right, car door. Ah yes, because whenever we look at like contemporary paintings of samurai and all that, samurai are wearing car doors.
Yes, the samurai
All over
were in fact
themselves.
Transformers. That is a fact.
Yeah.
Well, for one thing,
I mean,
a lot of the
have you looked at?
a lot of samurai wore armor made out of wood, not metal or plastic.
Not even wood technically. Some of it was wood. Paper, folded paper.
And like, even the armor made out of metal, the thing is, the majority of European swords famously could not cut through metal, which was why most sword fights between knights tended to boil down to just wrestling until you could stick a dagger in the neck hole.
Yeah.
Or the eye hole, which is worse, a dagger in the neck hole or the eye hole?
The eye hole, because the eye hole is one where there's a minuscule amount of chance that you will live, but well, no, actually, I don't know, because the neck hole seems like it would make you
even
suffer
with
for
neck hole,
longer.
there's a possibility
Potentially.
that they just give you an accidental tracheotomy and you live with the rest of your life as a mute, but still you live.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm trying to think about which one would go longer, and like that really depends on how what angle they do the stabbing with. Because like if they get you in the most angles in the eye, they're probably not gonna stop before they hit your brain. At which point you're probably dead. If they get you in the neck, there's a good chance that they won't hit a major artery that's like that's okay. How do I put this? Like there's probably not a good enough chance that they will hit every major artery that you need to die immediately, instead of just severing a couple and making you ride around on the ground.
Yeah.
But yeah, and like once again, I'm not gonna claim that the katana is a better sword or a better sword than the European swords, because honestly I don't care.
Yeah.
But if someone wants to complain about the katana being worse about the European swords, then actually bring up real reasons instead of just being like, well, the Matrix showed me this movie that isn't supposed to be real, showed me this thing that isn't real. And
Unbelievable.
also I chose to use actual like modern steel as a stand-in for paper, folded paper. Which, like, to be fair, the folded paper armor allegedly was actually pretty good for what it was. But at the same time, there's a good reason that samurai started using metal in their armor once metal was available.
Yeah.
And then not to mention that like literally every other culture, there's a reason that why samurai and like most people joining war and shit use like pikes and spears.
Yeah.
And odachi, which like it took me, I don't know how many years I've known the names of some of these swords, but it took me until like this year to figure out, hey, odachi, in odachi just means big. It's big tachi, big sword.
Yeah.
Which like katana used to be a sword. Now there's allegedly a new word for sword, and or whatever. There's allegedly a new word for just sword. And then they might still use katana sometimes, but katana is usually just the Japanese sword that we think of.
Yeah.
There also used to be tachi, which, as far as I know, also means sword.
Yes.
It's just a different sword, which came before the katana. And then let's not talk about the fucking the uchigatana and stuff like that came between, because I'm pretty sure the difference between stuff like the tachi to the uchigatana to the katana is just like a couple of degrees.
Well, it's like when they start talking about like the difference between the rapier and the flambear and the épée, and it's like, oh god.
Yeah, and like I care about this because I like swords. I think swords are cool depending on their design, because nowadays swords are useless. You will not fight in a fight where you can use a sword and the other guy will also have a sword. that time has passed.
However, if you're a Nazi on the beaches of France in the 40s in a machine gun nest, you may be surprised by the Scotsman coming up the hill at you.
Yeah. Like, usually nowadays, if someone uses a sword to attack another person for real, it's gonna be a crackhead using fucking Spencer's gift sword on like, I don't know, a police officer, which is a story that I heard.
I don't know what Spencer's store you were thinking of, but I was thinking of the Spencer's that's in malls in the U.S.
That's the one I'm thinking of.
Okay, because every time I've ever been to a Spencer's, the only thing I ever remember from every time I go in those stores is they tend to sell dildos and like fabric penis wraps and shit like that. Like, if not
Yeah.
actual sex toys, then sex adjacent stuff. So I'm imagining a guy running up to somebody else with the Saints Row 3 dildo there.
Yes. And it actually cuts for some reason.
Yeah.
The most recent thing I've heard about Spencer's gifts is Vinny Winesauce went to the mall to get something for his dad for Father's Day, and the guy at Spencer's gifts was like, "Hey, what about a cock ring?"
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the worst.
Because like he alleges that Spencer's gifts used to be actual gift items at one point, but you know, I don't know. All I've ever heard about Spencer's was also dildos. Yes, it's dildos and bongs. That's what I've heard about Spencer's.
Up until a few years ago, weed paraphernalia was definitely illegal. Tommy Chong went to prison for a few years because he took the fall for his son's weed paraphernalia business. However, they may have made it legal before they made weed itself legal, and I'm sure it still differs from state to state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For instance, I am almost 100% certain that it's still going to be legal in Texas. Texas was either the first or the last state to legalize any given thing.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Pig could right now be detained and jailed for possessing more than 3 dildos.
How do you know I possess more than 3?
I don't know, but that's an actual Texas law that I'm aware of. That you can actually be arrested for owning more than 3 dildos.
So yeah, that strikes me as one of those catching Al Capone for tax evasion type laws.
Yeah.
Because I'm not living in North Carolina anymore, but I definitely own some knives that were illegal to own in North Carolina.
Yeah.
I mean, what Pig, are you saying that's Texas Ranger Chuck Norris himself doesn't come by bi-weekly to be like, hey, can I see your dildos?
I mean, if he did, it'd make our conversations a little awkward. I don't know how to feel about that.
Sir, this is official business.
Sir, this is time too.
Sir, this is official business. I must see your dildos.
And he's got the shotgun.
Yeah. And like whenever he comes, you can hear him for a couple of miles because he's blasting his team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a stereo. It's just radiating around him.
If this channel made money, I would actually take money out of the channel pool just so I can pay Chuck Norris to cameo. Just asking Pink about his fucking dildos.
I don't think you would. I believe Chuck Norris contributes a lot of money to gay conversion therapy places. Yeah, I was about to say, he may or may not be one of those electroshock dudes.
Well, if I explain to him that I want him to uphold Texas law, he might still be in it though. No, Chuck, you see, this is anti-gay.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
But yeah.
Boy, you've had a hell of a week. I can't believe you killed that guy with a katana. Stole all 5 of his dildos and sent them in the mail to Pink.
Look, he needed those. He's been sending me links all month about all of the Bed Dragon stuff that he's been thinking about getting. So I just got it to him faster.
Yeah.
Get out the middleman.
Yeah.
Literally.
No, not cut out. Cut down.
Yeah. Cut down the middleman.
that could be an interesting, like, I don't know, I guess like the second queer era, like crime drama. But yeah. So yeah, basically my whole thing with the weaponry talk is that, like, I just wish people stop making up bullshit when it's the classic thing of, I wish people stop making up bullshit when you can actually criticize things about this, like without making stuff up.
People culturally posturing about stuff that's 1,000 years in the past is just so weird. But they've always been doing
Yeah.
it, and I guess they're always going to keep doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, we've all at some point checked Reddit history memes and went, "Oh, these are some funny and cute memes," and then checked the next day, and it's just like really suspect memes about the Crusades, and it's like, "Oh boy." I saw Pink's icon light up for a little bit there.
He made those memes.
Oh, Pink, no!
What? Oh, I didn't understand what Addy said at first. It took me a while to catch up.
And that is why the joke is dead. Good work, Pink.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, that's basically it. I might get Street Fighter 6. I won't be able to play it for a while, but, or I won't be able to play it after the 15th, obviously, and then hopefully I actually come back from vacation.
Yes. Okay.
And yeah, that's my week.
All right. Let's see. For my week, for stuff that's really worth talking about, well, I've hit the Street Fighter 6 thing, and I'll be hitting it again on Fighting Games R in a couple days. But other than that is, of course, the wrestling, but we'll hit that in a little bit. So the only thing I could think of that's really worth talking about was, I did mention on last week's podcast, but I was not able to talk much about it because of our time limits, that I have been playing through Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past.
Yeah.
So I am now in the final dungeon.
Nice.
It is a classic game that you can tell built a lot of the foundation of how we think about designing games. It's not really, it hasn't really resonated with me, though, I will go ahead and say. I have not fallen in love with it like many do. But I recognize that a lot of why the game has not resonated with me is just naturally due to age. There are some things that I find particularly funny. I did mention last week that the game goes up in difficulty quite a bit once you enter the Shadow World, or the other world, or whatever, Ganon's world,
Yeah.
where he won, I guess.
Once you become Bunny.
Yes, once you become a bunny. That bunny, by the way, is the funniest goddamn thing in the world. It's one of my favorite things in that game when I get turned into a bunny, to just turn and face the screen and just stand perfectly still. It's the most awkward looking sprite ever. Nonetheless,
Yeah.
I do find it really funny how I don't really hear about people complaining about Zelda having fake difficulty. But, like, there are so many rooms in Zelda where it's just like, you just take a hit. It doesn't matter what the solution here is, you just take a hit. Or, here's a room with invisible pathways. Just kind of guess until you don't fall to your death.
Yeah.
No, because you see, that's a puzzle. It's not cheap that's a puzzle.
Or
But navigating the water temple is a puzzle. It's not bad. It's not bad or unenjoyable game design. No, that's a puzzle.
Or how about picking up shrubs and boulders in the overworld? There's a random chance for there to be something underneath there. Sometimes it's a heart, sometimes it's a set of arrows, sometimes it's a free bomb you can pick up, sometimes it's a pixie that you can get a full health refill, or you can bottle her for a health refill later. Which, it is horrifying that Link puts these poor innocent little pixies in bottles so that you can eat them later on for a full health refill.
I thought you were going to talk about the. I thought you were going to talk about the hidden dungeons with the bushes.
The mush what?
The bushes.
Oh, yeah, how some of the bushes will have holes underneath them that lead to little caves.
Yeah.
I actually think that's kind of neat. But what gets me is that there's a decent chance that you'll pull up a shrub and underneath it there will be a bee that is aggressive, moves in incredibly erratic patterns, and of course it flies, and it's very fast. That's annoying. And sometimes underneath the bush there will be a guard.
What?
Yeah, he's just hanging out there. And if there is a guard, then the moment you pick up the rock or the bush, you immediately take a heart of damage because your hitbox collided with his. So,
Good stuff.
Yeah, just a free hit. There you go. Fuck you. And this is Zelda, so the Master Sword only works if you're at 100% health, so that's annoying.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It is funny to see them start to adjust to the new, though, in terms of like actually giving you healing instead of healing being a thing that happens once every 5 hours as it was in the NES. And it's just like, don't take a hit. Just don't take a hit in the next 5 hours, forehead.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, there are now actually, like, mid-dungeon healing spots, and you can store up potions or fairies in bottles for healing later. It's a pretty neat game, but I don't think I'll be coming back, as it is a bit janky.
Yeah.
And I don't think it quite has as much charm as I was led to believe by other people. It still has a little bit of that NES feel of, we're just making sprites and doing whatever without much of a narrative to tie things together.
I mean, I'd argue that just kind of remains because that's part of the series identity, at least until like I want to say maybe whatchamacallit, Wind Waker.
That is probably the case, yes.
But even with Wind Waker, it's kind of just like, okay, it's the Dark Souls thing of like, here's a cutscene. All right, see you in 5 hours.
Oh, by the way, shout out to the worm boss. That is the second boss you fight in the game, and you fight him again in the final dungeon because it's a boss rush. Shout out to the worm boss, who part of his gimmick is when he emerges from the earth, it shoots out boulders, 4 boulders in diagonal directions, and those each do a heart of damage, but they are so tiny that you cannot see them.
Ah, nice.
Like, for all intents and purposes, it's a 2-pixel sprite.
Huh.
And it's like, okay, I'm running this on the Switch, which is a modern system. Obviously, it's not running in fucking 4K, but it's running in HD. So I can see the sprites somewhat. I don't see how anyone saw these little pebble things flying at them on a CRT television running on an SNES.
Yeah.
You can see you can see how Link to the Past is such a huge jump forward from anything that had been seen before it. But at the same time, it was not even close to the maximum of potential that the SNES alone could achieve, you know?
Yeah.
I'm kind of really excited to move on to Link's Awakening on Switch Online for Game Boy, just because it seems like Link's Awakening is Link to the Past, but they've actually learned some lessons. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't know. But I didn't put a lot of time into Link's Awakening. Like, once again, like my thing with the Zelda series is that out of all of the games that I've played thus far, Link to the Past was the one that I liked the most. At the same time, that means I played it for an hour, or maybe 2. I don't remember, but you know, like I still need to look into whether Twilight Princess can be played on anything more recent than the GameCube.
Yeah. Twilight Princess, I think, is still locked on the Wii.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Pink.
Yeah, it only released on the GameCube and the Wii, and has never been re-released in any other form.
The Twilight Princess wasn't on GameCube.
Yeah, it was.
It was?
Yeah.
It was.
What?
It was the very last GameCube game to ever be released.
I don't believe you. I mean, I know there wasn't much difference. Wow, okay, yeah, I'm dead wrong on that. How about that?
Yep. I owned the Twilight Princess on GameCube, but not the Wii.
So the processing power difference between the GameCube and the Wii is that small?
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, now I'm extra confused, because I've heard before that Nintendo ran into troubles because when they were first showing off the GameCube, they showed off a gameplay demo of Link and Ganon fighting in like photorealistic graphics.
They did.
In so much
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, they did. I've seen footage of it. I've seen the stuff that they showed of it. It wasn't photorealistic, but it was like what if we made the Ocarina of Time art style be more realistic, a bit more realistic with the additional graphics
Less
that we have.
blocky.
Yeah.
And I've always heard, obviously, none of us are old enough to have really been there for the gaming controversies of 2002. But nonetheless, I've always heard it was a big misstep for Nintendo that they followed that demo up, which got people hyped. They followed that demo up with Wind Waker, which is one of the least realistic Zeldas ever made.
Yep.
Which Wind Waker is now considered, in hindsight, one of the very best Zeldas.
Yep.
And I think
it came at a time where people wanted games that were more and more realistic, get maximum realism. So it was the opposite of what people wanted.
Yeah.
Which, of course, was just generally a problem altogether for the 2000s in game design.
Yeah.
I mean, people who say that Wind Waker is good are obviously on something because it features sailing.
Yeah, it's got a boat.
The boat can talk.
It's also got Addy.
That's what makes it good.
You know how it's also got Addy?
What?
Tangle.
He was in Ocarina of Time 2 or Majora's Mask, I forget.
Really?
Yeah.
Boy, I don't know shit about Zelda.
Tingle was in Majora's Mask. I don't know about Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, Tingle. You have to buy in Majora's Mask the mask. No, the mask. Yeah, you buy the masks from Tingle. No, you have to shoot him down. He floats out in the first in the city you go to.
I'll be honest. The only reason I know that Tingle is in Majora's Mask is because of the Super Smash Bros. Melee stage. The Hylian Bay or whatever it's called, where that map features a bunch of stuff from Majora's Mask, like the moon falling to the ground, the giants catching it and throwing it back up into the sky.
Yeah.
And the Tingle will appear on stage and float around. You can pop him out of his balloon and then it'll fall. Either to the stage, or if you're like me, you wanted him to die, so you'd pop him when he was floating over the water, so he'd just fall all the way down.
Take that, you little pervert!
Yeah. But yeah, W, if you ever get to playing Majora's Mask or just the 3D Zeldas, like the Majora's Mask, I got as far as the Great Fairy, which I believe is an hour in. Like, I gave these games a shot. I tried to enjoy them. I just didn't.
Okay, can I mention this? I've just seen it only like yesterday. I did not know that Link to the Past was the first one to have the Great Fairy be fat.
Well, now I have to play this game on principle. Gosh darn it.
She's pretty well at the end of the game, Pink. It's a big commitment.
It must
How
be done.
committed are you to thick women, Pink?
Pretty committed.
Are they? Hang on. Now, what game was it though? Because I know they were like skinny and sexy in Ocarina and Majora. What was the next game where they went with thick, great fairies in Zelda?
I think Wind Waker, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna look.
Were there great fairies in Wind Waker?
If memory serves, yeah.
I can't say too terribly far in that game, but I don't think it was like a Ocarina of Time situation.
No, the great fairies are in the game, but they don't look anything like the great fairies I've seen. they're not thick either.
Tragedy.
Was it Was it Skyward Sword where they had thick fairies again?
I'm gonna check.
No! Breath of the Wild had thick fairies.
Well, see, now I need to play that game too.
I remember it being a whole thing where, like, because Zelda is Japanese, the game plays it up like, oh, look at them, they're ugly because they're fat, but then loads of people were horny for them.
see, Pink Bottom. Yeah,
go ahead. Same thing happens every time they have a Zelda game that's got the Garuda women, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is that Nintendo doesn't expect people to be too horny for them. But no, people want all up in that Garuda business. Only one man, huh?
But yeah, like, I think both of us have to play Breath of the Wild because, like, you have the Great Fairy. I have recently learned that apparently Wolfing is for some reason in the game, and I need to research how and why.
For science.
See, I need to play Breath of the Wild because the moment I saw somebody knock a rock up in the air, freeze it in the air, smack it 800 times, climb on top of the rock, and then the rock launches into the stratosphere, I went, this is good gameplay. I need to get in on this shit.
See, like that sort of stuff doesn't interest me. If I need to do for me, if I need to do exploits to enjoy the game, then the game is not enjoyable. But
It's an exploit if that's what they want you to do with the game.
Well, yeah,
Yes.
for one thing, yes, that is, it's a game, it's a dev intended feature. But see, I enjoy exploits. I'm not big on exploits when they're annoying or just kind of look bad or dumb. It's when the exploits are ridiculous. Like Link launching himself into the fucking skyline with the sheer force of his blows. Like, by all means, Link is hitting, like, he is hitching a ride, like, that is Popeye logic. That is Popeye logic. I'm going to get this thing, I'm going to hit it so fucking hard that it'll go flying, but I'll take a ride on it before it starts to go flying.
oh, never mind. I don't need to play this game.
Okay, what if you get to one of the the pickup spots in one of the Zelda games, and you open up the chest, and it plays the whole item get thing. It plays the music, the anticipatory music, and the whole deal. Link holds it over his head, and it does the da 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 music, and a little dialogue box appears. You got the can of spinach.
Yeah.
You get there, you get there, and whatever reason, when you eat the can of spinach, Ganondorf starts to look like a sailor with a shaggy beard.
Okay, so I have looked it up and I have learned that apparently Wolfling is a familiar that you can summon with on the amiibo. I am not putting the money towards on amiibo. I also don't care about the familiar.
Nah. Nonetheless, yeah, Link to the Past, it's been neat. It's weird. When you play video games a lot and you move in circles of people that play video games and you look at websites that are about video games, Zelda, is a thing that is just constantly everywhere, referenced constantly. The characters, the enemies, the bosses, the games, the levels, the storylines. And it's weird actually playing them and finding out the stuff. Like, what do you mean Sheik wasn't in every game?
Oh no! There's a Legend of Zelda: The Twilight Princess HD. It's on Wii U.
Womp womp. Also, was Ocarina the first to introduce Ganon just being a regular Garuda and not a weird pig monster?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that's another thing to get used to. But whenever he's a pig monster, he always drops the dwarf, right? It's just Ganon then?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And then whenever he's Ganondorf, he's very suavemente.
Right. He has a weird last name. And throughout Zelda 1, Zelda 2, Link to the Past, he is only ever called Ganon, right? Because
I think so.
Those are in the timeline where Ganondorf won in Ocarina, right?
Right.
Okay.
But yeah, like the thing you said about Zelda previously, where like everywhere you go, people praise it. That's me. That's me looking at most Nintendo series.
Yeah.
Like the thing is, I grew up with Mario, and I still feel that way towards Mario too.
I think it would be silly, even Soon, who borderline makes hating Nintendo a religion. I think it would be silly for him to act like all of the Mario games are bad.
Yeah. And even for me, like I don't think they're bad. I don't think they're as good as people make them out to be. Like they're completely serviceable, but that's what Mario is. Mario was completely mid on purpose. Yeah. That's his purpose.
Mario has to be mid. If he was any more than mid, then he would not be the digestible for everyone icon that he's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Mario is McDonald's. Is McDonald's never ever anything special? No. But when you go into McDonald's and you order a burger, you know what you're getting.
Yeah. All right. What's the fast food equivalent to Sonic in this? Where like the food is usually shit, but sometimes you're just like, man, those pickles were fire though.
And it's also a lot of nostalgia for when it used to be better. That would be Burger King. Sonic is Burger King, the former primary competitor to McDonald's.
Could you argue that Burger King was ever good? Because if so, then yeah.
I was not around for it, but supposedly it was quite a bit better in the 90s and the early 2000s.
Yeah, because I'm asking because to me, as someone who doesn't enjoy the classic Sonic games, and as someone who's actually seen other people argue the same points that make me dislike the classic Sonic games, which is usually just how the controls feel.
Well, I would argue that Burger King at its peak was probably never better than McDonald's, and similarly, Sonic at his peak was probably never better than Mario.
Yeah, I think that's fitting then. Yeah,
Mario.
Cause like once again, like people like the classic Sonic games. I would still call them crazy because those games are better than the new ones, but this is not how I'm are.
I could never argue it because I never really got good at those games.
Yeah, me neither. That's part of why that's probably part of why I don't like them, because in Sonic, to go fast, in the classic Sonic, to go fast you need to learn the level. When the entire character is sort of being or going fast.
Yeah.
And like the stuff like that, I enjoy some of the stuff. Like I have nostalgia for Sonic 3, but the controls to me just feel so bad. Like the way that Sonic's rate moves, the way that the way or just how weighty Sonic feels bad to control to me, and Mario is a lot better about it. So like, you know, it's one of those things where like technically old classic Sonic was better, but it's also like saying, well, you know, getting punched in the gut is better than fucking shitting yourself. Technically, I guess. And then like I don't know what I'd really compare how I'd compare like other series, because like for example, what would you compare Metroid to? Where it's like it's a hit outside of the internet audience.
Yeah.
But then also
it went slow and steady, then it had one big stinker that killed it for 10 years, and now it's kind of back.
Yeah.
I would guess Taco Bell had a pretty lengthy stint where it sucked. But I guess Taco Bell's an example of, I doubt they were originally intending for stoners, but that's who they got.
I'm thinking about who would be the Arby's of classic game series.
Arby's, it's great it's great sometimes. It's absolutely wretched other times. Like if it's a nice, proper, clean Arby's, that's one of the best restaurants. If it's not, it's one of the worst.
I mean, I guess like I don't know. For classic series, I don't know if there's one where it's like we get a hit or a miss, and then that's it. No in betweens.
Well, in terms of series where it's like it's either a masterpiece or it's wretched, Resident Evil, I would almost argue.
I guess so, but at the same time, like to me, anything above like the SNES isn't, or anything above the SNES isn't classic, even though technically it fits the definition. But I'm just very old when it comes to video game age, I guess.
I think we all are a little bit. I mean, it's the thing that gets repeated now, that horrendous meme that causes instant psychological damage to people who aren't even 20 years old, of like old school gaming, Fortnite, new school gaming, whatever Call of Duty came out this year or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I like
yeah, like to me, like classic series are like this shit started on the NES. Maybe the SNES, but that's pushing it.
PlayStation 2 came out 23 years ago.
I'm aware.
It's old enough to vote. It's old enough to drink. That's crazy.
Cause like, you know, if we just count classicals like above 10 years, I could call Assassin's Creed a classic series that would fit the Arby's description.
Yeah, I would.
But
I would say AC has passed into the classics halls.
I wouldn't know. It's too contemporary for me. Like I was there for its rise and fall. It died in my hands.
I mean, dude, that's just gonna be the nature. Well, get Mike in here. Mike was here for the rise and fall of Sonic.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Who's Whataburger?
Whataburger. Well, Whataburger, that's like a regional feud, right? Because Whataburger, that's like where the West Coasters get real aggressive. Like, that's the best shit ever. And everywhere else in the country and everywhere else in the world goes, no.
Whataburger is Texas, and In-N-Out is the West Coast.
No, you're right. I have it mixed up. Well, I've never been to Texas or the West Coast, so it's all the same to me. It's all the stupid states out there. Once you get past Louisiana, it's the point of no return.
Can we delete Louisiana from the map?
See,
Not yet.
I think the Cajun accent is one of the most delightful accents in the world. Like, the more incomprehensible, the better.
Really, I like the question isn't can we delete Louisiana off the map? The question is when will Louisiana delete itself off of the map?
I think
when will
we'll delete it off the map.
When will the swamps rise up?
That state and California are probably both going to be the first to go.
Yeah.
Of course, California and Florida are the two states most likely to just get out a set of bandsaws and saw themselves off from the rest of the country and float out into the sea.
I mean, if Florida became a free-floating island, that would that would increase safety in the U.S. by entire full percentiles.
California in particular, they'd run into the issue of, like, SoCal probably wants to split off from the rest of America. Northern California sure as shit don't.
Yeah. Pink.
What's up?
As the Whataburger again. What is the Whataburger of video games then?
I don't know. See, I live in Texas, but I'm not fully engrossed in their culture, so I don't know what the opinion is on Whataburger over here. I mean, some people swear by it. I'm not one of those people. I ate there. I was like, yeah, that's a good burger, but it's also pretty pricey for just kind of a mid burger. So,
man, burger joints are spiking harder than any of the other restaurants. You notice that?
Yeah.
Five Guys at this point, it's like you get up there, just get your wallet out, open it up, flip it upside down, shake it onto the counter. There you go.
Oh, y'all are only experiencing this now. McDonald's was a luxury restaurant that we went to once, like every 3 months, maybe, if I was good.
Man, McDonald's is still like managing to keep it up a little bit better than the other restaurants, but Jesus, I mean, nowadays you can go to like anywhere except really McDonald's or Taco Bell, any other fast food joint. They're probably going to charge you $10 a person.
Yeah.
And at that point, it's like, well, fuck, why wouldn't I just go to an actual sit-down restaurant then?
Mm-hmm.
Because once again, is going to charge me the same thing for a plate of pasta. At that point, I'd rather take the plate of pasta.
Yep.
Well, once again, that's just what fast food pricing has been over here for like the past 10 years.
And keep saying that America is 10 years behind the rest of Europe, whatever.
Yeah.
All right, Pink. We need to figure out some kind of plan. We're going to evacuate you, me, the 20 people I like most, the 10 people you like most. We're going to head down to Africa.
I don't know if that will solve our problems, but I'm in it.
Depends on the part of Africa. It's a big place.
Yeah.
If we wind up in the Congo, we keep going.
You keep going until you see the words Cape Town.
If we go to Cape Town, we've gone too far. Turn that shit around. If we start hearing Dutch in the distance, start paddling backwards.
Yeah. Just do the shit that the people that the aboard the ship that the Moby Dick was written about did. Oh no, we are going to this island that has cannibals. We are going to that island that has cannibals. They ended up eating each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. What's the Hardies?
Hardee's. Well, Hardee's in particular, I feel like there's a joke there to be made about the fact that on the West Coast it's Carl's Jr.
Yeah.
But over here it's Hardee's. Like, what's a video game that has a really doofy regional name difference?
Resident Evil.
There's Resident Evil. There's also Yakuza.
I mean, not anymore.
Well, I mean, you could say that with the new game because it has the subtitle of Like a Dragon. But
No. They're completely switching. They're completely switching the series over to just being called Like a Dragon.
Oh.
Ishin, Ryoga Gotoku Ishin, which was Yakuza Ishin, got released as Like a Dragon Ishin over here and everywhere.
They should have done that to begin with.
Yes, they really should have.
That was a lot of the problems for Yakuza
Like
when it came out in the West was that people thought it was going to be Japanese Grand Theft Auto, and it wasn't.
Like it doesn't even fucking fit anymore because the Dragon of Dojima has retired.
He left Yakuza like 8 times.
But I'm saying that they're trying, like, okay, saying that they're trying to move away from he was the main character is putting it a bit too hard. But you know, Ichiban is here. He's not the Dragon of Dojima. Him working like a dragon doesn't make as much sense as the guy who is literally called the Dragon of Kai.
Well, I don't know. Maybe in the next game they'll give him Ichiban the title of the Dragon of Schizophrenia.
I just fucking like. I just really don't like Ichiban still.
Yeah.
I have Yakuza 7 installed right now. I have not yet played it still. But yeah. What was I gonna throw at? Oh yeah, Fatal Frame. Oh, that also has a funny localization. Well, no, it doesn't have a funny localization, but both of its names make like very little sense. Because over there, it's Fatal Frame. Over here and also in Japan, it's Project Zero.
Yeah, that's another confusing thing when there's like when there's not English. What am I saying? When there's differences between American and European.
Yeah.
Or like Siren versus Project Siren. Or not Siren.
Yeah.
Forbidden Siren. There we go. Siren
Forbidden
Siren. That's another one.
There was also on the Nintendo 64, there's a Donald Duck game. In America, it's called Donald Duck Quack Attack. In Europe, it's called Donald Duck Going Quackers. No clue why.
At some point, the PAL regions just decided they were better at naming things.
I guess. Like, with some of them, they don't make sense, but, you know, whatever, I guess. Because, like, you know, Sly Cooper was named to Sly Raccoon, even though the character was still named Sly Cooper, because Cooper means cock, I think, in British.
Doesn't everything?
Yeah.
I'd love to see that version of looking at things, like the English way of looking at things. You see a big rack of products in front of you, and it's the same logos and box designs that we see here in the States, but all the words have been changed out for cock and or cocks.
I know that the British have a very weird, like, they have the John, I think. The John is a slang for penis.
I think you can use that one in the States and we'll somewhat get it, but over here, if you're using the John as a slang word, more like
that's a toilet, yeah.
It either means toilet or someone hiring out a prostitute. But Johnson has definitely been used the slang for penis here.
Yeah, but like I think there's like the John, the Jack, the Jimmy, which I mean, like, the Jimmy is also in America, so it's not as weird. But
I will say I've never heard the Jimmy used as slang for the penis. If we were to call an object a Jimmy here, we would probably be referring to an object used to like move objects or separate them. Like I would think of like a crowbar as being called like a Jimmy or something like that. You know?
Yeah. I mean, like the one immediately the one use of it that came to mind that came from America was there was this edit of Sicko Mode. The song Sicko Mode. I guess not.
I can't say I do.
But whatever, there was this. What?
I said not ringing a bell.
Okay. Well, there was this rap song called Sicko Mode by Travis Scott. Drake was featured on it. For a bit, there was a version of an edit of it where someone took a parody, a parody of the song and edited it. So instead of Drake's part, it played the parody. And the parody part use the phrasing "jerk on his Jimmy."
Oh, yeah, I can probably guess what that's supposed to be referring to.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the only use of it in America that I can think of.
All right.
And I like there's also like probably another 4 like just male names that are probably all mean cock. Because surprisingly enough,
I call mine Reginald.
Because surprisingly enough, the British love cock.
Big fans of it.
Yeah. Insert joke here about being ruled by one, I guess, or something. I don't know. Well, what's the late night show host? The like basic generic joke that I can put here. Trump bad, I guess. I don't know. That's the only actual late night show host joke that I know. Trump bad, which he was, but still, get more jokes. Regardless. How the fuck did we get here?
That's what I was wondering a second ago. What the fuck? Hank, do you know how we got here?
I have a clue. We had moved on to your week.
Yes, Zelda.
And then we get derailed again. Zelda. It all starts with Zelda.
Discussion?
I guess you have anything more to say about Link to the Past?
No.
Okay, what else did you do?
I don't have anything more to say about Dick either.
What else did you do?
Good lord. Let's see. I did nothing else really worth talking about. So I suppose then we would hit Night of Champions. So, the Night of Champions started out with Rollins versus AJ Styles.
What a match.
20-minute match. The first 10 minutes was just kind of them doing moves.
Yeah.
But at the 10-minute mark, Rollins does a suicide dive and sells the knee, which I thought was a neat touch. Like, the suicide dive doesn't suck if they don't treat it as just another move to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And after Rollins starts selling the knee, AJ starts focusing on the knee. A lot. He doesn't really start hitting anything but the knee. And he gets in at least 2 calf cutters, calf slicers, calf crushers. What is it called in WWE?
Calf crusher.
Okay, I always like the name of TNA better, the calf slicer.
I asked AJ Styles' newest move, the cop killer.
Yes. So he gets 2 of those in. I have to ask, is the calf crusher entirely devalued in WWE?
Yes.
Okay, because my understanding was that was supposed to be considered a pretty deadly submission in TNA, but I guess it was just protected in TNA, but not WWE.
Yep.
Rollins works it out. And how did Rollins even get the win? I forget.
That is a good question. I don't remember either now that you mention it. I want to say, was it not the stomp from the top rope?
Well, that's what beat Omos.
Oh, yeah, that was Omos. So, this one was... Because he goes for the stomp the first time and his leg gives out.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, like, knees AJ in the face, and then he hits another stomp, I want to say. And gets the 3 count through that way.
Shut up. Rollins also sold the knee off of the pedigree, which I thought was actually pretty fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, Rollins wins. It's a pretty solid match.
Yeah.
Trish versus Becky. Worst match on the card.
This match happened.
Yeah, both girls very like Trish very much in punch kick mode.
Yep.
And a lot of it. And other than that, the only move she did really was she did the old stand up on the turnbuckle and choke Becky out bit. She tried to go for a stratosphere, but boy did it not work.
Uh-huh.
Becky carried Trish to what she could, but she could not carry her very far.
No.
Finish of the match is surprise. Zoe Starks appears, pulls Becky out of the ring, hits her with a K360, puts her back in the ring. Trish pins her. Then Trish and Zoe Stark pose together, which is something I never thought I'd say in my life.
Yeah.
They intended the K360. Last I checked, we were still the K2.
Yeah. Well, see, Zoe Stark is she's Kelly times 180. That's how great she is. You got to say Kelly 360 times to understand the power of Zoe Stark.
That's a fact.
I want her entrance theme to just be people shouting Kelly over and over again.
Oh God, like that recording of that acting class full of bald dudes that were all wearing sunglasses and going family, 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 family.
What?
Look, it was a crowd of like 30 dudes. They all look like acting students of some kind who were all bald dudes of some substantial size, not necessarily girth. Some of them were fat, some were muscular, who were all dressed up trying to look like Dominic Toretto, Vin Diesel's character in Fast and the Furious.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, nonetheless, yeah, bad match. Gunther versus Mustafa Ali. Very good match.
Of course it was. It had Gunther and Mustafa Ali.
Mustafa bumped very good for Gunther. Gunther is in the position that someone could spend a fucking several years jobbing. Like, for instance, Mustafa Ali did. But you put him in the ring with Gunther, and Gunther's so good at making people the underdog that you cheer for that he can get people behind you, even if they've had no reason to care up until this point.
Yeah. It's good business.
Yeah. And Asuka versus Bianca Belair. Well, it was better than the WrestleMania match, but it still wasn't good.
Yep.
Finish.
I was happy with the end result. I thought, to me, in my opinion, Bianca's time was up, and Asuka has been stagnant forever. So I felt like this was a good natural decision to come to.
Yeah.
Kind of refresh both their careers.
Yeah. Which, shout out to, okay, Addy, I don't know if you were aware of the finish. Asuka goes to mist Bianca. Bianca turns around and also ducks, which is pretty effective at countering the mist, though it does lead to the amusing result that the mist then settles from the air. It falls down from the air and settles on Bianca's ass, and she spends the rest of the match with a blue stain on her ass.
I thought since it's Bianca, I thought she was gonna fan it back to Asuka with her hair.
Just start making a helicopter
Go into propeller mode.
Yeah.
Oh no! So
I want to see that spot.
Asuka peels out of the ring, sticks her fingers in her mouth, and pulls them out, and they're now covered in blue goo. She gets back in the ring. Bianca puts her in the Argentine rack before going for the KOD, and while she's in the Argentine rack, Asuka sticks her fingers in Bianca's eyes, causing the weird mist goo to get in her eyes, and then kicks her a couple times and then pins her. Does she even bother to go for the small package? Does she at least put her over like going for a small package, or does she just straight pin her?
Straight pin. Off a
just
kick.
Straight lateral press. Fuck you, bitch. I'm going over. Heels winning with small packages and roll-ups is a lost art.
Absolutely.
But nonetheless, yeah, I think we all kind of walked away from this like, okay, Asuka, you are transitionary champion to probably Yoshirai.
Yep.
All right. One of the shortest matches ever in pay-per-view history, Natalya versus Rhea Ripley.
69 seconds this match lasted.
Yep. Which is probably the exact length that both Rhea and Natalya wanted.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I can't explain it, but I got a sneaking suspicion that they plan it this way.
I'm assuming the match consisted of Rhea setting up for the pump handle slam, doing the doggy style taunt, and for like half a minute, and then just doing the pump handle slam very slow.
As happy as that would have made me, no. Dominic hops up on the ring apron immediately. Natalya gets distracted.
This was the worst officiating I've ever seen in a wrestling match in my entire history as a wrestling aficionado, which is not very long. It's at least, what time is it? 2 minutes at this point. And good God, that was just the dumbest thing, because the match hasn't even started. Dominic is on the apron, distracting Natalya. Natalya's back is turned to Dominic, and the referee rings the bell, even though one of the participants is clearly not engaged in this match whatsoever, and Dominic is standing on the literal apron, which he's not allowed to do. Like, what the hell was that?
That seems like Natalya's problem.
That was freaking stupid, and I hated it. I don't mind the match lasting 69 seconds and ending on the classic Rhea pin, especially not on Natalya, but still, dumb as hell.
So
whoever booked the opening should be fired and flogged in the streets publicly.
Little bit of Jason Jordan on the product there, but nonetheless, yeah, Rhea clobbers Natty in the back when she's not looking, takes her out to the ringside, throws her at the table, throws her at the ring, throws her at the ring steps, throws her at the ringside barrier, throws her at the ring steps again, throws her in, gets in there, riptides her, then hits her with that good old love-making pin, and it's over.
Pin.
And yeah, alternatively, Rhea could have just taken her pants off and taken a big shit on Natalya in the ring. That would have got across the same message. I mean, Natalya clearly went in here wanting to put Rhea over as a monster. Which, by all means, they did, but Rhea's going to have to annihilate someone other than Natalya to get that over.
Right.
Everyone
goes over Natalya.
Like, Natalya is the jobber to the stars of the women's division.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's still above Dana Brooke.
They should really give her like a monster push after the Rhea dies down, just so they can reset her. Natalya, I mean, like just make her be like very bitter about her placement on the card or something.
That was her gimmick back in like 2016, which was the last time she held a championship.
I
mean, if she started bringing back that version of the sharpshooter where she just bend people in half and touch their foot to their head.
Yeah. But do that just so she has some credibility before she goes back to doing the work that I guess she likes, where she puts people over.
Yeah.
Because she needs a reset, so these things actually matter.
Yeah, I'd very much be in favor of that.
I would too, except like how much longer does she have in her career before she decides to hang up the boots? Because she's been going for a decade and a half now, right?
Well, the
I
thing
think
is,
And
so,
longer since she's been wrestling before WWE, obviously.
she did spend a little bit in Japan, I think.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you got to also keep in mind, Randy Orton was talking about retiring 10 years ago.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
The thing we tried. Randy won't retire because if he retires, he can't shit in people's backs.
See, used to be 10 years ago, Randy wouldn't have retired because he didn't want to shit. He wanted to shit in people's bags. Nowadays, he won't retire because who else is he going to smoke pot and play Call of Duty with?
Yeah.
Right?
Because evidently, every
man.
time he goes and when he goes and plays Call of Duty with random puppies, he accidentally says the N-word.
Oh.
That's one of the best clips if you ever hear it, because it is very clearly like the soft end, not malevolent. It is the sound of a white guy with black friends who is used to hanging out with those black friends who suddenly realizes he is not hanging out with those black friends anymore. Because you explicitly hear him go, "Oh shit!" and he lets off the whole thing of, you know, the soft end, and then he cuts himself off like, "Oh," and if somebody was recording it,
I see.
and like
Oh,
knowing the YouTube things, it's like, okay, Xavier gave Randy that permission.
Yeah.
Xavier reached out to Wooly for a pass.
That's not even entirely a joke because there is a connection there.
I know.
There are 2 wrestlers hanging out backstage that constantly play video games on YouTube that are friends with Wooly. Are there not 3? I feel like there's a 3rd wrestler Wooly's friends with that works at WWE right now.
I don't know. I know that Asuka is friends with Justin Wong.
That does not shock me at all.
the guy I sent you the videos of.
Oh.
Yeah, Asuka hit him up on Twitter to be like, "Hey, can you teach me how to play Charlie tournament level?"
Priorities.
Yeah.
I've heard about you famously getting your ass beat in the most famous fighting game moment of all time. Which, yes, it needs to be stated for fairness, Justin Wong did win the match.
Yeah.
That doesn't change that the single most famous fighting game clip of all time is Justin Wong getting beat.
Yeah. But I also like this thing because if memory serves, she was supposed to be in a tournament against against Xavier and Kenny Omega. Like it was to get like combo breaker or something like that with whichever CEO, I think, actually, whichever fighting game tournament has the ring.
It was New Day versus the Elite.
Something like that, yeah. And she was also there.
I don't remember if it was the Jackson. No, it must have been the Elite. I don't know who else Kenny Omega would call on for 2 sidekicks to match Kofi and Big E.
But yeah, it was like but she was like, I need to learn how to play Charlie tournament level in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, yeah, that's always the issue. Like, well, I can tell you how to do things, but
yeah. I mean, I sent Pink 1 30-minute video, and then I found the follow up, which was 8 minutes, and then I watched the video and I went, you understand most of the video in a minute. So then I just told Pink, hey, watch this 1 minute.
By the way, I want to mention this just because
Yeah.
I find it really funny. So, like, the WWE and AEW fan bases do not get along. The AEW fan base is one of the most annoying in all of wrestling, if not the most annoying. And yet, like, I follow Big E on Twitter. He says he wants to have another New Day versus Elite tournament in fighting games. Supposedly, WWE did ask about, hey, can we get Billy Gunn to come in for a week? And I believe just like a month or 2 ago, Nick Khan said that he wants to do WWE AEW crossover shows if Tony Khan will agree to it. So there's something funny about WWE and AEW fans being out for blood against each other so much. While the actual companies are like, yeah, I'd be willing. Yeah, we can try it out, you know.
Yeah. So what you're saying?
There's money
what
to
you're
be made
saying,
here. We can do it.
What you're saying is that there's a non-zero chance that Commander will show up at WrestleMania.
See, that'd be a triple crossover. Because AEW, I think, just gets command. Oh no, they did sign Commander, didn't they? I thought he was just.
You told me though. You told me so.
Right. Yeah. See, no, I think like if they were ever to do a WWE AEW crossover, what they would have to do, and even though I hate all four of these people for doing this thing, I would love to see Usos versus Young Bucks, and they do nothing but super kicks.
Okay, only with one stipulation. It's a death match. Whoever loses
Exploding
actually shoot.
match.
Yeah, exploding boot. Yes. Like not even a worked one. Just shoot. You have to kill the other team. Whoever reigns supreme gets to live. Whoever has the best super kicks.
They've all permanently got the Joey Janela thing going on of the boots that are on fire, and they're all just hopping around one-legged around the ring trying to super kick each other. I mean, if there was anyone that would figure out how to do a four-way crossfire super kick spot, it's the Young Bucks. And that would just be a clip for all time, wouldn't it?
Indeed.
I mean, I just like the idea that they were like, all right, AEW WWE crossover, okay. First match on the card, Rollins against Sting.
Forget all the cool, fun matches we could do. What's the dumbest matches we can figure out here?
Tony Khan against Triple H.
we got one guy who was never in shape versus a guy who is in incredible shape, but may also fall over and die at any given moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like, I wouldn't mind I forget the guy's name, but I wouldn't mind like a 20-man lumberjack match against the guy who talk shit about Sasha, and then just all of the lumberjacks get into the ring and they kick the shit out of him.
Brock Lesnar versus Sammy Guevara. Sold. Take all the
Sammy
money.
Sammy Guevara. No, not Brock Lesnar, because Brock actually cares now. He tries.
Oh boy.
Who's the unsafest worker that we know?
Oh.
That is still employed.
Hey Seth, you can do as many buckle bombs as you want today, son.
Yeah. Seth. I think the buckle bomb needs a little bump in hype. What if you did it off of the Titantron?
Seth, I got an idea, man. Do the buckle bomb after taking the pad off. Don't just take the pad off the hook. Take the pad off of the little thing connecting the hook to the bar as well, like the little bar.
No. Just set aim higher so his back squarely hits the post.
Oh, good lord! Gunther, do a top rope power bomb facing the other direction.
Gunther, just power bomb him into the crowd.
Okay.
We'll evacuate the front seats first.
It's a hammer throw challenge, but the hammer is Sammy.
Yeah.
I feel like that's something Sabu did to himself once anyways.
Probably. Oh, speaking of, Sabu. He's employed by AEW right now.
Yes, he is.
So we could have Sabu against anyone.
Okay, Sabu, who's the garbagiest guy in WWE right now?
Top
Dollar.
Oh my god.
Okay, Top Dollar tries to do an Arabian facebuster.
He kind of did Arabian facebuster himself when he did that. Okay, I'm imagining it's a tables match. Sabu versus Top Dollar. They both try to go through a table. Sabu goes out of the ring, but the table doesn't break. Top Dollar doesn't even make it out of the ring.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to send Bray Wyatt out on his ass. Every fantasy booking opportunity, we need to figure out an excuse to get rid of Bray Wyatt.
Okay, Malachi Black just absorbs Bray Wyatt. He eats him.
I was going to say Danhausen, but that would actually almost be cool. See, I was gonna turn Bray Wyatt into a joke as he leaves by having Danhausen shit on him, but no, Malachi Black could just like suck the demon out of him.
Yeah. And then Malachi, like, so Malachi Black sucks the demon out, is the demon out of Husky Harris. Cue the Brute team. Fucking, I'm forgetting his name. Shit.
Gangrel?
Yeah, Gangrel. Gangrel appears on screen. He got a promo about Fengin and Bengin, like he always does. Cue the next, like, half a year feud in AEW where Gangrel feuds with fucking Aleister Black.
Okay. Buddy Murphy versus Dominic Mysterio.
Yeah.
How do we book that so that Dominic wins? Because Buddy winning is way less funny.
And I'm also imagining just, like, I also want this to be a complete crossover event, so instead of just, having the normal commentary team or whatever, no, it's just a mega commentary team of literally every commentator we are employing, both companies.
Oh, good God. Well, AEW's got like 30.
Yeah.
Like, Cole and Corey Graves and a couple others are just horribly outnumbered. You can cut to the commentary booth at any point and it looks like a battle royal brawl.
Yeah. There's just a moment that you can see Cole start to choke out Taz.
Yeah. Booker T is giving someone the scissors kick.
Yeah.
Like, at one point they start to come down the entrance ramp or whatever. Like, wait, okay, are we putting the table in the WWE position where it's next to the ring, or are we putting it in the AEW position where it's on the ramp?
I figured next to the ring.
Okay, next to the ring. At one point you can see Booker T doing working punches to, like, I don't know, Tony Schiavone, and then giving him the bookend at ringside.
Yeah. Through the table.
And Tony is just selling the entire time for the rest of the match.
Yeah.
I'm imagining a just absolute pandemonium around JR, who is still just sitting at the desk commentating.
Yeah. Like, you hear a pandemonium. The people in the in Gorilla change the sound mixing so it's all lower, and then you just hear JR shouting saucy.
Midway through the match, Pat McAfee's Titantron comes on and he runs out to the ring with a chair. He runs around the ring and starts interfering in the commentator fight on Cole's behalf. He starts giving chair shots to Excalibur and Taz.
Yeah. But then fucking I'm forgetting his name. The luchador guy who's also on commentary.
Excalibur. Oh no, wait.
Angel something.
Angelico, I think, is also on
commentary. Yeah, Angelico. He comes out. He doesn't actually do anything. He just comes out and starts commentating.
We are suggesting at this point 24/7 belt around the Royal Rumble level japes here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I would enjoy that shit. I think that would make an event memorable if we actually had like a battle royale of commentators. Just all of them come out, they fight for the right to commentate the match. There's like, maybe 5 headsets. You have to play musical chairs.
This is why I made sure to give all the managers and guys move sets in Fire Pro.
Like, once again, Attitude Era booking, like Russo Era booking. Shit. Don't get me wrong. Also very interesting to think about. Like, very funny and memorable.
And not weekly japes,
Yes.
I'm reminded of the gimmick battle royal, that one WrestleMania, right? Where it's like, okay, we do have a bunch of old wrestlers here. We got the Iron Sheik and Jim Duggan and whoever else. Also, for some reason, we decided it was a good idea to put Cornette in there, and he still got the racket. Which, by all means, why is a manager in there? Why is he armed? I don't know. Gimmick battle royal, suckers. Sheik wins because he's the only one who can't bump outside the ropes.
Yeah. But yeah, like, every couple of months, something JP like this happening, I wouldn't mind. Because then it wouldn't be constant, but it would also happen enough that if you like the Japes more than whatever they're trying to pass off as serious stuff that it is in the Bloodline things. the Bloodline storyline, you could still care about that at least. What the Japes are gonna be.
There was a little bit of japes on this week's SmackDown. Ooh, okay, let's get back to the card because I'm needing to piss myself.
Yeah.
All right, Lesnar versus Cody. And Lesnar had broken Cody's arm. Well, kayfabe. Had broken Cody's arm a few weeks out. If Rocky appeared right then and there, my God.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, Brock had broken Cody's arm a few weeks earlier with the Kimura. So, of course, Brock spends the entire match working for the Kimura. He gets the Kimura locked in. Cody pushes him to the ropes and gets a rope break. Has that ever happened before where Brock put someone in the Kimura and they were able to just push all the way to the ropes?
I don't believe so.
I'm assuming since his arm is out of the question that Cody didn't hit Brock with the cup killer.
I appreciate we're calling it that instead of the vertebraker because that is a cooler name for the move.
Yeah.
You know, I've never seen a homicide match in my life.
What?
I saw 2/3 of a homicide match once, I think.
I've always heard he was one of the best of the X Division guys, but I've never seen any. I only know that his finish is the cop killer because of Fire Pro.
Yeah, the match I saw, the match most of which I saw, wasn't the best one to watch him wrestling because it was one of his like first matches in TNA. It was like Conan came out and I think LAX was still called the New Radicals or something like that. Not the New Radicals. What the fuck?
Free Radicals?
What?
Free Radicals?
Maybe, I don't know.
That's
but
a physics joke. What the fuck? We are a wrestling stable of floating particles. What?
But yeah, like I don't remember what he called the team, but the team that was gonna be LAX wasn't called LAX yet, and also the team wasn't actually the team that it would be because the guy who was with Homicide was a different dude, and he quit like the next week, and then they paired him with the guy who would be his tech partner after that. So yeah, that was a good showing for Homicide. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Brock.
Cody then, after getting out of the Kimura, remembers, wait, I'm wearing a cast. And just starts bopping Lesnar on the head with a cast repeatedly.
The cast is made of titanium, mind you.
Yes.
Yeah, and bobbing people on the head doesn't hurt his arm because...
Well, it can't hurt any worse now, can it?
Yeah.
Just logic. You know, he did the same in the Hell in a Cell with Rollins. You know, you can't tear the pectoral off more than it already is. So just go for it.
I guess so.
But Lesnar is able to lock in a second Kimura in the center of the ring, and this one he makes sure to roll over and sit on him while doing it. Kind of like Liv Morgan's guillotine choke, honestly.
Yeah.
Brock ripping pages right out of Liv's book here. Jesus Christ.
That old-time all-star.
And Cody still doesn't tap, but he does pass out. So we get the Austin versus Brett WrestleMania 13 finish. Or 12. No, that was 13. Yeah. Was it?
It was 14. No. 14 was versus Michaels, so it would have been 13.
Yeah, it was 13. Yeah, the Brett versus Austin WrestleMania 13 finish. And I did not watch Raw, but Ted said that on the following Raw, Cody went out there and said, Brock, you fucking pussy, you couldn't make me tap, bitch. Which is definitely a funny way to interpret getting knocked the fuck out, but nonetheless. And the last match on the card. KO and Sammy versus Roman Reigns and Solo. If Roman wins, he has to carry 4 belts. But he did not.
We all cried. It was a sad day.
So I gotta mention, before we get to the actual match, holy shit, that pop.
Yeah.
Jesus, that was one of the loudest ever. So as it turns out, not letting Sammy come to the Saudi Arabia events for the last few years was a mistake.
Maybe a moderate one, yeah.
Sammy actually came out wearing a prayer robe, which I thought was a bit odd. I wasn't for sure if that was sacrilegious. Are you supposed to wear those before beating someone's ass? I
That's
guess
a
I'm
good
not
question.
talking to Islamic scholars, am I?
No.
No.
Okay. Nonetheless, Sammy comes out in the prayer robe and he takes it off when he gets to the ring. But my God, the monster pop for him. Holy shit. And the announcer is about to start announcing Roman, but Paul rips the mic out of his hands and starts announcing Roman and Solo instead. Then hands the mic back to the announcer. The announcer is like, okay, fine, there we go. All right. Now introducing and then Sami Zayn rips the mic out of his hands and introduces himself and Kevin in Arabic.
Good spot. Good spot.
And the crowd, of course, just loses their fucking minds. And it occurred to me, wait, Sammy speaks perfect English, perfect French, and perfect Arabic?
Yeah.
Jesus. Nonetheless, yeah. The match proceeds, and it's a good match. It's paced well.
Yeah. I thought this was significantly better than their WrestleMania showing.
Well, the Usos are
The
spot
Usos
guys.
weren't in the match, so yes, there is the problem.
Like, Roman and Solo have a better understanding of match pacing, which is really embarrassing in Solo's case because Solo's been wrestling for 9 less years than the Usos.
Yep.
And just when it looks like the Roman and Solo are going to, cheat to win or whatever, the Usos appear. Or no, it was actually the other way around, excuse me. It just when it looked like Kevin and Sami were about to win, the Usos appear. They beat up Kevin. They get in the ring. They're about to double hit Sami with the double stereo super kicks. And Sami ducks it and they double stereo super kick Solo right in front of Roman. And Roman gets in their face and goes, "What the fuck? Have you turned on me? What is this shit?" And he starts pushing Jimmy around. Jimmy starts to get mad. Jay steps in and says, wait. Okay, we can just calm down here. Neutral corners. I know I was the one who was getting all upset a couple months ago, but don't hurt Jimmy. He's my brother. I got to protect him. Let's all just stay cool. Roman goes, "No, fuck you, Jay." Starts pushing Jay around. And in the background, you see Jimmy is like, you know what? No more. Nuh-uh. And just nails Roman right in the side with the super kick.
Mm-hmm.
And enormous pop. Jay just stands there like, oh God. And correct me if I'm wrong, do the mics not pick up Jay explicitly yelling at Jimmy, "What have you done?"
Yeah, it did pick up.
And Jimmy yells back, "I'm doing what you should have done."
Mm-hmm.
Which is great, because for how long do we get Jay waffling, but then he's not the one to turn on Roman?
Yep.
And Roman starts to pick himself up a little bit groggy. And I mentioned this to you during the recording. I forget what it was.
The quizzes.
But, yeah. It would have been hilarious if Jay then went, fuck it, and he super kicked Roman. But it made more sense from the storytelling perspective for Jimmy to be the one to then finish Roman off.
Yeah.
And with Roman effectively entirely taken out of the equation, Solo gets back in the ring, gets whooped by Kevin and Sami. Sami pins him. Big pop. Sami poses with the 2 belts over Roman. And Roman is like outside the ring, and Sami was standing on the top turnbuckle posing with the belts. And Roman looks up at Sami with a sheer face of terror. That reminds me now of the Willem Dafoe gif that people are using, right? The Willem Dafoe. Hang on, let me pull it up. I must be able to get a gif here, right? Because I got a... Here we go. This is what Roman looked like with Sami posing with the belts on the top turnbuckle, and he's out at ringside. So a resounding success for the baby faces. And yeah, barring the smelly Trish versus Becky match and the fact that Rhea versus Natty wasn't a match at all, great pay-per-view.
Yeah, it was very solid, top to bottom. I loved it.
It has been consistently, like, near the end of 2022, there were a few stinker pay-per-views, right?
Yeah.
Like Survivor Series, barring the actual War Games matches themselves, Survivor Series stunk.
Yeah.
But like since the start of 2023, it has been nothing but bangers.
Yeah.
And we are coming up on a Money in the Bank, which may result in the briefcase going to two people that I think we're both very interested in seeing hold the briefcase.
Dijak isn't in the match, is he?
Do you like wrestlers other than Dijak?
Possibly.
This possibility must be investigated further. So SmackDown, let's just hit the points real quick, because holy shit, I need to piss myself. No, I don't need to piss myself. That would be stupid. I'm about to piss myself, and I need to piss. I just pulled a little bit of a "are you fucking sorry" there. Nonetheless. All right, SmackDown. We got LA Knight, versus Montez Ford. Whoever wins this match goes on to the Money in the Bank. And Montez, who has been booked as a babyface for years now, versus LA Knight, who has been booked as stinky heel jobber that gets jobbed out. The crowd pops big for LA Knight, is chanting LA Knight, LA Knight, LA Knight. Every time LA Knight does a move, big pop. Every time Montez does a move, big boo. And Montez, you can tell, gets really pissed at the audience, and he starts shooting them glares like, what the fuck? You turn on me this quickly? Yes, Montez, yes. Get used to it.
That's showbiz.
And shockingly, LA Knight wins with an O'Connor roll where he pulls on the ropes for leverage.
I like it.
So I know that the big talk on the text side of our Discord has been Ted saying they need to get rid of Money in the Bank. Money in the Bank is a curse, yada, yada. And then Gog saying the same thing, though usually for different reasons.
They're all liars. Money in the Bank is the greatest thing ever. It should never go away. It needs more pay-per-views.
Money in the Bank should be held every 2 months.
Exactly.
There will no longer be any other means of determining championship contendership.
No.
It's all Money in the
You
Bank
don't become the
or Royal
number one
Rumble.
contender unless you've got a briefcase. Every Money in the Bank PLE that happens on a monthly basis, all those matches are going to be ladder matches, Money in the Bank matches, each with a different contract for a different belt.
I like the idea that we have three pay-per-views that switch like tri-monthly, I guess. We have Money in the Bank, we have Royal Rumble, we have WrestleMania. Those are the 3. That's all we can afford. We just change the sets.
WrestleMania doesn't have a championship contendership match, so we need to get rid of it. Just the Rumble and the Money in the Bank.
But then where do people fight the champion? For the pop?
On the undercard.
I guess
The main event is the Royal Rumble or the Money in the Bank.
True.
These people aren't here to see championship matches.
But wait.
They're here to either see people fall off of ladders or watch some old fogey come to the ring as a surprise at number 15.
Wait, the Elimination Chamber.
Oh, that is true. Sometimes the Elimination Chamber is for contendership.
Yeah.
And the whole card will be nothing but chamber matches. We don't need to ever pull it back up into the rafters.
Yeah.
Just keep it down.
And I guess Armageddon Hell in a Cell.
Oh boy. All right, nonetheless, there you go. Knight, I get what Ted and Gog's point is, that it does not feel legitimate when someone wins through Money in the Bank. And so it's kind of stuck in a position where the only way the Money in the Bank can really be successful is if it's only ever used by chicken shit heels. At the same time, Knight can play a chicken shit heel. And on top of that, the dude's 40. Do we want him to be like running the gamut, running the gauntlet, going through the entire mid-card and earning a spot at the main event? Like, Theory?
Right.
Theory's 25. Theory can do that. Knight is 40, and by all means, 40 is a lot younger than a lot of people act. 40 is a lot younger than Vince McMahon particularly liked to act. At the same time, I'd like Knight to get a pretty big main event run.
Yeah.
The faster we jump him to the main event, the more main event Knight we get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, I should have been imitating his yes this entire time I've been agreeing.
We all got to get used to it soon, because it's going to be the future, pal.
The future is bright.
The future is bright. The future is night.
I'm sorry, but my agreement impression is already taken up by the Italian dub of like rip off bootleg animation cartoon.
Let's find a mid place. You will now do the Italian dub for Lanite.
He also says ye.
Yeah. All of his promo lines are replaced with somebody touching my spaghetti. All right, nonetheless, we had a 3-on-3 tag match. Theory and Pretty Deadly versus the Brawling Brutes. The point of this match was pretty clearly to put over the Pretty Deadly. And boy, Pretty Deadly do not really need to do any work to get heat. Because, like, contrasted with Dominic, who had to put in several weeks of being the worst punk ass imaginable to get the monster heat he does now, Pretty Deadly, you just got to show up, have an obnoxious British accent, have a shirt that for some reason stops above the nipples.
I mean, okay, above the nipples, I don't know. Under the nipples actually genuinely is a thing in like, well, crop tops for men. I don't need to. I don't. Do I need? Do I need to tell you about gay fashion?
Oh, you don't need to tell Pretty Deadly about it.
No, they're already aware. I mean, look, fucking Better Woolie's name is it Better Woolie's name Dio Madden or whatever the fuck they call him?
It was for a little bit. Then it was Mace. Now it's Massey.
Okay, yeah. If he's called Dio, obviously he's watched JoJo. Literally everyone who's ever watched JoJo is gay. Can confirm, by the way. Yeah. So.
And his last name, Madden, taken from Wooly Madden, which means he killed that football player that one time.
Yeah.
It confirms. Yeah, you can't see it because he's always covering it up with his boots and his knee pads.
But he has one right leg.
One leg.
Yeah. But which one is it of the three?
Good Lord.
Anyway.
Hang on. At a certain point, okay, for about a decade now, WWE has been kind of an orphaned acronym. They pretty well never call it World Wrestling Entertainment. What if they bring it back, but now it's Woolly Wrestling Entertainment? Our WWE talks of today have been involving a lot of Woolly, I've noticed. Nonetheless.
Yeah. When will he just debut?
If Mike was here, we would be woollying so much around Pink. It would be incredible.
Yeah. I mean, look, really, all of this is just a long card, so we get a real life WrestleMania.
Yeah. Oh my god! And they actually go out there as their stupid WrestleMania characters.
Yeah.
With like Matt and Wooly actually having their dedicated lucha identities they came up with, whereas Pat and Liam go out there in their lazy Mick Foley and John Cena cosplays.
Matt makes his entrance. Everyone starts shouting, Matt hates black people. He hates them.
Yeah. But when he wins, the whole crowd shouts, I want it.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I can't remember the actress's name.
Was it Tara?
No. It was, what was it? Oh, her name is really similar to like 3 other actresses. Yeah. Oh, I gotta pull it up. I gotta Google it. Give me a second.
Pink is sitting there, not amused.
He is not getting it at all.
No.
Okay, there we go. When Matt wins the match, the entire crowd shouts in sync, I want Emma Stone from the back!
Yeah. We might want to consider sending the fucking Hulk Hogan game to Pink, the video.
Honestly, I would be in favor one of these days for us to use the YouTube share activity and watch WrestleMania. The highlights. Just the highlights.
Yeah.
Because if you start anywhere else with the Super Best Friends, you're starting out in the wrong place.
I mean, I started with their first machinima.
I started with their machinima video of WWE All-Stars.
Yeah, I started
They all
literally
start
that
out in
first.
the wrong place.
I literally started out with their first machinima. I'm a long time fan. I'm old, is what I am.
Yeah, we're both old. Dude, the other day I was watching one of their episodes of The Punisher, and I looked down and it said, video uploaded 7 years ago. And I was like, that was one of their last LPs. What do you mean 7 years ago?
Oh, what, do you want to talk about that shit? There's multiple videos where I'm like, I remember when this video came out. I start watching the video, I look down, it says 9 years ago.
Dude, so by December of this year, they will have been split for 5 years.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, weirdly enough, we start like this channel started up not long after they split, which means that the souls transferred and we are actually now the true best friends. But
Oh boy. The thing
That
is, we started as a trio, though. So who's the Matt and Pat here?
good question. I mean, I guess
I never like to think about that because you remember Mike's brought that up before of saying, okay, do any of us match the super best friends? And I don't like that question because who out of us is the one who's most associated with anger and OCD?
that's the thing. Like we cover different aspects because like I'm anger, you're OCD.
I don't want to be part Pat.
But then, like, once again, we all took we each all took like different parts. Cause like I also have the lying gimmick from Wooly, even though I don't try to lie.
Yeah.
And
Well,
Mike is just Liam.
Actually, Matt's gimmick was the lying, but one of the classic lies was saying that Wooly's a liar.
Yeah. So I guess it fits then.
You got Matt's lying. Pink I think got Matt's like happy-go-lucky innocent thing.
And his horniness, yes.
I think I got Liam's thing of being the always contradicting people.
I don't know. I feel like Mike is the most Liam out of all of us. Different age group, only shows up sometimes. Left because of health reasons, I guess, technically.
Yeah, except it's his computer health instead of his physical health.
Yeah.
Okay. So does that mean Goku is James Small?
I don't know who that is, but maybe. I guess so. Soon is Tearzu.
Yeah. Yeah, that fits.
Okay. But yeah, like overall, I don't know, because like I want to say that I'm Wooly just because I always pick the boss characters in fighting games.
Oh, in character choice, that's easy. You're Wooly. You like the aggressive, get in there boss characters. I am definitely Pat in terms of character choice. Is there a grappler or big body muscular dude on the roster? Odds are that's my dude.
Yeah, there is no Liam in this priority or in this criteria.
Nope, Pink.
Does Pink pick the little girls?
Pink picks girls in general. Liam also.
That's true, I guess.
Liam also usually would pick the old geezers as well.
Ah.
Matt would just pick usually the most basic vanilla character, which is probably Mike. That's probably Mike.
Yeah.
Because isn't Mike's main in Street Fighter Ryu and his main in Mortal Kombat Liu Kang?
That's Ted.
That does sound more like. Who is Mike's favorite character in Mortal Kombat? Sub-Zero?
Striker.
Striker, right, Striker. I don't know, Matt was a big fan of Striker, wasn't he?
I don't know.
Nonetheless, let's see, what else was there on SmackDown? Okay, the segment that was a bit of odd japes. Okay, so they announced, all right, Grayson Waller effect, let's get ready. Grayson goes out there, the thing is set up. This was such pandemonium that I wasn't paying attention to the ticker at the bottom. I wish I was, because the ticker is the best japes. The weird shit they sneak in. Addy, so Grayson Waller, now that he's debuted on the main roster, he's doing the Piper's Pit. But he has a little ticker down at the bottom that's supposed to be like praising him, talking about how great he is.
Yeah.
about half of it is talking about how great he is. The other half is just saying weird shit.
Like what?
I can't remember exactly. What was it? Like, hang on, let me pull it up. I'm gonna have to search in the wrestling tab for Waller effect, but nonetheless. Let's see. It would have been a while ago. Oh my god. Right, okay, these pass through on the ticker. Have you ever ridden a motorcycle, Grayson? I bet Grayson smells really good. The end is near, in all caps.
These aren't that weird. These are just Twitch chat. Some of my Twitch chat in.
I feel like there were weirder ones, but I was just at the time laughing at the bizarrety of just those ones.
Like, see, like this shit doesn't faze me because I watch streamers sometimes, and sometimes you just get people like allegedly German's chat is very weird because Vinny still brings up how there was once a guy who came over for German's chat and he just started talking to me like, Vinny, do you like oil? And they started talking about oil facts for hours.
I would like to see that one, but for a random wrestler on the roster that isn't Grayson.
Yeah.
All right, y'all, who's ready for some Chad Gable facts? No, it needs to be posted by totally not Chad Gable.
Yeah.
All right, nonetheless, so he invites Grayson goes out there and he invites Asuka. Asuka comes out there. Asuka comes out there with her belt, and Grayson's like, "Hey, Asuka, you're great. I like you. You're not as good as me, but I like you. You're great." And Asuka just starts shouting in Japanese. And Grayson goes, "I didn't understand a thing you said, but I got the message, and I agree." And they go on like that for another couple exchanges.
I enjoy that he's doing the gimmick that we do whenever we can't read the wing quotes.
Yeah. And then Yoshirai appears. Her music hits. Huge pop. And then she gets on the mic and she starts shouting in Japanese while walking down the ramp. And the pop disappears as the crowd is like, huh? She gets in the ring. Her and Asuka start screaming at each other in Japanese. And then Zelina Vega's music. No, wait, not her. Who was it? Lacey? I don't remember. No, Shotzi. There we go. No, Bailey. Damn it. Bailey's music hits. And Bailey starts coming down to the ring with a mic saying, "All right, well, Asuka, you may be this, that, and another, but hey, come at Money in the Bank. Me and Yoshirai are going to get the briefcase, and we're going to beat you." And nobody points out to Bailey in the moment, there's no such thing as two people holding the Money in the Bank briefcase.
Nice.
Which is... Okay, I mentioned this to my family, but could you imagine what the fucking best thing to do would be?
What?
Money in the Bank, Women's Money in the Bank this year. Bailey and Yoshirai dominate as a team, right? And they clean house, they wreck, they get up to the top of the ladder. Yoshirai's got the briefcase. Bailey is supporting her, like holding her up, right?
Yeah.
And Yo gets like the hook undone, and she's about to get the briefcase out, and then Bailey throws her down, runs up there, grabs the briefcase.
Yeah. That's where she loses. She like fucking she leaves for a couple of weeks and then comes back as Brayley.
At this point, according to the dirt sheets, everyone on the female roster is going to be filling in for Alexa while she's pregnant.
Okay, then yeah.
Can't wait for Lacey Evans' new gimmick again.
Oh no!
Lacey Evans.
I don't want to see that.
But imagine you don't just have to fill in for Alexa. You have to fill in for Alexa filling in for another guy.
Okay. So Bray has his other characters that he brings in now, where he plays like the fitness dude and the fiend and also the swamp father and all this shit and another.
Didn't you see that the friend was over?
Like the anti-vaxxer. I don't know. Speaking of Lacey, she appears and she's going in like, nobody respects me. You don't respect me. You should all get down on your knees and salute me and respect me and this, that, and another. And then Shotzi arrives and Shotzi has a new theme song. It's no longer about the ball pit and it doesn't start with a chainsaw. And Shotzi,
What's
I
the
don't
point?
even know what Shotzi says. Zelina's music hits. Everybody is here. And Zelina starts coming to the ring, cutting a promo. Credit where credit is due. Zelina's the only one to put together an actually good promo. I can't recall what it says because it was just usual, I'm going to beat your ass type stuff. But Zelina, I am shocked. Zelina is actually a good promo.
Have you not seen her promos before?
But she puts one word in front of the other better than most people do.
I always thought she was very competent on the stick.
Yeah. So she's got 3 things going for her. She can talk, she has great abs, and she is Latina.
Yes.
So at that point, all of the women are in the ring, and Grayson is trapped in the middle, and they are all shouting and screaming at each other. And Grayson picks up a mic and goes, "Send out another girl, this is great!" And Asuka slips out of the ring with her belt, starts to run away. She picks up a mic at the... Oh, holy shit, that was loud. Fuck off, Windows Defender antivirus summary. Okay, she gets to the top of the ramp, gets on the mic, and just shouts into the mic, "Nobody ready for Asuka!" And as if in reply to her saying nobody is ready for her, she was not ready as Bianca answers Grayson's call for another hot chick, and clobbers Asuka from behind.
Nice.
And then the female referee and Triple H appear and drag Asuka away from Bianca.
Bianca's attack does not count as a Pearl Harbor because it wasn't done in reverse.
That is true. If you want to do it proper, you got to get to Pearl Harbor from the front.
Oh no, I'm saying that it wasn't Asuka doing it to her.
Oh yeah. I don't know. The Pearl Harbor line, it's already a little bit close to... It's already pretty offensive for some folks. I'm just going to use it without qualifying it. Nonetheless, last segment of the night, Triple H appears. He does not have Asuka in tow this time. He sends her to the Shadow Realm.
Oh my.
He comes out to the ring and there's a little thing that's hidden underneath a veil that's on a table. And he talks about, hey, Roman is the greatest of all time, something or other, impressive, amazing. And they show a big slideshow of the longest running world title reigns of all time. And boy, you can tell this slideshow was ordered by Triple H and not Vince. because it's considering non-WWE world titles. Because we're running by Sting, Harley Race, Terry Funk, Jack Briscoe. And it's like, yeah, I don't think any of these guys ever held the WWE World Championship.
I was hoping you were gonna say it was a slideshow of Roman Reigns' reign, and it would just be like badly photoshopped into his like childhood pictures, the titles.
Yeah. Okay, it did not occur to me to look at the time, but for them to show Sting and Jack Briscoe and Terry Funk, that means that they are apparently now considering the WCW and NWA reigns canon. But that does make me wonder, I wasn't checking at the time, were there any ECW champions? Because there were a couple year-long ECW World Championship reigns.
But I mean, would you count it among the longest? A year?
They were. Sting got up there for like 180 days with the WCW belt.
Ah, okay.
So who all held the ECW belt for longer than a year? Didn't Shane Douglas and Mike Awesome both hold it for like a year?
I think so.
I think Mike Awesome was their champion from like 99 to 2000.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm going to look it up. I mean, Mike Awesome only dropped the belt because he jumped ship to WCW, right?
Yeah.
Where he became the chubby chick lover.
And even then barely. Which, like, I said this last time, but the chubby chick lover gimmick was because Russo didn't like Mike Awesome.
That is not shocking. Okay, the 2 longest ECW World Heavyweight Championship reigns were both Shane Douglas.
Nice.
Figures.
He is the French fries.
His second reign lasted 385 days. His fourth reign lasted 406. Raven held it for 252 days. Taz held it for 252 days. Oh boy, they're counting WWE ECW reigns. Because Christian is the 5th longest reigning ECW champion with 205 days.
Nice.
That isn't Ezekiel Jackson or whoever still reigning?
I mean, he's technically never lost it, so I guess there's an argument to be made.
Yes, but Wikipedia counts him as only having held it for a day. But God, what an embarrassing last champion.
Yeah.
I don't even think Wikipedia should qualify him for a day because the show ended as soon as that match ended. He had a rate of like maybe 2 minutes.
Was there anyone in ECW, real ECW, as embarrassing as that Jimmy Snuka?
Jimmy Snuka was in ECW?
He was the first ever ECW champion.
Oh. Are we counting Extreme or are we counting Eastern?
Tito Santana held the ECW championship?
Good question.
He won it in 93 and held it for 30 days.
A whole month.
Don Morocco had the ECW championship. I forgot Chavo had it. Junior, I mean. I forgot about that. So you can say Chavo Jr. held a world championship.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I guess so.
You have to count the WWE ECW championship as canon, which would be dangerous territory because then you would be saying that Ezekiel Jackson was a world champion and be saying that Vince McMahon was a 2-time world champion.
Oh, yeah.
But I'd almost be willing to fidget with the records just for Chavo's shit's sake. And though, if the WWE ECW championship counts as a world championship, how many world championship reigns would Christian be up to?
3.
Did he only hold the TNA championship once?
Oh, I was neglecting the TNA run. That would have been... I actually don't know. I want to say it was twice in TNA.
He only held the big gold belt once, right?
Right.
So that would be 4 world title reigns, wouldn't it?
I believe so.
Huh. Okay, so there is something left on SmackDown to discuss, but my bladder is about to explode.
Fair
Somebody quickly invent something to talk about while I take a piss.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to Google up the TNA Impact run of Christian Cage. Christian Cage, TNA champion, reign, etc. Let's see.
Yeah.
Alright, he won it almost immediately once he got into the company in February of 2006. But it does not appear that he ever won it a second time. Interesting. Addy, what is the best Mario Kart?
64 because it's the only one I played for any tangential or any substantial amount of time.
That's a fair assessment.
Like the only Mario Karts that I've actually played are that and Super Mario Kart. Then
And Super Mario
you
Kart
know,
is
I
pretty
don't.
bad. I mean, for the time, it was pretty
I don't-
great, but
Yeah. Technically, I think I played the DS one, but it was just a remake of Super Mario Kart. It was just the same game.
uh-huh.
Because like they had 4DS Mario Karts, there were three Mario Karts that were actually very proper games for the DS. And there was the one that I had, which was just Super Mario Kart on the DS. And the only difference is that the lower screen was your map.
Ah,
That's the only thing that sets it apart from SNES Mario Kart.
I see. Okay, according to the Impact Wiki on fandom.com, which I don't know if that's reliable or not, Christian Cage is a two-time NWA World Heavyweight Champion. I don't know if they're including it. Well, they wouldn't include his big gold belt run in WWE because that doesn't qualify as NWA because NWA was technically still alive, kind of. I don't know. Anyway, two-time NWA World Heavyweight Champion, a one-time Impact World Heavyweight Champion, and that is it for his accolades in that company. And apparently he's a two-time ECW champion?
I guess, maybe.
Weird. I don't think he is. He won the ECW title after he came back to WWE in 2009-ish. But I thought he held it until he dropped it to Ezekiel Jackson. I don't recall there being a transitional period in that amount of time.
Maybe he dropped it to someone and then picked it back up.
That's the only explanation. But then who was ECW champion at that time? Who held the belt for like a night?
Evan Bourne.
I wish. Evan Bourne was awesome.
He had one good move.
He had one great move. Capital Great. See.
I'm gonna have to send this picture eventually.
What is the picture of?
Street Fighter 6.
That could mean almost anything now.
Alright, I just put it into the text chat. Give me a sec. I came across this picture with the title of Least Degenerate Jury Player.
Least. Oh wait, I'm on bot commands. Hang on.
Ooh, I needed that.
Open chat. You need a what? Oh,
Oh,
I
Lord.
needed that. I heard I need a bath. I was like, what? What happened?
I said I needed that.
Uh-huh. This week's active clubs: Jury Feet Sex, leader Jury Mommy Hot Sex, members 100 out of 100. Hashtag Jury Players Welcome. Which one is Jury?
Take one though.
Crazy Korean woman.
Yeah.
I see.
Jury is a stick your dick in crazy.
Yes.
Oh no.
Which I want to say, speaking of that, on one hand, the jiggle physics in Street Fighter 6 do seem pretty proactive. However, this is the first game in a long time where the jiggle physics are just as proactive for the guys as they are for the chicks.
Excellent.
Because let me tell you, anytime you throw a kick at Zangief, his thighs are just flying.
I thought you were saying that they have the physical physics applied to their crotch.
You know how some people act? I would not be shocked with Jamie.
Yeah.
All right.
They put the technology from DMC5 into Street Fighter 6, where the higher the combo and the more varied combo, the more of a harder your character gets.
Dude,
It worked for Dante. It works for you, I guess.
that was a crazy confusion when the game came out of like, does Dante have dick jiggle physics? And I did not hear about it until I was after it was done. So the first time when I saw the headline of "It's confirmed Dante does not have dick jiggle physics," I was just sputtering, dumbfounded of like, this was a question? Why is this not being reported by fucking The Onion?
Look, sometimes you just gotta put in jiggle physics. I mean, the DOA people worked so hard on it, and we actually licensed it out, so we might as well just put it on Dante's dick, I guess. we got it for jacket like the physics, but you know, I guess it goes there too.
Oh boy. All right, let's go ahead and wrap this up with the last thing that happened. So yeah, Roman goes out there, and while he's coming out there, Wade Barrett is saying, "Yeah, Roman Reigns is the best of all time because while Bruno, Sammartino, and Bob Backlund may have held the title, and Hulk Hogan may have held the title longer, back in their day, the athleticism just wasn't up to snuff. It just wasn't right now." And I was thinking, I want one of us to record that clip of Wade Barrett saying that and send that to Rocky. Nonetheless.
They were all fat schlubs, and there were only like a handful of them at any given time.
Yeah. Nonetheless. So, Roman goes out there with Paul and Solo. And Paul made Adam Pearce agree earlier in the night that the Usos are barred from ringside. And Adam Pearce kind of shot him a look back like, you motherfucker. So I guess Adam Pearce just fucked him on that one. Because while they do unveil, the new undisputed belt, which is the exact same as the belt that the two belts that Roman's already carrying, but now with a gold logo on a black background instead of whatever. Or no, a black logo on a gold background instead of whatever it was before. Well, the Usos arrive.
Oh.
And the Usos get in the ring. And Jimmy's about to get in Roman's face. Then Jay steps in and says, "Hey, no. Look, this has gone wrong." I'm paraphrasing here. This has gone bad, but we can put things back together, And Jimmy says, "Well, look, I'm going to take care of my brother, and I'm going to take care of my brother," and he points to Solo that time. And Roman says, "Okay, well, let's hear from Solo then. If he's so much your guy," hands the mic to Solo. Solo goes, "I stand with my brothers." And Solo walks over to the other side of the ring, turns around, and he's now on the Usos side facing Roman. And Jay gets in between, and he says, "Look, we can put all this aside. We can go back to being the bloodline. We can go back to dominating. Like, Roman, Lord knows I wanted to kick your ass a few months ago, but we got to stick together. We're family. We're supposed to take care of each other. We're supposed to protect each other. We can dominate this company again." And Roman kind of looks around a little bit. He's fidgeting a little bit. Roman's been fidgeting a lot. And he moves in and he hugs Jimmy. And then Roman picks the mic up to his lips while he's got Jimmy in the hug. And he says, "No." He pushes Jimmy out a little bit and Solo spikes him.
Dang.
And then afterwards, Solo points down at Jimmy and goes, "Your soul is mine." And he just opens his mouth. The soul comes out of Jimmy into Solo's mouth, and Solo has learned the super kick. He even gets a little
too
Pokemon
powerful.
notification.
We should have suspected that Solo was Shang Tsung all along when the eye paint started appearing.
Yeah. Oh, good lord. It's either we go for Shang Tsung or we go for the ghost of Stonewall Jackson. Okay, that's a scene I need to show you guys after this. Nonetheless, Yeah, no, Solo does not collect Jimmy's soul after spiking him. He spikes him, and Jay dives on top of Jimmy. Jay does not bother to fight back. He just goes to protect Jimmy. And Solo and Roman both leave the ring with a mixture of, like, spite, but at the same time, both are kind of... Roman is looking pissed, and Solo is looking trepidatious. Solo is looking like, I shouldn't have done that. Like, Solo is kind of having the same look on his face walking out with Roman that Sammy did when he betrayed Kevin for Roman, right?
Right.
Of like, okay, I did that. I should not have did that. And the camera goes back to Jay, like, Jay is like holding Jimmy like the fucking, like Ivan the Terrible holding his son, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But rather than looking on with despair, Jay is looking on with rage. And, okay. So there's two things I came away from this thinking. Like, okay, the bloodline is officially split. It is now really just Roman and Solo. And Solo probably ain't long for this arrangement either, because there's only so long that we'll be having Solo fight his own brothers.
Mm-hmm.
But, and G-Man was saying, well, clearly they need to take the title off Roman now if they're going to be getting rid of the bloodline. But G-Man, with his usual short memory and his usual insistence, we need to move the belt immediately. Move the belt to my favorite guy. Why, G-Man? Why? Is it because you like this guy? No, it's because Roman is bad and bad for the company. But he was good for the company until now. He was great for the company until now, but he'll be bad for the company if he keeps the belt any longer. Okay. So the thing that occurred to me is, hang on, what have we seen Paul Heyman be up to on the last few weeks of Raw? Showing up and hiring the Judgment Day and Imperium out to do the Bloodline's dirty work. While the Usos have been, you know, shirking authority.
Yeah.
Is Roman going to cast off the Usos only to form, like, the fucking Axis of Evil or the Axis of Heels? At which point, like, does it have to be that, like, just the fucking Justice League of baby faces as symbols against this, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw a little bit of that with Sammy and Kevin teaming up with becoming honorary Latinos for a little bit.
Yeah.
And Riddle. Oh boy.
Him too.
I guess the biggest babyface, Riddle.
Yeah. Hey kids, smoking crack and banging porn stars is great. Yeah. Oh, fuck it.
Honestly, I think I started hating Riddle the second I started he doesn't wear shoes. What fucking weirdo does that? Fire him right now.
I appreciated Riddle being a weirdo. I mean, the lack of shoes reminds me of Antonino Rocca, right? Which that's a real pull right there. Is Antonino Rocca so old that he was a star for Vince Sr.'s dad?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Antonino Rocca, huge wrestling star in the Northeast for Capital Wrestling Company, Argentinian. He innovated, so far as I know, he innovated the Argentine backbreaker.
Ah.
Antonio Inoki named himself after him because he loved him so much.
Ah.
One of the wrestlers that accidentally started the Madison Square Garden riot of '59.
Ah.
I'm detecting this is the awe of, I don't know what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
Okay, then. Nonetheless, the second thing I have to say is, sweet Jesus, this storyline.
Cinema.
Scorsese looks on, and he realizes that he is, by the power of this storyline, he has been lowered to the level of the MCU. MCU. I mean, so we've been saying this is the best storyline wrestling's done in decades.
Now we have to say this is the best wrestling storyline ever.
Well, I mean,
ever.
There have been a lot of great wrestling storylines, especially back, 20 years prior, back before Vince started losing his fucking mind. But Has there ever been a wrestling storyline where there was this much focus on every participant in the story having their own character and motivations and arc? Because, like, you know, obviously the overwhelming majority of wrestling storylines are, you have belts, I won't beat you for belts.
Yep.
And yet, here's this. Like, Caveman, I follow Caveman on Twitter, and the comparison he's making is, like, I have not seen this much focus on character since NWO versus Sting. I've never seen the NWO versus Sting stuff, but was that really, like, even this crazy?
I don't know.
'Cause
Like,
I don't know. I got WCW filtered through Mean Jeans, so
conveniently enough, we left out all the Sting parts. How about that? So, I mean, like, has there ever been any storyline? Like, I think it really puts into perspective how much it is like personal turmoil that makes a wrestling storyline great.
yeah.
Because what's the earliest storyline anyone can think of in WWE or WWF that was renowned for, like, loads of heat? Bruno Sammartino versus Larry Zbyszko. Because Larry Zbyszko got all the heat in the world on him for being Bruno's student and then turning on him.
Evil protege.
It mattered more than any of Bruno's actual title defenses. It mattered more than Bruno fighting Stan Hansen, who had actually broken Bruno's fucking neck. Because it's Stan Hansen, of course.
Yeah.
The thing in Bruno's career that people remember the most and care about the most was the feud with Zbyszko, where there was no belt involved whatsoever. What was by far the most over angle of Hogan's time in WWE? The Mega Powers.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was the most over feud of Bret's career? Owen. What was the best feud of Austin's? Him getting involved with all the drama with the McMahon family and the Ministry. Before they turned Stephanie heel, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only time in Austin's entire career. Like, Austin always, you bring him up because it's like, oh, badass, what a rebel. But the only spot in Austin's entire career where he actually seemed like babyface hero was fighting off the Ministry and saving Stephanie.
Yeah.
And barring maybe the beer truck or one of the 3 matches against Rock, that's the peak of Austin's career, wouldn't you say?
Probably.
And even with the beer truck, I feel like the beer truck is made lame by the fact that then Kurt pulled the milk truck on Austin when Austin turned heel, and it was way
yeah.
It was way more fun.
Mm-hmm.
Angle with the beer truck, angle with the milk truck spraying, like, seeing like Taz get sprayed in the face and eat shit it's so great. And just beaming like Deborah with the milk carton. Like, that's one of my favorite goofy spots of the Attitude. Like, I am very much of the opinion that the Attitude Era is wildly overrated. I think we all are here.
Yeah.
But that is definitely a segment I love to go back and watch, just to see that entire crowd of people eat shit, and, like, even Austin in the center of the milk puddle struggling to stay standing up, right?
Yeah.
And God, could you imagine how that must have stunk?
Yes.
Okay, so I just had a stupid idea occur to me. If any of us were a wrestler, each of us go around, which truck of liquid would you bring to the ring to hose down your foes? Addy?
there's an obvious joke here.
Oh, God. Where would you even get that much of it? You're going to have to raid every bank of it in like a tri-state area.
Yeah. I don't know what my designated liquid would be. I guess water, and just waterboard them.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Pink.
Lemonade.
Oh, see? Well, since you took lemonade, now I just have to go. I was going to go with the lemonade tea mixture, but no, now I have to just go with sweet tea, I guess. Can I get a truck full of like the Mexican jarritos?
Yeah.
There we go.
How much pressure would you even need for the first joke one?
For that one, my God, that's a considerably thicker liquid than beer or milk.
Yeah.
Also, you got to make sure to get it with a certain timing for it to stay liquid.
Yeah. But I mean, look, people tend to like it.
I don't. Well, I guess that depends on what each of the donors consumed that day.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to look at
A
that.
circumstance where 40 different people could sue one person for sexual assault for one
Yeah.
singular assault.
I don't.
So that
They,
we said that
yeah.
the joke answer and not sewage.
Yeah.
So I feel like if you did that, you'd have to go out dressed as Cousin Eddie, and while you're doing it, say "Shitter's full." Oh man, Discord doesn't have signatures, so this Christmas I'm not going to be able to set that picture as my signature of Cousin Eddie dumping his sewage on Pennywise. All right. Well, keeping in mind that Addie's desire to drown loads of people in a certain funny fluid, I say it's time we wrap this up.
I'm more than ready to call it quits here.
I mean, look, there's a reason they call it a semen demon.
Okay, and there we go. Someone had to say it out loud.
Yeah. Bye.
Well,